It's bench time. Let me get this out too. Ooh, here we go. And then we go do, and I'll do the rest of the wheel spins when I wake up, okay?
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Nick930, and today I want to share with you the complete history of Metal Gear.
What's that?
It is a revolutionary mobile nuclear missile system.
A nuclear-equipped walking battle tank.
The kind of Metal Gear, if you will.
Metal Gear.
This will be a sneaking mission. Must not be seen by the enemy. Is that clear?
Got it. I'm ready to go. We're out of time! You've got to stop that thing!
It's been a while, brother.
Liquid! You've got to stop him before it's too late to track him down.
Look, our ways of thinking might be different. To me, you're still a legend. A hero.
I'm no hero. Never was. Never will be.
Now I'll finish the work that Father began. I will surpass him. I will destroy him!
What's wrong, Snake? Snake, are you okay? Snake! Kept you waiting, huh?
Metal Gear is a third-person stealth-action video game series created by Hideo Kojima and the gaming division of a Japanese entertainment holdings corporation called Konami. In practically each game, players assume the role of a legendary soldier codenamed Snake, who is tasked with infiltrating enemy-occupied territory with nothing but a sneaking suit and a pack of smokes. Though thanks to his advanced training, he's able to acquire a number of helpful tools and powerful weapons to deal with the greatest of threats. Whether that be a squad of supernatural soldiers or a 40-foot-tall, nuclear-equipped bipedal tank. The series has been celebrated for decades thanks to its rich storytelling, its polished gameplay mechanics, and its unmistakable style. So much so that even those who don't consider themselves gamers will likely already be familiar with at least some aspects of it. What's more, the series is also responsible for helping to popularize stealth action in the video game industry, and also helped to usher forth the age of the AAA game. So how has this nearly 35-year-old video game franchise changed since its initial debut? And where could it go next? Well, to answer that, let's begin by first looking at how the series was conceived back in the late 1980s. In the early 1980s, the arcade video game industry had entered into its golden age. Sci-fi shoot-'em-ups like Space Invaders and Asteroids proved to be immensely popular, and inspired many soon-to-be legendary game designers to throw their own hats into the ring, only further contributing to the growth of the medium. There was Takeru Fujiwara, creator of Capcom's Sweet Home, who played a critical role in popularizing survival horror. Silas Warner, the mind behind one of the earliest stealth action experiences. And of course, Shigeru Miyamoto, whose groundbreaking creations helped to bring the video game industry back from the brink. Meanwhile, tech companies around the world raced to establish a firm foothold in the emerging interactive home entertainment space, with a swarm of 8-bit gaming platforms flooding the market, overwhelming American consumers and inevitably triggering the infamous market crash of 1983. But somewhat unaffected by this crash was the computer gaming industry. Platforms like the Commodore 64 and ZX Spectrum saw large success in Western territories throughout the course of the mid-80s, while the MSX platform dominated in Japan and parts of Europe. Hoping to capitalize on this opportunity, a Japanese entertainment company called Konami began to distance themselves from arcade cabinet design and established the MSX home computer division within their offices in Osaka, Japan. In entered 22-year-old Hideo Kojima, who despite studying economics in college, decided to instead upset the societal norms of 1980s Japan and pursued a career in the entertainment industry. Kojima had long been fascinated with the art of cinema and storytelling. At a young age, he would spend his evenings with his father, watching all manner of film, and was even encouraged to stay up late at night to see each movie through to its conclusion. He spent most of his teenage years writing stories and screenplays, in hopes that he might one day win an award for them and then be given an opportunity to enter into the highly competitive film industry. But during his time in college, Kojima became enamored with the emerging video game medium, and spent many of his off hours playing Miyamoto's Super Mario Bros. And a murder mystery adventure called Portopia Renzoku Satsuchin Jaiken. Then, following his graduation from college, he applied for a job at Konami's Osaka office, hoping to break into the expanding video game development space and build his very own experiences for Nintendo's Famicom. But when he finally received the offer, he was assigned to work for Konami's MSX division instead. While grateful for the opportunity, he couldn't help but be disappointed. He was determined to make a name for himself, but the MSX's technical limitations made that goal seem less obtainable. His first project with the MSX team was a sequel to an action-adventure platforming game called Antarctic Adventure. Hideo, serving as the assistant designer, contributed a great deal to the creation of this game, allowing it to stand out drastically from its predecessor. The first game was pretty bare bones, with players simply needing to dodge a few obstacles along some glaciers. But the sequel offered a plethora of changes, including power-ups, varied environments, and even alternate endings dependent on the player's performance. Konami was impressed. Kojima had no prior experience after all, and it became clear within only the first few months that he possessed a natural gift for this type of thing. So, to test him further, they gave him something a bit more challenging to work on, and had him take over as the lead designer for a side-scrolling platformer called Lost World. But when Kojima presented this overly ambitious design document to the executives at Konami, they rejected the changes and decided to redirect Kojima towards making a military combat title instead, something that would be in the same vein as popular arcade shooters at the time like Capcom's Commando. Disheartened, but still determined, Kojima began to piece together another design document. He recognized early on that the MSX's biggest handicap was its inability to display more than 4 horizontal sprites at once, making the large battle sequences associated with games like Commando impossible. So, to circumvent this issue, he thought of a creative solution. The game would still have soldiers, but rather than feature non-stop open combat across a scrolling environment, why not give players a chance to avoid the combat altogether? He based this concept strongly around his love for the 1963 Sturgis film The Great Escape, where a band of POWs attempt to escape from a Nazi prison camp during World War II, and he aimed to deliver that same tension of almost being caught into a fully interactive experience. By doing this, Kojima would be able to make even a single combative soldier on screen feel more intimidating than the dozens and other, more conventional shooter games at the time. Kojima then presented his design document to the executives at Konami, with the working title Metal Gear Intruder. But to his dismay, it too was rejected. They had asked Kojima to deliver an exciting action experience, and were concerned that by forcing players to constantly avoid confrontation, the game's hero may come off as cowardly and wouldn't appeal to Western audiences. Kojima took his rejected design and reapproached the concept. He remained convinced that this new stealth action route was the way to go. But rather than have a game over screen appear when the player was caught, he incorporated a new alert phase, giving players a chance to fight back or flee if they wanted to. The new alert phase was likened to that of Pac-Man, offering a fresh change-up to the pacing that would keep the player invested for longer. And because of this, Konami agreed to greenlight production of Kojima's directorial debut, Metal Gear. Development for Metal Gear was handled by a remarkably small team of programmers and artists. While Kojima handled the core game design and writing, a trio of programmers led by Hiroyuki Fukui worked within the confines of the slightly newer MSX2 hardware to commit Hideo's ideas to code. This required them to piece together a detection system from scratch, along with enemy patrol routes that would need to reset with each screen refresh. Meanwhile, a pair of artists sculpted the pixelated halls of Metal Gear's industrial environment, using a limited color palette of only 16 colors, while also ensuring each character and level design didn't come off too much like a childish cartoon. They generated hundreds of interconnected mazes, using simplistic geometric shapes and angled perspectives to help give the walls a perceivable depth. And then they worked with the programming team to balance out enemy patrol pathing and obstacles without overstepping the MSX2's rendering limitations. Meanwhile, lead sound designer Iku Mizutani and his team in the Konami Square Wave Club formulated the game's sound effects and musical score, enhancing the action further with a dynamic soundtrack that would alter based on the enemy alert status. It was a bold step for video game sound design, as most titles during that time period just utilized a single audio track per level to save on memory, but it proved to be a critical component of Metal Gear's unique atmosphere. As these various development teams pieced together the gameplay experience, Hideo worked to formulate the game's narrative. The core plot was simple. A spy infiltrates a secure facility, saves some hostages, and stops a dangerous superweapon from destroying the world. But even this seemingly straightforward narrative was uncommon for its time, and would serve as a jumping-off point for one of gaming's most beloved stories. Finally, in the summer of 1987, after nearly a year of development, Konami released the original Metal Gear, exclusively for the MSX2 platform. Metal Gear takes place in the then futuristic year of 1995, where a highly organized paramilitary force has established a militant state in southern Africa called Outer Heaven. Fearful that this growing threat may possess nuclear capabilities, an American Special Forces unit called Foxhound is sent in to investigate. But after the unit's most skilled field agent, Gray Fox, is captured, rookie soldier Solid Snake is sent in after to rescue him, and to ascertain the whereabouts of the rumored superweapon, Metal Gear. Players assume the role of the rookie Snake as they infiltrate Outer Heaven and search for clues pertaining to Gray Fox and Metal Gear's whereabouts. Along the way, players will encounter a number of obstacles, mainly enemy sentries, security devices, and a band of powerful mercenaries, each with their own special quirks, and cheesy nicknames to go along with them. But as Snake learns more about Outer Heaven and its powerful nuclear-equipped bipedal weapon, the stakes are risen sharply, and it becomes clear that not everyone can be trusted. Without spoiling anything, Metal Gear's narrative was revolutionary for its time. Sure, RPGs in the late 80s and 90s had plenty of rich narratives woven in, but to have even a hint of that within the confines of an action-adventure game was highly unusual. On top of that, the game's big twist and clever fourth wall breaking would set the scene for the franchise moving forward. But of course, the real selling point back then for the original Metal Gear was not its story, but rather its highly unique gameplay design. Metal Gear, at its core, is a stealth action-adventure, where sneaking past enemies whenever possible is encouraged. Most of the game is played from a semi-top-down perspective, and tasks players with navigating Snake through maze-like level environments while avoiding detection from patrolling enemies. If Snake wanders into an enemy's line of sight, then a red exclamation mark will appear over the alerted guard, and the action will shift immediately to a fight or flight situation. Players can choose to either stay and fight off the alerted enemies, or alternatively they can run off the screen to reset the alert status completely. However, if the player triggers a base-wide alarm, things get a bit more challenging, as enemy reinforcements will appear in greater numbers, and escaping to the next room won't necessarily help most of the time. What's more, enemies in Metal Gear deal some serious damage, enough that a direct confrontation with multiple enemies at once will often end in the player staring at a game over screen. To help even the odds, players must be more patient in their approach, and make use of an assortment of various tools and weapons collected throughout the course of their adventure. Upon deployment, Snake is armed with nothing more than a pack of cigarettes and a radio transmitter to communicate with a support team. But if the player explores enough of the game world and is sure to backtrack and open previously locked doors, then they'll discover items that can make infiltration more manageable. These items include things like infrared goggles to spot laser beams, a mine detector to safely traverse minefields, and of course, the cardboard box that can be used to hide directly in plain sight, so long as the player remains still when using it. In addition to these items, players can also select between a few firearms, each with their own distinct advantages and disadvantages. The handgun, for example, fires slowly, but will always fire in a straight line based on the player's orientation, whereas the SMG can fire fast, but it lacks the accuracy. Other notable weapons and items include a remote control missile launcher, useful for attacking enemies around corners, a silencer to quietly dispatch enemies at range, explosives to open up new paths, and most important of all, rations that can be eaten to replenish the player's health bar. Players can also increase their maximum health by locating a set number of POWs hidden throughout the game, incentivizing exploration even further. The entire experience was well ahead of its time in 1987, taking elements only just introduced by Metroid a year prior, and combining it with the stealth action that Silas Warner had attempted back in 1981. And the end result is a game that, remarkably, over 34 years later, is still enjoyable to play today. The original Metal Gear was met with a decent amount of praise upon its release, with many holding it up as one of the must-play titles on the MSX2 platform. Though, a few, like The Games Machine, did point out that the visuals were lagging behind the competition a fair amount, chalking it up more to the limitations of the hardware rather than the game designers themselves. But even still, Metal Gear proved to be a step in the right direction, and now that he had finally released his first game into the world, Kojima was eager to make something new, and entered into production on a Blade Runner-inspired graphic novel game soon after. As Kojima spent the better part of the next couple years on his new game, Konami looked at his past Metal Gear work and saw serious potential in bringing it over to Western audiences. The game was oozing with Western themes after all, from its Hollywood action-inspired hero to its more mature military-based elements. So, without Kojima and his programming team's knowledge, Konami transferred the source code of Metal Gear over to a small Famicom development team in their Tokyo office, and then instructed them to create a port of the game within a tight 3-month window. Overwhelmed, this small 5-person team got to work retrofitting the game's visual and audio design to function within the confines of the Famicom's capabilities, and even redesigned the intro so that it would stand apart from the original release. Due to time and hardware limitations, they even had to tweak the climactic battle against the TX-55 Metal Gear, replacing it with a far less exciting master computer instead. The end result was a game that, while similar, failed to capture the magic of the original MSX2 release, so much so that Kojima himself has disowned the port from the franchise. However, this didn't matter to Western audiences. Up until this point, they had never even heard of Metal Gear before, and the game's unusual stealth action mechanics, coupled with its addictive formula, helped it to stand out tremendously. Metal Gear on the NES quickly became a hit, selling significantly more than the original release, and Konami were quick to greenlight a follow-up. For the sequel, they assigned another internal development team, many of whom had just come off working on the third Castlevania, and pushed them to incorporate even more action-based elements into the gameplay, convinced that the old Commando formula would be received better by its target Western audience. Kojima, still unaware that the Metal Gear property was being continued without him, finally learned of this supposed sequel when talking to one of the programmers involved. According to an interview between Kojima and former MSX Magazine, Kojima was approached by this programmer during a train ride to Tokyo, and asked why he wasn't leading the project. Kojima, surprised that a sequel was even being made, went home that evening and wrote up an entire design document for a true sequel to Metal Gear, and had it approved by Konami the following day. This was at the tail end of development for Snatcher, a project that had proven to be more difficult than he had initially anticipated. So much so that they were forced to abandon the last 2 acts of that game, leaving the story with a major cliffhanger that would never be resolved. Even so, Snatcher proved to be another success for Kojima, and with it finally out of the way, the team immediately turned their attention towards Metal Gear again, and how they could improve upon that original formula. But before this true sequel could ever see the light of day, Konami's NES team had completed work on their own project, and in the spring of 1990, they released Snake's Revenge, exclusively for the Nintendo Entertainment System in Western territories. Snake's Revenge, which is now considered to be non-canonical, takes place 3 years after the events of the original game, with a new threat emerging from an unnamed nation in the Middle East. Snake, along with a small team of allies, are tasked with infiltrating a hostile military installation, where they soon discover that a line of mass-produced Metal Gear tank units are being developed, along with a powerful new prototype Metal Gear that is capable of delivering a devastating nuclear attack worldwide. The gameplay is also fairly similar to the original games, with a focus on stealth action, exploration, and item management. Though this game did introduce a few new mechanics to help it stand out, including a knife to defeat sentries with a single melee attack, more variety in level environments, and even the ability to interrogate certain enemies for information, with successful interrogations contributing to the player's rank progression. Though despite these few changes, Snake's Revenge didn't fare quite as well as its predecessor. Sales were much lower, likely due to the lack of the name Metal Gear on the box art, and its visuals had started to show their age, especially with the Super Nintendo right around the corner. Still, it did at least receive some praise from Hideo Kojima himself, who has said on multiple occasions that, while not canon with the core storyline, he still enjoyed Snake's Revenge a great deal, and felt it properly utilized the characters he had introduced previously. But of course, it was the true Metal Gear sequel from Kojima's team that would inevitably steal the show, introducing a ton of fundamental changes to the gameplay formula that would transform the Metal Gear series forever. As I mentioned previously, Metal Gear 2's development began soon after Kojima had been informed of an unsanctioned sequel. Eager to carry out his own vision, Kojima pitched a sequel to Konami that would be tailor-made for the MSX, and within the first month, Kojima and his team had entered into full production, updating the visual design and enhancing the many gameplay mechanics that Kojima had felt needed improvement. Then, following a brief delay in the late months of development to assist with a Snatcher port, Kojima released the true next entry to the series, Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, exclusive for Japanese audiences in the summer of 1990. Metal Gear 2 takes place 4 years after the original game, with the world's dominant superpowers attempting full denuclearization in pursuit of peace and prosperity. But after a crude oil shortage thrusts the world into economic turmoil, a rogue militant state in Asia called Zanzibar Land seizes control of the world's remaining nuclear arsenal and kidnaps a Czech biologist who had been developing a solution to the world's dependence on petroleum. With the world once again at the precipice of nuclear Armageddon, Snake is called out of retirement, this time serving under Foxhound's new commanding officer, Roy Campbell. The mission: infiltrate Zanzibar Land, rescue the Czech biologist being held captive, and disable the enemy's nuclear arsenal. From here, things begin to strongly resemble the format of the original Metal Gear. Players sneak around a heavily guarded fortress, search for keycards, rescue POWs and child soldiers, and deal with absurdly over-the-top bosses. But there's also a fair amount of subtle improvements incorporated into Metal Gear 2's narrative that help it to stand out. For one, Metal Gear 2 kicks off with a flashy cinematic intro cutscene, highly reminiscent of a Hollywood movie's intro sequence, something that was not at all common at that time. Additionally, there's more nuance to the characters themselves, especially Solid Snake, whose brooding, cynical personality is finally established thanks to the extended dialogue sequences he has with other characters. Other aspects introduced prior, like fourth wall breaking gameplay elements involving using the game's manual to decrypt secret codes, also make a return, perpetuating a trend that would soon become expected of the series. But one of Metal Gear 2's most important contributions, at least in regards to its story, is the major plot twist at the end, revealing the truth about Snake's origin and transforming the narrative from its cliché good versus evil into something a bit more complex, coincidentally in the exact same way that George Lucas's Empire Strikes Back had transformed the meaning of the original Star Wars only 10 years earlier. Meanwhile, Metal Gear 2's gameplay also features quite the overhaul, so much so that it would serve as the fundamental blueprint for the series moving forward. The general premise of the game remains the same as before. Players start with nothing but a pack of smokes, and need to sneak around enemies and acquire gear as they search for clues to help complete their mission. But now, players can make use of an on-screen radar to navigate through enemy territory more easily. The player appears as a blinking red dot in the center grid space that represents the current room shown on screen, while enemy soldiers appear as blinking white dots that can now be tracked even when they're in an adjacent room off-screen. This change allows players to see ahead of time whether they're going to run into an enemy when moving through a doorway, and also enables enemies to travel from room to room as well, which, along with their new cones of vision, makes use of the radar paramount to avoid detection. To help balance out this powerful tool further, enemy alert phases will automatically jam the radar, showing only the alert level and time remaining before it resets. If the player manages to escape the enemy's view for long enough, an evasion phase will begin, indicating that enemies are now searching the area. This adds a great new dimension to the game's stealth action, letting players essentially play hide and seek with the enemy, and Snake's new crouch and crawling maneuvers only add to this further. But crawling isn't only used to squeeze underneath small spaces. Players can also use this new ability to minimize the amount of sound they produce, as enemies can now hear the player when walking on certain noisy surfaces. Other changes include a more consistent visual style, removing the awkward 2D elevator screens from before, a redesign to the way card keys work, simplifying the process of opening doors in the late stages of the game, new ration types, each restoring varying amounts of health, and a number of new tools and gadgets like grenades, a Stinger missile launcher, night vision goggles, and a usable hiding place that's somehow even more absurd than Snake's signature cardboard box. Metal Gear 2's many improvements served to greatly evolve the Metal Gear series, though its contributions went largely unnoticed due to the game's limited distribution. Within the Japanese market, Metal Gear 2 was met with high critical acclaim. It was praised for its excellent storytelling, along with its much cleaner execution of its gameplay elements, with only minor complaints being directed towards its frequent reliance on backtracking. When the game finally did manage to receive a US port, it retroactively received unanimous praise from collectors and reviewers alike, 15 some years after its release. But long before players became aware of its existence, Metal Gear 2 would lay the groundwork for one of the most popular and influential video games in the history of the medium. Following the partial success of Metal Gear 2, Kojima once more stepped away from his magnum opus, hoping to diversify his portfolio with titles outside of the Metal Gear universe. And because both versions of the Metal Gear sequel had underperformed, Konami no longer felt it necessary to invest in another in-house sequel, giving Kojima the chance to continue the story when he felt the time was right. During this hiatus, Kojima and his development team spent the early 90s working on a point-and-click adventure game that would marry Western 1980s science fiction with social commentary regarding anti-Asian sentiment born of films like Kaufman's Rising Sun. This project, titled Policenauts, would mark a distinct shift in creative control towards Kojima, whose storytelling capabilities he felt had been significantly limited by his lack of prior programming experience. With the help of a scripting engine he designed, he was now able to directly manipulate the game's musical cues and animations as he saw fit. He finally felt in control of his vision, and the resulting game was met with glowing reception within its limited Japanese release. Following this initial launch, Kojima's production team spent the course of the next year porting the title over to the CD-ROM-based 3DO interactive multiplayer console. The 3DO was initially marketed as the next big step for the console gaming space, with high-end graphics previously only achievable on PCs. Eager to take advantage of this, Kojima decided to take the Metal Gear series back out of retirement, and began to jot down ideas for a Metal Gear 3. But 3DO inevitably failed to live up to its lofty expectations, and was quickly edged out only a year later by Sony's groundbreaking PlayStation. Because of this, Metal Gear 3 was redirected to target a PlayStation release instead, and full production on the project began in the early months of 1995. Meanwhile, it's important to note that Konami was also evolving around this time frame. With the continued growth of its software development assets, Konami's corporate offices decided to set up a divisional organization, with several regional subsidiaries, each responsible for their own specialized intellectual properties. The studio in Tokyo, for example, became Konami Computer Entertainment Tokyo, and had begun working on the survival horror series Silent Hill. The old Osaka office became Konami Computer Entertainment Osaka, and Kojima's team, previously known as Osaka Development Division No. 5, were transferred to a separate office in Tokyo, and were subsequently renamed into Konami Computer Entertainment Japan. With this studio refresh, Kojima's development team nearly tripled in size, with roughly 30-some developers and multiple units all responsible for different aspects of the game's design. Most notably, illustrator and lead graphic artist Yoji Shinkawa, who helped to reinvent the design of Metal Gear's iconic characters, with striking conceptual designs that have since become synonymous with the Metal Gear property. With Yoji's help, the programming and graphic design team were able to more properly realize Kojima's vision, and began to sculpt models with a level of visual fidelity that was simply unheard of at the time. Snake, for example, was made up of nearly 700 polygons. That's more than double the amount of polygons used by Core's Lara Croft in the first several Tomb Raider games. Then, add on top of that the phenomenal camera work, smart use of motion blur, and unprecedented cinematic presentation, and it's easy to see why Metal Gear Solid was primed to dominate the gaming space. But it wasn't without its technical hurdles. When deciding on how to properly realize this game's 3D atmosphere, the goal initially was to have the game be played from a first-person perspective, delivering the most realistic experience as possible. But Kojima shot down the idea, stating that the first-person games in the market weren't smooth enough, and would make most gamers nauseous. He did still love the idea of being able to view the world from Snake's eyes though, and agreed to incorporate an optional first-person view button, usable only when standing still. The rest of the game would be rendered from a more traditional top-down perspective that would smoothly transition whenever the player wanted to peek around corners or crawl into a tight space. To help dial in these many camera angles, Kojima and assistant director Yoshikazu Matsuhana recreated the game's level environments using Lego bricks, and would pan a small camera across the build until they identified the proper camera distances for each corner. As these game environments started to come together, programmers and artists worked collaboratively to create the most realistic stealth action experience possible. Kojima was adamant that the game be true to life, and even had a research team flown out to meet with the Huntington Beach SWAT team in California for consultation on modern-day firearms and military vehicles. As development entered its second year, the game started to enter a playable state. Early builds of the game focused on an exterior helipad that was seamlessly connected to an interior tank hangar. A lot of work went into fine-tuning the core gameplay mechanics here, including what the player would be capable of and how the enemies would react. Once the game logic was locked down, steady progress was made in expanding the scope of the environment, allowing the nuclear warhead storage building and initial dock area to finally take shape. Finally, after 3 years of heightened anticipation, the project was complete, and Konami Computer Entertainment Japan released the third mainline entry to the series, Metal Gear Solid, exclusively for the Sony PlayStation. Metal Gear Solid kicks off 6 years after the events of Metal Gear 2, with Solid Snake being called out of retirement once again to help prevent a nuclear catastrophe. Foxhound, now controlled by series newcomer Liquid Snake and his army of genome soldiers, have rebelled against the United States government, and have taken control of a nuclear disposal facility in Alaska called Shadow Moses. Their demands: the remains of the legendary soldier Big Boss, the lead antagonist for the past 2 titles. Refusing to give in to these demands, the US pressures Roy Campbell to put together an infiltration team consisting of field operative Solid Snake, geneticist Naomi Hunter, data analyst Mei Ling, and returning survival consultant from Metal Gear 2, Master Miller. Their mission? To infiltrate Shadow Moses Island, rescue 2 high-profile hostages, and confirm whether or not the insurrectionists possess the capabilities to launch a nuclear strike. Right from the get-go, Metal Gear Solid demonstrates a massive shift towards a more properly realized cinematic presentation. Key parts in the narrative are now highlighted with high-quality cutscenes, with varying camera angles and cuts incorporated to mimic a major motion picture film. Characters are also fully voiced for the first time, with the most notable performance coming from a 28-year-old David Hayter.
There are no heroes in war. All the heroes I know are either dead or in prison, one or the other.
But Snake, you're a hero, aren't you?
I'm just a man who's good at what he does, killing.
Hayter initially auditioned for the role of Solid Snake using his own natural speaking voice, securing the part. But after reading over the script and learning of Snake's long and painful history, he decided to inject more bitterness and contempt into the performance, ultimately redefining the character and solidifying himself as one of the most beloved and iconic voices in video game history. Adding to this is Metal Gear Solid's unforgettable musical score that seamlessly blends calm, tension-building swells with suspenseful percussion-based action pieces that will trigger after alerting an enemy. And then, of course, there's the gameplay. Metal Gear Solid builds off of the previously established concepts and reworks them to function within the confines of a rendered 3D space. Sneaking past guards, searching for supplies, and hoofing it under a cardboard box all return more or less the same, though the increased range of movement and verticality literally adds a new dimension to it all, with players able to climb up ladders, navigate through air vents, and press their backs up against walls to peek down hallways. But this increased freedom is shared with the enemy as well, who are capable of spotting Snake even if they themselves aren't visible on screen. To help with this, players are now shown every enemy's cone of vision on the radar display. If a player is detected outside of this yellow cone, then the enemy may enter into an investigative state, where they'll check out the disturbance for a few seconds before returning to their patrol. It's very similar to the way enemies reacted to sound in Metal Gear 2, but it's now expanded to include visual disturbances you might not expect, like footprints left in the snow, or hiding in a cardboard box that belongs in a different building. Simply put, these soldiers aren't quite as easy to fool, and will require slightly more finesse to slip by unnoticed. Though of course, stealth isn't always an option. Sometimes Snake just has to get his hands dirty, and Metal Gear Solid features lots of new combat mechanics too. Hand-to-hand combat is now built around a 3-hit combo attack, with 2 punches and a kick capable of knocking an enemy onto their back. And if a player lands 2 of these combos, they may temporarily stun the enemy without permanently killing them. Alternatively, players can quickly flip an enemy over their back, or grab them and use them as a human shield, a helpful technique for players that want to drag a guard somewhere quiet and eliminate them without being noticed. The game's firearms are also handled a bit differently this time. Bullets aren't just small ping-pong balls anymore, and fire at a more realistic velocity, making the full-auto FAMAS a more practical weapon in combat encounters than the full-auto weapons offered in the past. Metal Gear Solid also introduces the semi-automatic PSG-1 sniper rifle that, like the Stinger missile launcher, is locked to a first-person viewpoint, where the movement keys are used to fine-tune the crosshair. Another weapon worth mentioning is the chaff grenade. The chaff grenade is a throwable explosive device that doesn't deal any direct damage to enemies, but it can be used to disable a number of electrical devices around Shadow Moses Island. Outside of that, Metal Gear Solid is remarkably very much the same as Metal Gear 2. In fact, some argue that it's practically a remake. There's the initial infiltration sequence where Snake needs to crawl into a vent to enter a large tank hangar, the battle with some sort of ninja, the cryptic helpful messages over the codec,
Just call me Deep Throat.
boss battles with tanks and helicopters, blowing open walls with explosives, trapdoors, invisible enemies that appear alongside Snake in an elevator, pretty much everything. And this won't be the last instance of this happening either. The rehash of these aspects is very much something Kojima intended, hoping to translate this idea of the monotony and endlessness of war, though it also serves to reintroduce clever game concepts from before that many gamers, especially in the West, still hadn't had a chance to experience. And now that it was finally in their hands, they were blown away. Metal Gear Solid was an incredible achievement, far beyond what anyone could have hoped for in 1998. The music, the acting, the graphics, the stealth action, the deep lore, it was all overwhelming. And thanks to brilliant marketing campaigns like Pizza Hut's pizza-powered PlayStation giveaway, over 12 million gamers were able to try out Metal Gear Solid's opening hour, greatly contributing to the game's popularity.
Surveillance camera?
When the game finally hit store shelves, it managed to generate almost $52 million in revenue within the first 4 months, far exceeding the expectations of both Konami and its developers. Accompanying these incredible sales numbers were a sea of glowing reviews, with some like IGN claiming it to be as close to perfection as possible. The game was praised primarily for its gorgeous visual direction, along with its outstanding story and character design that transcended industry norms and delivered a narrative that sought to rival the movie industry. The only publication to really lay into Metal Gear Solid was GameSpot, that criticized the title for its unstable frame rate, its short length, and its simplicity. Regardless, Metal Gear Solid was considered by most to be a masterpiece. It has since won countless awards for its highly innovative design, and continues to influence the design of video games today, with developers decades later still trying to emulate the feel of its cinematic storytelling. What's more, Metal Gear Solid had finally popularized the stealth action genre, despite the concept having been introduced several decades prior. And before long, established franchises and newcomers alike using stealth action elements would begin to flood the scene, harrowing in a golden age for the genre. Soon after Metal Gear Solid's release, Konami Computer Entertainment Japan worked on creating an updated version of the game for Japanese audiences called Metal Gear Solid Integral. This version includes a number of tweaks to the Japanese PlayStation release of the game, including an option to toggle between the original Japanese voice actors and the English dubs, new gameplay modes and skins to add replay value, and a separate disc titled Metal Gear Solid VR Missions, expanding the previously included bonus content with up to 300 playable stages, with a special teaser for a planned mainline sequel. Integral was then ported over to the Windows PC by an American-based company called Digital Dialect a year later, that sported options for higher resolutions and keyboard control. However, because of the nature of the PC platform, this release of Metal Gear Solid cuts out a lot of the PlayStation-specific features fans have come to love from the game, most notably Psycho Mantis' fourth-wall-breaking speech, where he reads the player's PlayStation memory card. But there's no denying that at the cusp of the new millennium, Metal Gear Solid shared a mutually beneficial relationship with the PlayStation platform, boosting its popularity while simultaneously skyrocketing console sales. And this partnership would continue with Kojima's vision of the series' future. About a month prior to Metal Gear Solid's first release, Kojima was preparing to retire from his tale of epic espionage, hoping to deliver his growing fanbase something different. But with the overwhelming success of his PlayStation debut, he found he couldn't escape his fate, and a sequel became the lead focus for him and his studio soon after. Then, as they were studying the newly acquired PlayStation 2 development kits, a request came in from Konami's Europe offices for a Game Boy Color entry to the series. Kojima, intrigued by the prospect of translating their 3D rendered gameplay back into sprite form, agreed to take on the challenge and tapped graphic designer Akuya Nakamura, programmer Fukushima, and lead director Shinta Nojiri to assist, along with a handful of other support staff at various stages of development. The goal for this project was to translate the newer Metal Gear Solid experience into something that kids could play portably in the schoolyard. The Game Boy Color was tailored more towards children after all, so a lot of thought went into making the game more kid-friendly, while still maintaining Metal Gear's signature themes and style. This resulted in some fairly bizarre story elements that Kojima later admitted may have been a bit too extreme, even for the Metal Gear universe. Though, thanks to the efforts of Nakamura, the graphical design still managed to portray the world of Metal Gear in a faithful, realistic way, with complex sprite animation work that far surpassed other Game Boy titles at the time. It took a relatively long time to complete, with development efforts for Metal Gear Solid's sequel often taking priority. But in the spring of 2000, Metal Gear Solid Ghost Babel was made available to Japanese gamers, with European and American releases following only a week later. Ghost Babel is another entry to the series that is not considered to be canon to the main Metal Gear storyline. The story kicks off 7 years after the original Metal Gear game, with the theft of a US-funded Metal Gear project by a militant rebel group in Africa called the Gindra Liberation Front. Once more, Snake is called upon by his CEO Roy Campbell to help. Only this time, Snake is returning to the place where it all started, Outer Heaven, where this new militant group has mysteriously set up shop again. The narrative as a whole is mostly on brand for the Metal Gear series. Snake begrudgingly comes out of retirement, infiltrates a heavily guarded facility, fights some wacky bosses, and takes down a new type of Metal Gear mech. Though the inclusion of a number of brand new support characters, and its attempted explanation for Big Boss's rebellion in the original game, does part with the series' eventual canonical events, and today it feels more like a fan fiction within the collection. From a gameplay perspective, Ghost Babel makes the most of the Game Boy Color's technical capabilities, and feels like a hybrid of the original top-down titles and the newer, far more successful Metal Gear Solid. Because the visuals rely on pixel art once more, the camera is limited to only a top-down perspective. Though Snake's abilities have been refined, allowing him to travel diagonally and hug walls just like on the PlayStation. Another big change is how the game is split up into separate stages, with the player being given a score based on the completion time and number of alerts raised. To enhance the length of the title, Ghost Babel also includes a number of shorter VR missions, and extra replayable scenarios that change up the patrol patterns of enemies and the location of key items. It's a competent entry to the series through and through, especially in how it tackles the Game Boy's obvious technical limitations, and the result was a solid critical reception. Many reviewers awarded the game perfect scores across the board, commenting on the game's ambitious narrative and smart incorporation of Metal Gear's signature mechanics. Others noted Ghost Babel's clever system-linked multiplayer mode that pinned two players against each other in an arena-style deathmatch, one of the earliest examples of stealth action multiplayer gameplay. Though, while Ghost Babel was a remarkably successful game in its own right, it would understandably be the next mainline entry that the core fanbase was most excited for. Back in the fall of 1998, Konami Computer Entertainment in Japan saw a rapid growth to both its staff size and its available funding. Metal Gear Solid was primed to be a hit, and Konami knew that fans would expect a more ambitious sequel from the studio responsible. So in preparation, they began to reorganize their many subsidiaries, merging the Aoyama studio with KCE Japan to form Konami Computer Entertainment Japan West, while a separate manga-focused studio, Shinjuku, was renamed into KCE Japan East. During this growth phase, the Metal Gear team grew from 15 people to roughly 70, requiring additional management on Kojima's part. All the while, Kojima had already established a rough outline for where he wanted to take Solid Snake next, with an ambitious new adventure set in the tumultuous Middle East. According to Kojima, the sequel to Metal Gear Solid was initially set around a nuclear inspection near Iraq, where a line of new nuclear-equipped Metal Gear mechs was rumored to be in development. Then, as a prototype Metal Gear is being transported by an aircraft carrier, returning antagonist Liquid attempts to steal the weapon for himself, to which Solid Snake responds. Many of these elements would inevitably make their way into the final game, though because of the escalated tension in real-world Iraq during these early phases, the action was ultimately relocated to New York City's harbor, and the aircraft carrier concept gradually transitioned into a smaller tanker ship instead. With the location now locked down, Kojima sent a field research team out to New York to capture photographs of the harbor and various landmarks that they had intended to feature throughout the course of the game. Meanwhile, Kojima and the core sound designers decided that they would take advantage of the increased budget further, and wrote to professional music composer Harry Gregson Williams after hearing his accompanying score for the film The Replacement Killers. Williams, intrigued by the opportunity to create a score for a video game, agreed to participate, and reimagined some of the tracks from the original game with a much fuller orchestral sound. During this time, the programming team was hard at work constructing a new engine tailor-made for the PlayStation 2's 128-bit CPU, along with the higher data capacity of its DVD-ROMs. The character models, for example, could now be rendered with exponentially more detail, with Snake alone sporting more than 3,000 more polygons than his appearance on the PlayStation. But it wasn't just an increase to geometry and texture quality that led to the sequel's incredible visual presentation. A major focus of development for the next generation of Metal Gear Solid involved capturing atmospheric elements that couldn't be properly shown before. Aspects like wind, heat, dampness, and the cold were all things that the team spent a lot of their time highlighting using clever visual tricks and techniques. Like having rain splashes be tied to the character models, as opposed to being rendered independently, or generating mirrored geometry underneath an alpha texture to simulate the reflections along the rain-soaked decks. The physical manipulation of the game world was another area that the programmers wanted to perfect, and they ensured hundreds of props would react dynamically to gunfire and explosions, ensuring players would feel as immersed as possible. But pretty level environments and slick effects can only immerse the player so far. To really build upon what they had already established with Metal Gear Solid, the team also wanted to greatly overhaul the game's artificial intelligence, and have players face off against soldiers that could think and work together as a team. To accomplish this, military and firearms expert Motosada Mori returned to provide consultation, and had the programming team act out tactical SWAT maneuvers throughout their own studio, teaching them how to hold firearms, breach rooms, and communicate under pressure. These lessons paid off tremendously, and with the help of new motion capture equipment, the programmers were able to incorporate hundreds of unique and realistic animations for the various enemy soldiers, greatly racking up the tension of each encounter with them. As the months rolled on, Kojima opted to broaden his approach to the game's design, and along with his co-writer Fukushima, distributed what they called idea notebooks to each member of the team. They were then told to think of one good idea each day and write it down in their notebooks, which were then looked over that evening by Kojima and Fukushima personally. By doing this, they were able to generate a ton of clever new gameplay mechanics to help set the sequel apart, like hiding in lockers, peeking around corners, and vaulting over ledges, all features that would soon be put on full display for the fans to judge themselves. At the dawn of the new millennium, Hideo Kojima and the rest of the developers at KCEJ West were ready to show off what they had been working on for the past 2 years. Production was incredibly tight-lipped up until this point, with only subtle hints and teases like the concept art of Metal Gear Ray and the VR mission disc. But at E3 2000, audiences everywhere were finally given their first glimpse of the groundbreaking Metal Gear Solid 2. The trailer featured 10 minutes of in-engine gameplay footage, showing off the game's tanker location, the new gameplay mechanics, and all the beautiful visual effects that I mentioned before. What's even more remarkable though is that these incredible graphics that were well beyond anything advertised for the PS2 thus far were also being rendered at a buttery smooth 60 frames per second, an industry first for a major AAA action title. As expected, the hype mounted considerably following this reveal. Gamers everywhere now had a legitimate reason to purchase Sony's next-gen PlayStation 2 console, and it quickly became the most highly anticipated game of 2001. To deliver on its lofty promises though, the development staff had to dial up their efforts significantly, with long work hours often pouring over into the weekends. To make matters worse, it soon became apparent that the main tanker mission area would be too short to support the entire game. so Kojima decided to incorporate a previously shelved concept into the mix. A second scenario that would see the player navigating a massive oil rig. But that, of course, wouldn't be the only surprise Kojima had in store for the series' fans. Back when Metal Gear Solid had first released, a demographic study was conducted within a nearby school system to determine the type of gamers interested in the series. What they found was that the female demographic had little to no interest in games starring older men like Snake. Taking this to heart, Kojima came up with the idea to introduce an entirely new character to the series, one that players would control exclusively throughout the course of the oil rig sequence of events. This would serve two critical purposes. One, it would allow players to get to know the legendary hero Solid Snake from a new perspective, and two, it would inevitably serve a crucial role in establishing the overarching theme of the game itself. Kojima then went to veteran character designer Yoji Shinkawa and asked him to create a beautiful young man, one that he hoped younger women might be able to relate to more. Yoji, confused initially, began working on some drafts for the character, aiming to make him look slender and sexy while trying to weave in a sort of childlike innocence into the design. The resulting character would prove to be highly controversial among the fans, but it also remained a critical component for Kojima's constantly evolving story that he wanted to tell. It's for this reason that he made sure that the character remained as well guarded a secret as possible. Even some of the corporate Konami offices were left in the dark. Toying with his fanbase further, Kojima had a second E3 trailer put together in 2001 that showed several sequences that were never planned to be featured in the final release. Then, with only a few months to go prior to release, the United States were faced with the devastating September 11th terrorist attacks. To remain sensitive to this tragic event, the development team for Metal Gear Solid 2 made a number of changes to the visual makeup of the game, removing the World Trade Center from the distant skyline, adjusting some of the dialogue, and even cutting an entire sequence from the final act that would have shown massive destruction to Manhattan Island. The scene itself wouldn't have actually shown any destruction to the World Trade Center, though its imagery was enough that the developers felt it was more appropriate to just cut the scene altogether. Finally, after 3 long years of development, shrouded in secrecy, Konami Computer Entertainment Japan West, now known simply as Konami Japan, released the hotly anticipated Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty, exclusively for the PlayStation 2. Sons of Liberty begins 2 years after the events of the last mainline title, with Solid Snake and ex-Metal Gear engineer Hal Emmerich, aka Otacon, working alone as their own anti-Metal Gear unit called Philanthropy. Following the Shadow Moses incident, the technical data of the old Metal Gear Rex was mysteriously leaked to the public, which inevitably led to the production of numerous copycat designs all around the globe. So both Otacon and Snake, feeling guilty for what they had unintentionally helped unleash, make it their duty to put an end to the Metal Gear nightmare once and for all. Meanwhile, the American government are desperate to cover up their involvement at Shadow Moses, claiming that the terrorists at Shadow Moses were nothing more than a right-wing extremist group, and that Solid Snake and his fringe Philanthropy are not to be trusted. They then commissioned the creation of their very own anti-Metal Gear weapon, given the name Metal Gear Ray, that, while not equipped with a nuclear payload, is much more maneuverable than past models, and even capable of amphibious travel. Philanthropy, determined to expose this plan to the public, set out to intercept the prototype during a scheduled transfer, but soon after arriving, a third party arrives at the scene, hoping to steal the weapon for themselves, and are accompanied by returning antagonist Revolver Ocelot. Ocelot, along with his group of Russian mercenaries, then hijack Metal Gear Ray, sink the ship transporting it, and pin the resulting environmental disaster on Solid Snake, tarnishing his reputation and making him an enemy of the state. The game picks up again 2 years later, with an entirely new character operating under the codename Raiden. His mission is to infiltrate a massive offshore cleanup facility called the Big Shell, that was created to clean up the crude oil runoff from the Manhattan tanker incident. Raiden is a rookie soldier, much like Snake was in the original Metal Gear. His only apparent experience prior has been VR training, a bit of a fourth wall breaking nod to both the bonus VR missions and Metal Gear Solid in general. In fact, much of Metal Gear Solid 2's narrative structure borrows heavily from that of the previous game, including Raiden's infiltration method, a squad of elite mercenaries with special abilities, a run-in with a cyborg ninja, and even the lead terrorist on site operating under the codename Snake. There's countless other similarities throughout, and none of them are a coincidence, driving the narrative to one of the most shocking reveals in the series, and arguably all of gaming. This game's story explores a number of themes that place it way ahead of its time, as it deals with the consequences of an information-based society, including the threat of misinformation and censorship, and most importantly, the propagation of culture, as opposed to themes expressed prior regarding the propagation of genetic information. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. The game is loaded with philosophical questions that have sparked countless analyses over the course of the past 20 years, and its incredibly risky marketing misdirection only serves to further the point that Kojima intended to make. But regardless of how players feel about Kojima's sneaky bait and switch, Metal Gear Solid 2 still features an expansive list of new features that greatly improve on the now firmly established stealth action genre. The core of the gameplay remains mostly intact. Players sneak around heavily guarded facilities, dodge patrols, avoid surveillance cameras, and face off against bizarre bosses. But key abilities have been modified to improve player comfort and control. Possibly one of the best examples of this is the ability to freely aim weapons when using the first-person view. This change allows players to target specific enemy weak points, with headshots predictably dealing the most damage, and if the player is using a silenced weapon, they can effectively dispatch enemies from range without raising an alarm. This can be performed when standing out in the open, lying prone, or even when attached to a corner, allowing for greater control in combat. Metal Gear Solid 2 also introduces the ability to peek around corners, which is coupled with the ability to use the right joystick to manipulate the camera, enhancing the player's situational awareness further. To get out of a tough spot, players can now perform a diving roll, thrusting them forward over low objects, and even knocking enemies down if timed properly. To give players a stealthier route along the game's many narrow catwalks, MGS2 also introduces the ledge fall, allowing Snake or Raiden to suspend themselves from an elevated ledge, provided they have enough stamina. When sneaking past the enemy isn't an option, players can once again make use of their close-quarter combat abilities to deal with the threat, including combo punches, throws, and grabs. And now, they can drag the bodies of defeated enemies to hiding places like around corners, inside of lockers, or off the end of a railing. If players wish, they can even climb inside a locker themselves, building on the series' classic hide-and-seek formula. Speaking of which, MGS2 also reapproaches the way enemy units respond to the player, providing more believable interactivity to each encounter. Like with how MGS1's genome soldiers noticed Snake's footprints in the snow, the Russian soldiers in MGS2 will be able to spot the trail of blood left by an injured player. They'll also help revive sleeping or stunned allies off the ground, making hiding bodies even more important. The alert system also introduces a new high-risk, high-reward mentality. If a guard bumps into Snake, for example, the entire base doesn't automatically know where to find him. Only that one guard is aware of the intruder, and they'll try to use their radio to call for backup. So, if the player is fast enough, they can stop this call from ever going out, either by taking him out, or even shooting the radio directly on their person. If the call does go out, then much more powerful reinforcements will arrive on scene, sometimes wearing heavy armor and riot shields. Players can always choose to stay and fight, using the new precision aiming to target vulnerabilities. Or they can run and hide, triggering an updated version of the evasion mode. Now, instead of just walking around the area randomly like before, enemy reinforcements will work together and perform a sweep and clear, shown with a cinematic camera over top of the radar display. During this time, the enemy will carefully search every inch of the room, including under crevices, around corners, and even inside of lockers. If they fail to find the player, the enemy status will return to a brand new Caution mode. In Caution mode, the enemies conduct patrols like always, but with increased awareness. The reinforcements will also fill in for deceased guards and conduct new patrol routes, making the area more difficult to navigate. The whole of the AI system is well ahead of its time, rivaling stealth action titles released even today, and the addition of new tools like the non-lethal tranquilizer gun, diversionary centerfolds, and empty ammunition magazines all provide players with enough options to slip through the game without killing a single person. Other minor changes worth mentioning include the ability to swim underwater, escort friendly AI, and the ability to sneak up on unaware soldiers and hold them at gunpoint to obtain items like collectible dog tags. The whole game is pretty much a more polished version of the '98 title. The pacing is rock solid, the action is exciting, and the boss fights all require players to experiment to lock down the most effective tactic. Overall, Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty once again dominated the sales charts. Within only the first few days, it managed to sell well over 1 million copies worldwide, with a cumulative 7.5 million as of writing, making it the most financially successful entry in the series. Like its predecessor, many reviewers also referred to it as a masterpiece, giving it near-perfect scores. A lot of publications praised Konami Japan for their incredible achievements in technical prowess, delivering state-of-the-art graphics that helped revolutionize the industry. Others complimented MGS2's highly polished gameplay design, especially in regards to its deep artificial intelligence. But Sons of Liberty's most apparent lasting legacy is undoubtedly its brilliant writing, that continues to be the subject of discussion over 2 decades later, with some developers drawing quite a bit of inspiration from Kojima's incredibly risky misinformation campaign. Following its original PlayStation 2 release in America, many other versions of Metal Gear Solid 2 began to hit store shelves, including ports for both the Microsoft Xbox and the PC, that, like its predecessor, suffered from a few compatibility issues at first. Konami Japan then released a brand new edition of the game titled Substance that incorporated various minor changes from the Japanese and European releases, along with a number of new game modes to improve the package's replayability. Many of these game modes are basic challenges built around core aspects of the game, like defusing bombs with a coolant spray or sneaking past soldiers. Though there is a special bonus campaign called Snake Tales that aims to appeal to players disappointed with the main campaign's switch to Raiden. But one of the most bizarre additions added to this version, that was exclusive to the PlayStation 2, was a skateboarding minigame designed to advertise Konami's Evolution Skateboarding. Metal Gear Solid 2 was an incredible achievement. It improved its gameplay systems, revolutionized storytelling in gaming, upped the bar for graphical presentation, and hugely contributed to the success of the Sony PlayStation 2. But even more importantly, it helped to perpetuate the idea of the AAA game, delivering massive Hollywood blockbuster-level experiences to an interactive space, and fans were unsurprisingly hungry for more. After the monumental success of Sons of Liberty, Konami were eager to expand the Metal Gear property and looked for new avenues to help reach untapped markets. One such market was, of course, Nintendo, who never managed to receive the first Metal Gear Solid or Sons of Liberty on their newer platforms. So Konami's corporate offices inquired within the Metal Gear development studio regarding a potential spin-off or remake built to take advantage of the newer engine technology they had developed. Kojima, not entirely against the idea, still preferred to move the series forward instead, fearful that his involvement in mass production of remasters and remakes might damage the brand. Then, during E3 2002, Kojima, along with other executives from Konami, sat down with the president of a Canadian developer called Silicon Knights, whom Nintendo's own Miyamoto had held in high regard, and they pitched having them work on a top-to-bottom remake of the original Metal Gear Solid, built to take advantage of the Nintendo GameCube. Silicon Knights agreed, though they were skeptical about meeting Konami's strict 1-year deadline for development. This was a major property after all, and this would be the first title that they would work on that wasn't their own creation. But even so, they managed to get a functional prototype developed within only the first month of work. And they were also given lots of support from Konami Japan's Metal Gear development team, allowing them to form the backbone of the experience. Once they had gotten all the gameplay mechanics in place, Silicon Knights then spent the better part of the year fine-tuning the visuals and converting over brand new cinematic cutscenes that were developed in-house at Konami. Only, instead of these scenes being directed by Kojima, they were instead handled by Japanese filmmaker Ue Kutamura, injecting a completely unique style. This was of course a big departure from the style of the original Metal Gear Solid, though the decision was made by Kojima himself, who refused to have this be a shot-for-shot remake of the original title. As the deadline for the project approached, it became clear that the game wasn't ready for its planned holiday 2003 release. So rather than try and rush the game out in an unfinished state, Konami made the difficult decision to delay the title, and in the spring of 2004, Silicon Knights released their ambitious Metal Gear Solid remake, The Twin Snakes, exclusively for the Nintendo GameCube. Twin Snake's story is practically identical to the story in the original game. Players take on the role of Solid Snake and need to infiltrate Shadow Moses Island to put a stop to a group of terrorists, led by their leader, Liquid Snake, hence the whole Twin Snakes moniker. But unlike the original game, Twin Snake's cinematic presentation aims to up the insanity, taking cues from popular action movies from around the time like The Matrix. Snake and his enemies now flip off of ledges, run along walls, and skip across missiles in slow motion, taking the series' already strange, militaristic surrealism and cranking it up to 11. Though, despite its wild new direction, it's worth noting that the improved graphical fidelity does provide the characters with a level of emotion that even the original failed to deliver. What's more, all the characters' voice lines have been re-recorded by the original voice actors with much higher quality equipment than before. This, coupled with the technically superior visual design, helps it deliver an experience more on par with players' expectations in the early 2000s, and the core of the narrative still remains practically untouched. The gameplay, on the other hand, does deviate quite a bit from the initial design. Most of the item and enemy placement is identical, and all of the general camera positions are still set the same way. But Twin Snakes also incorporates all those new gameplay features intended for Sons of Liberty. This means players can freely aim their weapons in first person, perform diving rolls, and will need to contend with smarter AI that will search and clear rooms. On paper, this sounds like it would only make the game better, but it does introduce some balancing concerns. The ledge vault maneuver, for example, allows players to simply drop down from that upper balcony in the tank hangar, letting players skip past a difficult camera placement. And then you have the bosses like Revolver Ocelot that are far easier to defeat thanks to the first-person aim mode. Even still, it remains an enjoyable gameplay experience through and through, and is a fine retelling of Konami Japan's genre-defining classic. Upon release, Twin Snakes received mostly positive review scores from journalists and fans alike. It was praised for its cleaner presentation and smooth 60 FPS performance on the GameCube, along with its many new gameplay features carried over from Sons of Liberty. Though there were of course those that felt the additional features hurt the flow of the action and robbed the adventure of its original charm. The game has since developed a negative reputation in the Metal Gear community for having deviated too far from Kojima's vision, though because of its limited release, its aftermarket value has skyrocketed, making it quite the rare find in the retro gaming world. Back in 2001, following the conclusion of development for the second Metal Gear Solid, Hideo Kojima was prepared to retire for good from the Metal Gear universe. He was exceedingly pleased with how Sons of Liberty turned out, having spent many years dealing with constant rewrites and last-minute edits, and felt he had nothing else to prove with the Metal Gear property. But the massive cliffhanger at the end of MGS2 left fans desperate for answers. What did the future hold for characters like Raiden? Was the orphan daughter rescued? Where were the Patriots, and what about Solid and Liquid's final showdown? Kojima, sympathetic for his fanbase, decided to, at the very least, find someone worthy of carrying the torch. But when he walked out of his office, draft in hand, and asked for a volunteer, the room fell quiet. Not a single person raised their hand. Kojima then knew that it was up to him to see his story through to completion, and once more assumed the director's chair. Now faced with the daunting task of surpassing his own critical masterpiece, Kojima considered where the series had gone so far, and he tried to determine why he felt the desire to distance himself from the series in the first place. Then it dawned on him. He wasn't growing tired of the world of spies and soldiers, but rather the legendary Solid Snake himself. His arc was complete, and he had already become a legend many years ago. So he decided to try something bold, and tell the story of a different Snake. Not Solid, not Liquid, not even Solidus, but rather the snake that started it all, Big Boss. Pleased with this new direction, Kojima updated his original draft documents to reflect a newer setting, serving as a prologue to all the previous entries. His earliest drafts were inspired heavily by the Cold War-era space race between the United States and the Soviet Union. In fact, a little bit of these space elements remain in the final production, though a vast majority of these ideas did eventually get scrapped due to the hardware limitations at the time. Kojima was initially under the impression that Sony's rumored PlayStation 3 was going to be made available as early as 2004, allowing the tech team to deliver yet another next-generational leap. But as the programming team worked on refining the engine, the silence from Sony's end made it clear that the next generation was still a few years out, and they were going to have to make do with the PlayStation 2 instead. This presented a major challenge for the team. How were they going to convince gamers that this was the next major installment to Metal Gear without the benefit of some next-gen eye candy? The answer came from an older concept of Kojima's from the MSX days. When knocking around ideas for a Metal Gear 3, Kojima had at one point wanted to build a fully immersive jungle environment for the players to travel through, prior to reaching the main mission location. But rendering an environment densely populated enough to appear like a true jungle was not something that was feasible back in the early 1990s. It was barely even possible in the early 2000s. But with the power of the PlayStation 2 and one of the most talented technical teams of its time, Kojima's vision could finally become a reality. The programmers got to work completely reworking the MGS2 engine, allowing it to render more complex level geometry, dynamic ambient lighting effects, and lots of dense vegetation. While this was going on, Kojima updated his design document and made the new jungle environment a core aspect of the overarching narrative. The space theme I mentioned earlier was dropped almost entirely, and elements based around survival became a critical component. The game's old 1960s theme also played a big role here, rewinding the clock and forcing characters to contend with the type of weapons and technology available during that time. It was a chance to finally reinvent the property, bringing things back to basic. And the best part is that Kojima could actually build on the characters, with only minor continuity restrictions to contend with. Outside of the writing room, the programming team and art designers followed a similar design philosophy as they had with Sons of Liberty, writing into idea booklets and generating clever ways to push the series forward. As the new open-ended jungle environment started to come together, it didn't take long for ideas like the camouflage index and animal hunting to materialize. Other ideas were born of old scrapped ideas that never made their way into Metal Gear Solid 2, like underwater combat, and a few of Yoji's old character designs. Meanwhile, the team in charge of the game's cinematics had to step it up a notch. Kojima's script involved even more cinematic sequences, with more complex animations and movement. To capture all this effectively, the programmers were able to cram in more joints and pivot points into each of the character models, allowing them to express more emotion than ever. Though the overall poly count of characters like Snake only received a modest bump of about 1,000 polygons, an improvement, but not quite the same leap we saw before. It quickly became an incredibly ambitious development task, one that surpassed the capabilities of the PlayStation 2. So, they were forced to make the difficult decision to drop the game's frame rate down to 30 FPS, as they found the density of the game world to be more important to the experience than the smooth performance. Then, after about 2 more years of development, Konami Japan released their 5th mainline entry to the series, Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater, exclusively for the PlayStation 2, with no release for the competing Xbox consoles until much, much later. Snake Eater kicks off in the year 1960, with a solo infiltration mission to a remote region in Soviet territory at the height of the Cold War. The player assumes the role of a seasoned combat veteran, codenamed Naked Snake, who is deployed by his new Special Forces unit, Fox, under the direction of a former SAS operative codenamed Major Zero. Also part of this unit is radio support and local fauna expert, Paramedic, and a legendary female veteran from World War II known as the Boss, whose close connection to Snake as his mentor has made her somewhat of a complicated mother figure to him. After a successful insertion into enemy territory, Snake makes his way to an old ruined factory north of his position, and secures a Soviet scientist named Sokolov, who is willing to defect to the United States and share information on a deadly new superweapon. But while en route to the designated extraction site, Snake and Sokolov run into none other than the legendary Boss herself, who then proceeds to disarm and critically injure Snake, kidnap Sokolov, and then gifts 2 light nuclear devices to the leader of the crew forces, Commander Volgin, who then proceeds to test launch one of them shortly after. Bruised, beaten, and betrayed, Snake is rescued before succumbing to his injuries, and is fixed up to go on a follow-up mission shortly after.
I'm still in a dream, Snake Eater.
This new mission, given the title Operation Snake Eater, is where the game truly begins, with Snake now needing to kill Colonel Volgin, recover the remaining nuclear device, rescue Sokolov again, and kill his traitorous old mentor, the Boss. Ever loyal to the mission, Naked Snake ventures back into the same jungles as before, but falls down a figurative rabbit hole of action and espionage, fighting off local wildlife, Russian patrols, and Soviet gunships, along with the supernatural Special Forces unit Cobra, under the command of the Boss herself. Along the way, Snake Eater also introduces one of the more extensive love stories in the series, with the introduction of the Russian KGB contact Eve, or rather Eva. Together, the two work to infiltrate the Colonel's facility and put a stop to his insidious plot, all while braving the elements of the game's uniquely survival-based themes. Another persistent theme throughout the game is referred to as scene, which is essentially the idea that your concept of good versus bad is dependent on the scene or background in which you belong. It sort of plays into Metal Gear Solid 2's message regarding meme and how cultural identities are passed on. All of this is delivered with a slick new style, inspired heavily by the likes of classic Sean Connery 007 films, especially the fan-favorite introductory sequence performed by vocal artist Cynthia Harrell. The narrative is noticeably easier to follow than Kojima's past two titles as well, thanks to its return to a more grounded setting and time period. But its contributions to the overarching plot provide critical insight into the events in the future, and would inevitably serve to bring the saga to its proper conclusion. Snake Eater also aims to transform the signature stealth action formula in a pretty drastic way. For one, it doesn't spend most of its time inside of narrow interior corridors and hangars, but instead propels players out into the wilderness and challenges them to not just sneak past the enemy, but also contend with jungle wildlife and other hazards as well. To emphasize the game's survivalist themes, Snake Eater introduces a new stamina meter directly below Snake's health that will deplete over time at varying rates dependent on the player's actions. Lots of running, jumping, and fighting, for example, will drain the bar rapidly, making it harder to aim in first person or recover from an injury. It'll even reduce the time Snake can spend swimming underwater or hanging from ledges, so it's best to keep this meter maxed out as much as possible. To replenish it, players must consume food like rations.
Disgusting.
Though to tie into the new survivalist themes, players can also hunt for their own food out in the wild, using their weapons to stab or shoot creatures that can then be stored in the character's backpack.
This tastes great.
Another big change built into Snake Eater is the new camouflage index system. In the top right corner of the screen, players will now find the name of Snake's currently equipped outfit and a percentage number. That percentage is the camo index, and indicates how effective the currently equipped outfit is at keeping Snake hidden in relation to his location in the environment. To keep this number high, the player will need to access their backpack and choose from the available outfits to suit the situation. A dark green pattern, for example, is best suited for lush green grass and vegetation, and will keep soldiers from spotting Snake so long as he's keeping far enough away and moving slowly. But the same camouflage obviously won't work as well along a rocky cliff face or inside of a building, making camouflage swapping a common practice throughout most of the game. Snake Eater also makes some minor tweaks to the core gameplay mechanics as well, most notably the ability to grab enemies and interrogate them for information.
We won't hand over Sokolov.
Additionally, players can now use the new knife to kill enemies instantly, rather than choking them out like before. Building off of Metal Gear Solid 2's bleeding system, Snake Eater incorporates a new injury treatment menu, where serious injuries are now persistent unless treated with a series of medical equipment. Taking a bullet will generally require the player to remove it with a survival knife, disinfect the wound, apply styptic powder, and wrap it in a bandage. But if it's not treated, then the player will suffer detrimental effects like reduced weapon stability and stamina, along with the reduction to their maximum health. Alongside all these new medical tools, there's also a collection of other Cold War appropriate gadgets and weaponry like binoculars, explosives, directional microphones, various types of personnel sensors to make up for the lack of a traditional radar display, and probably one of the most clever new additions, a fake death pill, allowing the player to trick the enemy into thinking that they're already dead, so that they can revive themselves afterwards once the coast is clear. All these tools are designed to give the player a fighting chance against the jungle elements, though their age technology does make them more challenging to use than their more modern counterparts, forcing the player to often rely on their natural instinct and CQC training to emerge victorious, an aspect that many fans greatly appreciated. As such, Snake Eater was yet another major hit for the series. It received an overwhelmingly positive critical response, with reviewers applauding its beautiful visual direction, its clever gameplay overhaul, and its legendary storytelling. Fans loved being able to explore the origin of Big Boss, and were blown away by the beautifully edited cinematic sequences. But sadly, it didn't fare nearly as well financially as its predecessor, selling only about half as many copies as before. These lower sales are believed to be attributed to the less aggressive marketing campaign, along with the potential series fatigue brought on by Sons of Liberty and its whole Raiden fiasco. But for those fans still confident in Konami Japan's abilities, they were treated to arguably the best entry in the series, and one that would be made even better with its re-release over a year later. Metal Gear Solid 3 Subsistence introduced a number of major improvements to the Snake Eater experience, chief among them being the first fully controllable third-person camera in the series. This camera was initially pitched to Kojima during the development of the base game, but he argued against it, wanting to keep each entry consistent in how they played. But the larger gameplay environments and the lack of a proper radar screen made the traditional hybrid top-down camera a chore to play with, and so Kojima finally gave in and had the team of programmers work in a standard over-the-shoulder perspective that had steadily become the industry norm. Subsistence also introduced the second example of competitive multiplayer in the series, called Metal Gear Online, that pit two teams of online players against each other in arena-based deathmatches, set at various locations from the main campaign. While this may sound like a pretty basic implementation of multiplayer by today's standards, this was quite the achievement back in 2005, especially when you consider that most PlayStation 2s required players to buy a separate online network adapter just to connect. So, for those players determined enough, Metal Gear Online, as it appeared in Subsistence, was a pretty unique and fascinating experience, and one that would evolve along with the rest of the series for many years to come. Now, before we move any further, there was one more title in the Metal Gear franchise released around this time. Back in 2002, Shinta Nojuri was approached by Konami executives to helm another portable entry to the series. Only this time, they opted to build the game for Sony's upcoming portable PlayStation that was set to be the most powerful handheld platform ever. Nojiri, who was already assisting in scripting tasks for Snake Eater at the time, got to work on a design document for this new portable title. At first, he considered just building a portable version of a Metal Gear Solid game, only scaled down visually to account for the PSP's limited hardware specs. But after discussing it with studio head Kojima, he decided to try something much more ambitious, and reimagine the stealth action experience as a sort of digital board game instead. Aware that this would be a major departure, the development team loaded up the game with references to the past entries in the series, paying tribute to the series' history thus far. And after a lengthy 2-year development cycle, they released Metal Gear Acid, exclusively for the PSP in Japan, with later European and North American releases following the next year. Metal Gear Acid is easily the most unusual entry in the entire franchise. It takes place in the futuristic year of 2016, after an airplane containing a number of high-profile US politicians is hijacked by a group of terrorists and their weird, creepy marionette dolls. Snake, having retired for the millionth time by now, is called back into action, and is sent to investigate a top-secret research project called Pythagoras, that the terrorists are demanding in exchange for their hostages. Acid's story is probably one of the darkest and yet strangest in the entire series. Though, because it wasn't written by Kojima, it's also not considered to be canon. Even more odd than the game's storyline is its drastically different gameplay direction. Metal Gear Acid is a turn-based strategy game, where players make use of a set of playing cards to determine actions and complete specific objectives. The game is split up into individual stages, each with different configurations of obstacles and enemies to overcome. When the game begins, players are given up to 6 cards in their hand, and can use these cards to either move a set number of spaces on the game board, or activate the abilities written on the card itself. A handgun card, for example, can be used to fire at a nearby enemy, or it can be substituted to move Snake 3 spaces instead. When the player's turn is complete, the enemies will move around the board, patrolling the environment on set turn-based paths unless they otherwise encounter a disturbance. All of the core mechanics from the Metal Gear series come into play here in one way or another, and while it's certainly not the same as your typical stealth action experience, it's a surprisingly clever design nonetheless. But as expected, the reception for Metal Gear Acid was mixed upon its release. Many gamers were disappointed with the change to the gameplay mechanics, and were hoping to get a portable Metal Gear Solid experience instead. However, for those that did give the turn-based action a chance, they found a remarkably deep and well-thought-out game within, and praised the title for its creativity and execution. Immediately following Acid's lukewarm reception, Nojiri and the team commenced work on a direct sequel that would evolve their controversial turn-based design. The game, titled Metal Gear Acid 2, released in Japan the same year as the first game's Western release, and featured a plethora of design changes. The biggest and most obvious change was to the art direction, that now offers a cel-shaded style with a much brighter color palette, and an interesting new lead character design. The story also seems to have nothing to do with anything in the series prior. Players assume the role of a character named Snake and are forced by the FBI to complete a mission for them to rescue his friends and clear a tarnished reputation. The story by itself is much more ambitious than the first Acid game, though its lack of any real connection to Kojima's narrative makes it stand out as a sort of black sheep in the Metal Gear franchise. That being said, Acid 2's gameplay is a marked improvement over its predecessor. Its controls are simplified, its mechanics are explained more clearly, and it also features several quality of life improvements and fun additions to expand on its unique formula, including double the amount of playable cards. As a result, Metal Gear Acid 2 received mostly positive reviews, with most of the praise coming from those who appreciated the risk taken with the original. But for those players still not on board with Acid's direction, they would have to wait a little bit longer for Snake to return to form. The mid-2000s were a busy time for the Metal Gear franchise. The success of Metal Gear Solid 2 had skyrocketed the series' popularity, and encouraged lots of projects to be made simultaneously within Konami Japan and abroad. But I do feel it's worth pointing out what was happening throughout the gaming industry during this time frame too. The original Metal Gear Solid's success had led to a boom in the stealth action genre, that, when coupled with the rapid growth and popularity of the hardcore tactical shooter and post-9/11 nationalism in the West, allowed for an avalanche of special forces and Black Ops-based titles to land on the scene. One of the most famous examples of this is, of course, Ubisoft's Splinter Cell franchise, that took aspects of Metal Gear Solid and the Thief series to create a more grounded and authentic stealth action experience, and was even cheekily given the subtitle Stealth Action Redefined. Meanwhile, IO Interactive had introduced their own clever spin on the formula with the start of the Hitman series that took players out of the shadows and had them using disguises to infiltrate the enemy. By 2005, even first-person shooters wanted in on the craze, most notably the 007 game series and Crytek's Far Cry. The genre was quickly becoming oversaturated, and with its increased competition, Metal Gear would begin to see declining sales with each new entry. Meanwhile, the production effort within Konami Japan had started to get too unwieldy. In 2004 alone, they released 3 completely different Metal Gear games, alongside other games not related to Metal Gear at all. And Kojima, being the vice president within the studio, was stuck managing all of these projects simultaneously, alongside a multitude of other administrative duties. Aware of this, Konami decided to absorb many of its subsidiaries into the parent company, assuming most of Kojima's administrative roles in the process, and Kojima, along with his team, were rebranded into Kojima Productions in April of 2005. During all these internal restructurings, the Metal Gear series pressed onwards, with the main team working on an ambitious next-gen follow-up to the Sons of Liberty storyline, while the PSP Acid team sought to finally deliver fans a traditional Metal Gear Solid experience on Sony's handheld. This project, now directed by Masahiro Yamamoto, began production as a direct follow-up to Snake Eater, with Big Boss returning as the main protagonist, along with all the redefined gameplay mechanics and camera systems that went along with it. But when they approached Kojima with the idea, he suggested that they try to take advantage of the PSP's capabilities more, and avoid trying to just emulate the main console series. This eventually gave rise to the recruitment system, where players could build a digital army and establish Outer Heaven, connecting the narrative to Solid Snake's original mission in the very first Metal Gear. To help make this connection, Konami hired Japanese light novel writer Kakuto Mukomo to handle the story, and Australian artist Ashley Wood, who had provided the artwork for a series of Metal Gear Solid comics previously. Then, after roughly a year of development, Metal Gear Solid Portable Ops was complete, and released exclusively for the PSP in December of 2006. Despite not being written by Kojima directly, Portable Ops is a canonical entry to the series that seeks to explain what happened to Snake, or rather Big Boss, following the events of Metal Gear Solid 3. The game kicks off 6 years after Operation Snake Eater, with Snake being kidnapped and imprisoned in a North Colombian prison cell at San Geronimo. Snake is then questioned by one of Fox Unit's interrogation specialists, the very same unit he served under before retiring. With the help of a young Roy Campbell, Snake escapes imprisonment, and then attempts to contact his old ally, Major Zero, to help piece together what has happened. He soon learns that both he and Zero have been marked as traitors due to their past involvement with Fox Unit, and Snake's only chance is to expose the true rogue agents and clear his and Zero's name. To do this, Snake stages an uprising throughout the peninsula, recruiting stranded ex-Soviet soldiers to his cause, and together, they work to expose the real traitors and dismantle their leader's goal of an independent military state called Army's Heaven. Unlike past mainline entries to the series, Portable Ops narrative is told through new comic book-style still images, as opposed to the full motion cutscenes from before. Though many of the original voice actors do reprise their roles, and the thematic elements and concepts presented throughout feel like quintessential Kojima, despite his limited involvement in the narrative itself. Even more impressive though, is how much Portable Ops manages to emulate the core Metal Gear Solid gameplay experience to function on the PSP. Snake moves around just like he does in Snake Eater, with options to sneak, roll, climb, use CQC, and aim weapons in first person. However, the default controls have been modified slightly to make up for the PSP's lack of joysticks and rear triggers. Moving slowly, for example, is typically accomplished by pushing the movement joystick gently, but now players need to awkwardly hold the triangle face button instead. What makes this even more uncomfortable is the fact that the camera is now controlled using the directional pad, meaning players may find it hard to sneak forward and rotate the camera at the same time. Aware of this fault in the controls, the developers also reintroduced the radar display, that was now based more around directional sound, indicating the direction of an enemy relative to the camera's orientation. The inventory screens have similarly been modified, using a much simpler 4-slot row screen that greatly limits what Snake can bring with him on a mission. But probably the most detrimental change of them all is the design of the game's environments. Portable Ops utilizes a series of small, cookie-cutter locations completely devoid of any real personality. Each area looks like a collection of harsh corners built out of the same prefab concrete texture, with maybe 1 or 2 interesting rooms hidden within them. This was no doubt done to account for the PSP's limited rendering capabilities, along with the shorter average playtime of a player on the go, but its resulting presentation does suffer as a result. Portable Ops' real saving grace is its brand new recruitment system. Playing directly into the game's narrative, players now have the option to kidnap soldiers in every level, and deliver them back to their own private army. Once a mission has been completed, players will return to a menu screen with various tabs to maintain the growth of their influence. From here, players can choose to deploy for a mission, read mission reports, or directly manage the placement of any captured soldiers into one of 4 distinct units: the sneaking unit, the spy unit, the tech unit, and the medical unit. The soldiers placed in the sneaking unit will be available to play as in-game. This includes Big Boss by default, but also means players can choose to play as completely different characters, each with varying stats and abilities, like the ability to move around incognito among enemies wearing the same outfit. The spy unit is more of a passive benefit to the player, in that between missions, they will provide reports to progress the story, and let the players know where they can find valuable items in one of the available stages. The tech unit serves as a sort of R&D team. If they're properly bulked up, the tech unit will be able to develop weapons and tools for Big Boss's army, that can then be equipped into the player's loadout prior to deployment. Finally, the medical unit determines the speed and efficiency of the army's health and stamina regeneration, which is important because a character's stamina cannot be as easily replenished as in Snake Eater, and can even end a mission instantly if it's drained to 0.
What's wrong? Your circuit's gone dead!
It's all done to encourage players to swap off of Snake and experiment with different playstyles. And if the player takes full advantage of all of Portable Ops' new mechanics, they can efficiently recruit tons more soldiers to their cause, and defeat any threat in their way. In addition to being able to recruit soldiers from Wi-Fi hotspots, Portable Ops also includes its own competitive multiplayer component, where players can steal valuable soldiers from a defeated opponent's list of recruits. Metal Gear Solid Portable Ops, while not quite as strong as its console-based siblings, is pretty impressive all things considered. It builds upon the main Metal Gear universe, albeit in only very minor, inconvenient ways. But even more importantly, it introduces the Army recruitment system that would be repurposed and perfected in later, more successful entries. What's more, it gave PSP gamers a more genuine Metal Gear experience to play on the go, with some nicely detailed character models, most of the core mechanics, and plenty of replay value. The game was met with mostly positive scores, sitting at around 80 to 90%, and sold 250,000 copies within its first month. Though because it only was ever made for the PSP, it naturally never reached the same install base as the mainline titles, and is often neglected when considering the overarching timeline of the story. A second version of the game was released a year later called Portable Ops Plus, aimed to inject more content into the game. Though oddly, this version cuts the original's campaign in favor of a mission replay mode instead, likely intended for veteran players that just wanted to enjoy all of the late game army management content, which makes sense considering its much lower price point. Either way, Portable Ops was another win for the Metal Gear property, and its experimental new direction would become a major component of the Metal Gear experience in the future. Development for the next mainline entry to the Metal Gear saga began as early as 2005, with Kojima Productions now working with Sony's next-gen console, the PlayStation 3, and studying how to account for its unique multi-cell processor design. The studio also brainstormed ways to make the fourth entry stand out from what they've already done in the past. Metal Gear Solid 3 had transformed the series, bringing Snake out into the wilderness and forcing him to use the trees and grass to hide. This got the team thinking, where else was there to hide? And how could they make this new game feel like a generational leap? Pulling influence from Hollywood films, and perhaps another certain stealth action game series, they landed on the idea to have players navigate through an active war zone, setting an epic scene for Snake's final story. While many at Kojima Productions were excited to work on this new Metal Gear project, Kojima himself wasn't particularly thrilled. He felt that he had nicely wrapped up the series with the third game, and he was frustrated that players were not picking up on the subtext pertaining to the creation of the series itself. But this didn't matter to some fans. There remained an overwhelming demand for answers to the cliffhangers at the end of Sons of Liberty, and the fanbase demanded to know how it would all end. So Kojima decided to compromise, agreeing to serve as the project's producer, while series veteran Shuya Murata took over as the director, a decision that was unsurprisingly met with an extreme level of backlash soon after. Murata may have contributed a great deal to the series' narrative over the years, but fans viewed Metal Gear as Kojima's story, and thus wanted him and only him to write the epic conclusion. The backlash was so bad that some fans, and I say fans loosely here, even threatened Kojima's life. Disturbed by this response, Kojima announced a few months later at E3 2005 that he would assume full creative control of Metal Gear Solid 4, and he also confirmed that this would be the official ending for the saga, concluding Solid Snake's journey once and for all. He then demonstrated a proof of concept for what the team had already managed to accomplish, with a sample of the game running off of the old Snake Eater engine, demonstrating a new Middle Eastern setting, and groups of AI fighting each other. Now that the fans were happy, the developers got to work on one of their most challenging projects to date. The PlayStation 3 had a very unique architectural design, relying primarily on its many processor cells, or more accurately, its synergistic processor elements to offload specific processing tasks. Physics simulation, for example, would be handled by one of these cores, while animations are handled by another. The entire Metal Gear Solid 4 game engine was purpose-built with this asymmetrical processing in mind. And because the game was set to remain exclusive to PS3, the programming team did not have to worry about planning for future ports, greatly simplifying the process. By taking advantage of the PS3, the programming team were able to incorporate a ton of new visual effects to deliver the series into a new era. The poly count for characters, for example, was scaled up by a factor of 3, with Snake's poly count being upped from the previous 4,800 to a stunning 14,000. The PS3 also enabled the developers to overhaul the lighting engine, allowing for a simulated subsurface scattering by means of overlaid shader work, and new self-shadowing effects, providing a movie-like quality to each of the game's cutscenes. This was then coupled with an exhaustive amount of fine details and post-processing effects that remarkably still hold up over a decade later. But as always, the graphics were only part of the full picture. A lot of effort went into the gameplay design as well, ensuring that its new war-torn setting was as enjoyable to play as it is interesting. This involved reprogramming the game's AI to recognize the player's actions and adapt on the fly, adding a brand new way to interact with the world. Once the system was in place, they then looked for other ways to innovate, and looked to Snake Eater's camo index for inspiration. With so few places to hide now, camouflage would be critical for sneaking past groups of soldiers. But they found that flipping through menus to change the player's costume was a tedious practice. So, to fix this, they came up with the idea of an adaptive camouflage that would change its texture all on its own, and thus the Octocamo was born. Tying into this new futuristic direction, Yoji Shinkawa presented concepts for a new type of Metal Gear. Not a massive mechanized boss, but rather an autonomous enemy type that Snake would have to deal with throughout the game. Early concepts for this unit were more like miniature Metal Gear Rexes, but this soon evolved into the hybrid organic geckos that emit a loud cow moo and cicada scream as they march along the environment. After about a year of development, Metal Gear Solid 4 was demoed again at E3 2006, showcasing its strange new direction, along with a newer, far older Solid Snake. Fans were ecstatic. The visuals demonstrated real potential for the PS3 that had not necessarily started off on the right foot, and that quintessential Kojima charm present in the demonstration reaffirmed his involvement. But the finish line for the project was drawing closer, and the game was not just severely lacking in content, but it was also riddled with bugs, sparking fierce debates between Kojima and his lead programmer. In fact, partway through the final year of development, Kojima even admitted that the game was only 50% complete. So, in order to meet the deadline, Kojima was forced to compromise on his much larger environments that he envisioned for the game, and agreed to spend the final weeks of development polishing up the rest of the game. Finally, in the early months of 2008, their most difficult and expensive project had been completed, and Kojima Productions released their next main installment, Metal Gear Solid 4: Guns of the Patriots, exclusively for the PlayStation 3. Guns of the Patriots takes place in the highly futuristic year of 2014, with the world plunged into a persistent state of war, fought by several mercenary groups and PMCs. Snake, having aged rapidly due to his unique genetic circumstances, is called upon once more by his old CO, Roy Campbell, who informs him that his nemesis Liquid Ocelot has reformed Outer Heaven, this time as a mother company with control over most of the world's PMCs. With this power, Liquid plans on hijacking an advanced battlefield AI system called Sons of the Patriots, which he plans to use to monopolize the war economy further and resurrect Big Boss's vision of an army without borders. To prevent this, Snake agrees to one final mission and is sent to the Middle East where Liquid is believed to be making his move. Along the way, Snake is reunited with some old faces, including his longtime partner Otacon, and Meryl, his romantic interest from the original Metal Gear Solid. Meryl, along with the rest of the soldiers on the battlefield, are now enhanced via nanomachines to improve their combat and communication capabilities. And all weapons are now carefully regulated via ID tags that only fire if the tag matches up with the nanomachines of its user. Bipedal tanks called Geckos have also replaced more conventional armored vehicles and can obliterate threats within seconds due to their increased power and maneuverability. War has indeed changed, and as Snake continues along his journey, he finds himself struggling to deal with this ever-present fact. The game spends a considerable amount of time driving this point home, mainly in regards to technology and society's overdependence on it. But it also deals with its core theme of intent and will, or more accurately, the idea of sense. This is kind of an evolution of the theme explored in Snake Eater, with this failure to understand a person's true intent after they've gone. And it's this misunderstanding that aids in generating the core conflict throughout the entire saga's story. It's a powerful plot, though it can at times be a bit heavy-handed, and even features over 100 hours worth of cinematic cutscenes to help drive its points home. But for fans of the series, Metal Gear Solid 4 offers a significant amount of fan service, dedicated towards the millions of players that have taken part in Snake's journey over the past several decades. But between the hours of cinematic sequences, MGS4 does still pack in a lot of new gameplay features to enjoy too, many of which offer a more modernized take on the series. The game's camera, for instance, is now fully controllable by default, and because the game was designed from the get-go to take advantage of this, the level designs have a much fuller feel to them. Nearly every environment offers multiple routes to and from objectives, encouraging players to experiment to find the best path to suit their playstyle. One path, for instance, may be your typical stealthy route past patrolling enemies, using cover, camouflage, and cardboard boxes to keep a low profile, while another path may require the player to get involved directly in the fighting, so that the player may win the favor of a group of soldiers, and then use them to help clear the path forward. There's a lot of different options here to toy around with, ensuring that the player's experience in one section may be completely different from someone else's. On top of this, MGS4 also features more level variety thanks to the story's new multi-act structure, including a war-torn Middle Eastern city, a valley in South America, the rain-soaked streets of Eastern Europe, and a few other surprises. Each of these locations has a very distinctive look and feel, along with their own enemy types and obstacles to overcome. And to help aid in Snake's traversal through these different biomes, the player will need to master the use of the Octo Camo that will instantly change the coloration of Snake's camouflage pattern to match the cover that he's touching. It's a very clever device that ties in nicely to the game's futuristic themes, and it simultaneously solves the problem of players needing to tediously sort through different camouflage patterns in a submenu whenever they crawl over a different texture. Another big change is Solid Snake's fancy new monocle, the Solid Eye, This device allows Snake to make more sense of these chaotic war zones. By accessing it in the item menu, players can choose between 3 different vision modes: normal, night vision, and zoom, essentially folding in past equipment into a single item. The Solid Eye can also display on-screen information about nearby items and enemies though, making it a handy tool when planning an attack. Another helpful display indicator unique to MGS4 is the threat ring that lets players keep track of soldiers moving nearby without needing to use the camera to look at them. If that wasn't enough, Snake can also deploy Otacon's newest Metal Gear prototype, the Mark II, that can be remote controlled to scout out areas, grab out-of-reach items, and even stun enemies with an electric shock.
What's a robot doing here?
There's a lot of great new gadgets to toy around with now, but most of the time, players will have to rely purely on Snake's superior sneaking skills and combat abilities to reach their goal. Snake can once again run, climb, roll, and crawl around on the ground, but he can now sneak around in a crouch position, roll to the side when in a prone position, and he can even perform a new tactical slow crawl for when Snake is feeling extra snaky. One of the best improvements, though, is the rework to the series' outdated shooting mechanics. The Metal Gear series, for the longest time, has relied on using either an awkward lock-on system or a cumbersome first-person precision view. But MGS4 finally allows players to aim over the shoulder like more traditional third-person shooters. The old aiming methods are still available to those that prefer them, though it's hard to compete with an aiming method where you can both move and aim with precision at the same time. Players can even aim their weapon after being knocked onto their back, a trick that would have helped immensely in the past several games. MGS4 also features a much larger selection of weapons to choose between, thanks to the gun launderer named Strippin and his armory on wheels. At any time after meeting the character, players can access a store menu and use a special in-game currency called Strippin points to purchase a weapon picked up off the ground. By doing this, Strippin will remove the ID tag from the weapon, making it usable by Snake, and also unlocking the ability to apply attachments to it to improve its performance. To earn more Strippin points, players can either pick up weapons off of the ground that they already have duplicates of, or complete special tasks like remaining undetected or only using non-lethal attacks, which will later reward the player with an emblem and bonus points at the end of each playthrough. Finally, there's the rework to the stamina gauge. In MGS4, the stamina gauge from the past 2 games has been renamed into the sight gauge. It serves the same fundamental purpose, like slowing down health regen and impacting the player's ability to aim steadily. But now, it depletes based on stress, not hunger. If the player maintains a high stress level, usually by engaging with enemies directly or standing in extreme temperatures, then their psych level will steadily drop. And if this happens, Snake becomes more aware of his accelerated age, and will even stop to rest and reach for his aching back. This psych gauge will even pop up during some cutscenes to indicate when Snake has been made to feel old. A persistent plot point that helps to drive the story forward.
Wake up and face reality. Old Snake.
Metal Gear Solid 4 is yet another highly ambitious entry to the Metal Gear property. It aligns itself heavily with its narrative in the hopes of keeping players immersed, while also modernizing the aging stealth action mechanics to keep it competitive. It also features more scripted action moments than any other Metal Gear title, with some of the most insanely memorable climactic moments ever to grace the medium, though it does simultaneously lose a bit of its charm in the process. The Metroidvania level designs, the intimate singular setting, and the emphasis on on-site procurement feels absent this time around, and its short, scripted gameplay sequences bookmarked by incredibly long cutscenes only furthers this disconnect. However, reviews and fans were able to see past its faults, and held Guns of the Patriots up as a masterpiece upon launch. The game received overwhelmingly positive reviews, with outlets like IGN awarding it their highest possible score. Critics praised the game for its gorgeous visual design, its beautifully written narrative, and its well-designed new features. Meanwhile, fans applauded Kojima Productions for the countless examples of fan service, especially in regards to the game's tribute to the original 1998 classic. Most importantly, though, is that Kojima's ending was epic and meaningful enough to appeal across the board. And finally, after nearly 2 decades, Solid Snake could hang up his bandana and leave the world of espionage behind. At the same time as MGS4's release, Kojima Productions also released the next iteration of Metal Gear's online multiplayer, Metal Gear Online. The gameplay remains very similar to what Konami established with Metal Gear Online on the PS2. Players take control of various soldiers in team-oriented battles across environments featured throughout the single-player campaign, and then fight for control of specific objectives using a variety of weapons and unlockable skills. It's important to note that a lot of the elements here were inspired by the popularity of new progression-based first-person shooters at the time, mainly Call of Duty 4. Because this multiplayer concept was still fresh for many PS3 gamers at the time, and the Metal Gear property was so well known, this multiplayer community flourished throughout its limited run, but was inevitably shut down prematurely in 2011 during a natural disaster in Japan that impacted the service directly. Following its reactivation, the community steadily declined, and by spring of 2012, Konami officially canceled services. Though there does still remain a dedicated community who have since revitalized the online component using various unofficial modifications of the client. The Metal Gear series also saw a few spin-off mobile titles around this time. The first was an N-Gage exclusive called Metal Gear Solid Mobile, built by a British mobile game developer called IdeaWorks Game Studio. In it, players assumed the role of Solid Snake, following the events of the Shadow Moses incident, with him and Otacon hunting down Metal Gear prototypes in various rogue missions. The game is built as a strange hybrid of the original Metal Gear Solid and the visual elements of Metal Gear Solid 2. Though because cell phones at the time were much weaker and lacked proper control, it's an incredibly difficult game to navigate through. A year later, Kojima Productions released their own mobile title, this time for the iOS. The game, titled Metal Gear Solid Touch, takes a much more simplistic approach to its design in order to maximize its visual potential on the mobile platform. And instead of featuring its own story, Touch retells the story of MGS4 by means of rather simplistic shooter gallery levels. It's far less ambitious than its N-Gage counterpart, and would serve as merely a distraction to audiences, anxiously anticipating news on where the series would go next. Now, despite Kojima adamantly claiming that Guns of the Patriots was his final entry to the Metal Gear saga, the series wasn't quite done yet. Solid Snake's story may have ended, but the newly established prequel timeline still had plenty of room to work with. In fact, Kojima had already begun working on drafts for another prequel entry as early as 2006 that would serve as a more official follow-up to Snake Eater than the then unreleased Portable Ops. This new design document that he had written was immense, with tons of critical story elements that would help provide more context to MGS4's emotional finale. Before long, the new Portable project dominated the whole of Kojima Productions. Almost everyone who had worked on MGS4 became involved in one way or another, and Konami were eager to support the team, seeing massive potential in the portable market space still, and suggested to Kojima that they target a less mature audience this time around, as the lead demographic for portable devices like the PSP were much younger than the audiences found on the home consoles. Kojima and his team agreed, and sought to design the game in a way that might be more welcoming to newcomers, including a more self-contained plot, and a heavier emphasis on robots and drones serving as bosses, as opposed to the traditional human enemies. By 2009, this new portable Metal Gear project became one of their most challenging to date, even more so than Metal Gear Solid 4, with nearly 200 programmers, artists, writers, and designers all collaborating to reinvent the series' identity once more. All the while, the studio's in-house game engine team used this opportunity to test the waters for what would later become their next-gen proprietary toolkit, experimenting with things like cloud-based computing and network features that would become key for later Kojima production titles. Finally, after nearly 2 years of full development, the team released the next mainline entry to the series, Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker, exclusively for the PlayStation Portable, with ports to home consoles following a little over a year later. Peace Walker takes place in the early 1970s, soon after the San Geronimo incident, with Snake having successfully cleared his and Zero's name, and the old Fox unit having officially been abolished. In its place, Zero, Snake, and several other past allies formed a new organization called Cypher, with the intent of preserving the will of the now deceased legendary soldier, the Boss. However, disagreements regarding what her will actually was prompt Snake to distance himself from the organization, where he then establishes his own Milita Sans Frontier, aka an army without borders. The game proper kicks off one stormy night along a Colombian beachfront, with Snake training some of his new recruits in the art of CQC. Shortly after, a strange man with a mechanical right hand propositions Snake and his army to assist in defending Costa Rica against an invading force, a force that is believed to be funded directly by the CIA. Snake is at first hesitant, but after hearing an audio recording that suggests his old mentor, the boss, might still be alive, he agrees to help, in exchange for funding and the materials to establish a forward operating base in the middle of the Caribbean. With his new FOB established, Snake and his unit set off to Costa Rica, where they assist a local rebel group, fight off a series of high-tech drones, and uncover yet another plot to send the world into utter chaos by means of a walking bipedal death machine. This story is surprisingly rich and deep for a mobile-based title, with themes about the theory of nuclear deterrence and the pursuit of world peace being the center focus. And all of this is delivered once more with some fantastic comic book-style still image cinematics, some of which can now be manipulated directly to immerse the player further. It's a very clever design, executed even better than in Portable Ops, though the pacing is still hurt a little bit by the game's use of an episodic format, especially when it rips the player away from the action with a to be continued screen, instead of just loading into the next scene automatically. Even so, Peace Walker serves as a critical component in piecing together the Metal Gear timeline. It introduces several major characters like Snake's close ally Kaz Miller, the young rebel leader Amanda and her stubborn younger brother Chico, Otacon's father Hal Emmerich, and the mysterious Paz. Peace Walker also offers a secret bonus ending, only accessible by completing a significant number of optional objectives, which is used as the catalyst for the events in its eventual follow-up. Its gameplay design also greatly contributes to the evolution of the series, taking lessons learned from both MGS4 and Portable Ops to create the ultimate Metal Gear on-the-go adventure. Like before, Peace Walker makes use of a conservative control scheme to account for the PSP's lack of joysticks and rear triggers. This was later rectified with the PS3 re-release, but even so, most of the game is tailor-made with the original limited control scheme in mind, limiting the verticality of the environments and simplifying enemy combat encounters overall. Though, unlike Portable Ops and its prefab-looking level structures, Peace Walker does manage to squeeze in much more impressive environments to navigate through, including thick jungles, swamps, military compounds, and even a wide-reaching rock quarry. To make the world feel even larger, Peace Walker also features interconnected level areas similar to Snake Eater, with multiple routes to and from objectives. By doing this, each mission feels much larger in scale, requiring players to traverse through as many as 4 different sections of the map just to reach the goal. And there's enough variety throughout to keep any of these missions from feeling too repetitive. On top of this, Peace Walker also sees a few tweaks to the player's various abilities. Crawling, for example, is curiously not an option anymore, limiting the prone stance to just laying still for hiding purposes. The camouflage system has also been changed, limiting players to only selecting outfits from the deployment screen before the mission starts, as opposed to changing them on the field. This encourages players to carefully choose the appropriate gear before booting up a mission, reading over intel files and briefings to understand what type of terrain to expect, and whether the task at hand calls for stealth or something a bit more confrontational. Speaking of which, Peace Walker also reapproaches how the series handles boss encounters. Each boss fight in the game involves taking down some sort of heavy armor unit, whether that be conventional military hardware like tanks and helicopters, or the far more challenging AI weapons controlled by a distinctive AI pod. In these AI fights, players can damage specific components along the robot, thereby unlocking their ability to be stolen from the AI core after it's been disabled. If enough of these components are stolen, Emmerich can use them to construct a prototype Metal Gear called Metal Gear Zeke back at Mother Base, a sort of hint of things to come, and a requirement to achieve the game's true ending. But these field operations are only a fraction of the full experience. Peace Walker also reimagines the popular army-building metagame from Portable Ops to make it not only easy to understand, but more practical for players to invest their time in. Players, for example, no longer need to drag individual soldiers they want to recruit back to a truck. Instead, potential recruits can be instantly hoisted into the air by means of a Fulton extraction balloon, so long as it's done far enough from prying eyes. This change allows for rapid expansion of the player's military nation, which is crucial now that the various units at Mother Base play a more direct role in the action on the ground. The spy unit, for example, now referred to as the Intel unit, can be called upon mid-mission for support. Meanwhile, the sneaking unit, now referred to as a combat unit, can be deployed on their own missions called Outer Ops, where their collective combat rating will determine whether they return after a certain time with resources, extra recruits, or maybe special documents. Other new changes introduced in Peace Walker include a player ranking system at the end of each mission, more brutal CQC takedowns, and of course, a new focus on online cooperative play, allowing players to trade collective soldiers and even play together with up to 4 players at a time. Overall, Peace Walker is a phenomenal entry to the Metal Gear saga, one that finally takes complete advantage of the PSP to deliver a real, top-tier gaming experience more in line with its console counterparts. It received incredibly positive critical reception upon its release, with some like former IGN editor Greg Miller claiming it to be one of the very best titles in the Metal Gear franchise. However, not everyone shared this sentiment. A few knocked the game for its sudden difficulty spikes and its awkward controls. Others felt the game shifted a bit too strongly away from its stealth action roots, opting for more combat-based action and removing fundamental features like the ability to crawl. However, these complaints were few and far between, as most people generally liked the game, which made the overall sales numbers even more surprising. Peace Walker performed abysmally in its opening month, well below Konami's expectations. The game sold alright domestically, but Western audiences had apparently started to drift away from dedicated portable gaming devices like the PSP, likely in favor of mobile phone devices instead. In response, Kojima Productions released an HD remaster of the game a year later, available for both the PS3 and Xbox 360 console, and even bundled it together with HD re-releases of Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance and Metal Gear Solid 3 Subsistence. By doing this, Peace Walker eventually saw a slow but steady recovery in its sale performance, and it has since become one of the most highly regarded entries to the series. But more importantly, it set the stage for the saga's final entry, thanks to its new story direction, its many gameplay tweaks, and the technology used to create it. Back towards the end of Metal Gear Solid 4's development, ideas began to circulate among the younger staff at Kojima Productions about other potential projects they might want to pursue after its completion. Kojima was, of course, already brainstorming ways to continue the Big Boss timeline, but many of the studio's members expressed interest in telling a different story, one that would seek to redeem a character that they had long felt had been underappreciated in the series. When approached with this idea, Kojima was hesitant. He recognized the fanbase's dislike of Raiden and suggested that they tell a story about Metal Gear's Gray Fox instead. But many at the studio disagreed, feeling that Raiden's story between MGS2 and 4 would be more interesting to expand on. Kojima, seeing the passion the team had for this new direction for the series, agreed to serve as the producer, and delegated directorial duties to Mineshi Kimura. Kimura has had a long track record with the Metal Gear Solid series. He originally signed on to work as a texture artist and a model designer for the original '98 game, and he worked his way up through the years to become one of the lead artists at Kojima Productions. But this would be his most difficult task yet, taking the beloved Metal Gear Solid property and directing a new entry specifically around one of gaming's most divisive heroes. Kimura decided to focus more on the later iteration of Raiden that fans seemed to appreciate more, and looked for ways to replicate the smooth acrobatics and swordplay from Metal Gear Solid 4's cutscenes, so that players could perform the same feats themselves. To pull this off, the animators and programmers put together a brand new animation rig using the still in development next-gen engine, and put together a sophisticated sword-swinging model that would provide players with complete control over the blade's swing direction. From here, they then started to experiment with an algorithm to split object meshes in real time, allowing for total control not just over how the blade is swung, but how the blade interacts with the world around the player. Once the system was in place, the developers started to establish a number of dynamic props to cut through in the same way, creating a playground of destructive objects. It was a fun toy to play around with, but as 2010 rolled around, it became clear that the cutting mechanic wasn't going to be enough to carry the entire game. The experience felt too linear, too simplistic, and the development team began to fear that it may not live up to the Metal Gear Solid namesake due to its steep departure from the series' roots. What's more, the lack of a solid direction made the development process chaotic, with nobody really sure whether or not what they were doing was going to work. Partway through the year, it became clear that the time and effort would be better spent supporting the Peace Walker project in its final stages. But instead of just canceling this Raiden project outright, Kojima put out a request to a neighboring Japanese development studio called Platinum Games, who he felt may be the perfect fit to finish the job. Platinum Games around this time was a newer studio, founded by several former Capcom developers who had made a name for themselves thanks to their contributions to the creation of the Resident Evil franchise. But even more recently than that, Platinum Games were responsible for creating the popular hack-and-slash action-adventure game Bayonetta, and had also just wrapped up work on an incredibly fast-paced third-person shooter called Vanquish. Kojima was impressed with these titles, and felt the studio's strong Japanese style and understanding of fast-paced hack-and-slash action would be the perfect fit for a game built around Raiden. So he pitched the idea to Platinum Games, who agreed and were excited to work with such a legendary property. But when they received the code for the project in late 2010, they were treated with a complete mess. The game engine Kojima Productions were building was still incomplete, and it would take far too long to get the game into a playable state. So they decided to start from scratch and use their own game engine instead, and even reintroduce the cutting effect as they felt it was a key part of the game's signature style. From here, they began to rapidly piece together the rest of the game using lessons learned from their past projects, building mostly linear environments, but scaling up the insanity of each and every combat encounter. Throughout development, Kojima Productions maintained complete control over the game's story and general aesthetic, feeling it was important to the fans that they continued to have a hand in the Metal Gear universe. Finally, after a lengthy, troubled development cycle, Platinum Games were able to finish the project, and in early 2013, they released Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance for Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, with a PC port following a year later. Metal Gear Rising takes place in the even more futuristic year of 2018, several years after the destruction of the Patriot AI system and the war economy it produced. The PMCs that Liquid had tried to use to control the world have all fallen apart, forming their own small renegade groups instead. And the soldiers within these groups have undergone operations to enhance their bodies, turning them into more machine than man. The player assumes the role of Raiden, a cybernetic ninja himself, who has since signed on to work for a private security firm called Maverick Security Consulting. But after a job in Africa goes wrong, Raiden finds himself critically injured and vows to track down those responsible. With the help of his support team at Maverick, Raiden is equipped with a much more powerful cybernetic suit, and is then deployed to the Middle East to begin his path towards vengeance. This game's story is much more simple and straightforward than the plots you'd expect with the Metal Gear property. There's no real hidden subtext or political commentary or anything like that. It's instead designed to deliver the coolest action set pieces possible, coupled with lots of hard rock music composed in-house at Kojima Productions and sung by several different vocal artists. As far as its place within the series' continuity, Metal Gear Rising is technically compatible with the past stories, and is considered canon, though it's not considered to be part of the main Metal Gear saga, which is understandable considering the gameplay feels nothing like your traditional Metal Gear experience. Rather than centering around stealth action, Revengeance is a very straightforward hack-and-slash action-adventure game. The levels are all linear and split up by chapters, and instead of remaining undetected for as long as possible, the core gameplay loop involves performing the smoothest, most impressive combos, blending all aspects of Raiden's arsenal to obliterate the opposition. As always, the game is controlled from a third-person view perspective, with a camera that is either fully controlled or locked in depending on the situation. Players can sprint really fast, jump high into the air, and slide to move around the environment quickly, and can then effortlessly jump straight into some fast-paced melee combat without hesitation. The player's primary weapon is Raiden's high-frequency blade, that's powerful enough to cut straight through massive pieces of concrete and metal like tissue paper. Players can swipe their sword using either a light or strong attack, either of which will typically get the job done. But to finish off enemies with real finesse, players can hold down the left trigger to activate Blade Mode, where the action is slowed down and players can freely swing their sword in any direction that they want using the right joystick. This allows players to target specific body parts along enemy cyborgs and robots, useful for weakening their offensive capabilities, though it could also be used to completely overkill anyone that the player wants, chopping them into tiny pieces from top to bottom. If an enemy is weakened enough prior to being split into a billion pieces, then a red icon will appear, indicating that a weak point can be exploited. When performed properly, players can then execute a special finisher called a Zendatsu, where Raiden will reach in and tear out the enemy's cybernetic spinal cord and crush it in his hands, absorbing the fuel cell energy within. As players progress through the game, they'll also unlock new weapons for Raiden to play around with, including a long double-sided spear, twin sais, and a pair of large, powerful pincer blades, each adding to Raiden's repertoire of fast-paced melee combat. To help bring the game in line a little bit more with classic Metal Gear games, Raiden can also make use of more familiar equipment like grenades, rocket launchers, and even a cardboard box, though its use is fairly limited considering the very few instances of stealth action throughout the campaign. Like with MGS4, MG Rising also features its own in-game currency that could be spent in the codec menu to unlock special enhancements for Raiden like health upgrades, fuel cell upgrades to extend the blade mode, along with additional movesets and damage upgrades for each individual melee weapon. Metal Gear Rising, despite its huge departure from the core Metal Gear formula, was met with a very positive response from critics and fans alike. Reviewers complimented Platinum for completely nailing the feel of the swordplay, admitting that the game was a satisfying power trip, with some epic moments and great music to go along with them. The game was also praised for its clever boss designs, with each one offering a unique challenge for the player, and testing their ability to make use of all of Raiden's capabilities to stay alive. Unsurprisingly, there were still a decent amount of naysayers that felt that Rising was the wrong direction for the series. Even prior to the game being released, leaked images of the game's total hour count were distributed online in an attempt to devalue the product, to which Platinum responded by saying it was on par with their past projects like Bayonetta. But these type of viral tactics only served to market the game further, resulting in solid sales numbers for the game, slightly exceeding Platinum's and Konami's expectations. Kojima himself was also pleased with the work Platinum Games did, and even inquired about a potential sequel in the future, using story ideas that they had pitched in the past. But Platinum, having received several other competing offers from other publishers at the time, decided to pass on the opportunity, shutting down the potential for an entire hack-and-slash Raiden spin-off series. Following the completion of Peace Walker back in 2010, efforts to establish the studio's next-gen engine architecture escalated to being a top priority within the lead programming team. They spent over a year testing its capabilities with Metal Gear Rising, but all the while, they were intending to create a universal platform that would be used by all of Konami's game development studios. This engine, referred to as the Fox Engine, was first shown to the public at E3 2011, with a brief demonstration by Kojima of a complex jungle scene complete with real-time shadowing, dense vegetation, and long draw distances. It was far and beyond the technical level of their past work, and fans began to theorize that the jungle environment shown may suggest a new Big Boss-based adventure was in the works. Later that same year, Kojima teased an upcoming project on his public Twitter account, showing off screenshots of what appeared to be Big Boss sneaking through a Middle Eastern mountainside. The tweet sent shockwaves through the industry, as many had all but given up hope that they'd ever see another traditional Metal Gear Solid after the fourth game, though some remained skeptical, arguing that the image may be teasing a brand new game property altogether. Then, a week later, Kojima spoke with CNN's Mark Millian regarding his recent tweets, and clarified that their project, given the codename Project Ogre, was going to be entirely different from the studio's past work, with an emphasis on large, open-ended environments and player choice. But he also warned that the project would be hugely ambitious and wouldn't be ready to play for a long time. What fans didn't know is that Kojima Productions were indeed working on the next Metal Gear, and that its massive scope was part of Kojima's original plan way back in 2006. Peace Walker was a great success, both from a technical level and in how it was received after release. But even so, numerous corners had to be cut in order for the game to work on the handheld, and its narrative was only a minute fraction of what Kojima had written for it. The full Peace Walker experience was initially conceived as the fifth entry to the Metal Gear Solid saga, that would have told the story of the boss and her Cobra unit during their time in World War II. But this later evolved into a direct follow-up to Snake Eater, with Big Boss traveling the world to build his army, ultimately branching into the events of the original MSX games. But the PSP's limited hardware, the untested Fox engine, and the desire to create a self-contained narrative limited the scope of the game to only a tiny portion of what Kojima had planned. So, immediately after Peace Walker went gold, work began on a much bigger sequel. A sequel that Kojima planned to be his magnum opus, the Metal Gear to end all Metal Gears. To pull this off right, Kojima Productions decided to think outside of the box, and do things differently than they had in the past. The game industry had changed a great deal after all, with open world experiences dominating the AAA market. And to stay relevant, the Metal Gear series was going to need to adapt as well. So they started to expand their recruitment pool to outside the Japanese game industry, and hired talented developers from across the world to help contribute to a brand new open-world stealth action experience. As this new collaborative team took shape, Kojima looked at ways to revolutionize his storytelling abilities as well. The new generation of Metal Gear, he felt, would need a new style of storytelling to go with it, and so he opted to minimize his signature, drawn-out cinematic presentation as a way of letting players create their own stories through their actions instead. Kojima even sought out a new lead voice actor to take on the role of Big Boss, replacing longtime series veteran David Hayter with Canadian actor Kiefer Sutherland instead, claiming that the new voice would better suit the improved facial capture technology being utilized. Finally, during an event celebrating the Metal Gear franchise's 25th anniversary, Kojima Productions pulled back the curtain, revealing to the world the next generation of the Metal Gear experience, all with the help of the powerful new Fox engine.
Kept you waiting, huh?
The response was overwhelmingly positive, with fans praising the demonstration for its gorgeous visuals and robust overhaul of the core stealth action elements, though many were left confused as to what exactly this game was. Was this the rumored Project Ogre with the jungles and the Middle Eastern mountains? Was it even part of the mainline saga? All Kojima would say is that it was a prologue for something much bigger. Adding to the confusion was another game announced by a Swedish developer called Moby Dick Studios a year later, that featured a hospital under siege with lots of horror-based themes. The project, titled The Phantom Pain, looked eerily like the visual design of Ground Zeroes, and before long, fans were able to piece together enough clues to confirm their suspicions. As it turns out, Kojima had planned the whole thing. There was no such thing as a Moby Dick Studios, and The Phantom Pain was in fact the subtitle for the next major entry to the saga, Metal Gear Solid 5, and Ground Zeroes would serve to whet the player's appetite beforehand, with its release in spring of 2014 for both current and next-gen platforms. Ground Zeroes takes place in 1975, 1 year after the Peace Walker incident in Costa Rica. By this point, Big Boss and his allies have amassed a formidable military force in the Caribbean, stationed on board their floating fortress, Outer Heaven, and as a result, they've attracted the attention of their international neighbors. Then, ahead of an inspection of their facilities by the IAEA, Big Boss orders his forces to hide any evidence of their nuclear capabilities, including the salvaged Metal Gear Zeke from last year. Meanwhile, Kaz Miller receives word that the traitoress Paz has been located and is being held prisoner at an old CIA black site in Cuba called Camp Omega. Eager to learn more from her, the boss and Miller formulate a plan to extract Paz with a strike force once the nuclear inspection has been completed. But after Chico is captured trying to save Paz himself, Big Boss is left with no choice but to infiltrate the island alone, on the eve before the nuclear inspection. This is where Ground Zeroes picks up, with Big Boss infiltrating Camp Omega under the cover of darkness, whilst a mysterious strike force, believed to be part of Zero's Cypher unit, departs by helicopter to an unknown location. After sneaking past a few sentries throughout the base, Big Boss eventually discovers Chico locked in a cell, who seems to have undergone significant trauma at the hands of the formidable Skullface. He extracts the young boy, and then follows a string of clues deeper into the base, where he finds Paz and exfiltrates from the area. But during their journey back home, it becomes clear that the rescue op was a setup. Cypher had used Chico and Paz to lure Big Boss away, and then launched a massive attack on the MSF's base of operations, sinking it into the sea. To make matters worse, Paz was also rigged with multiple IEDs, and in a last-ditch effort to save Big Boss's life, she leaps from the helicopter and is killed instantly. But also inadvertently causes the chopper to crash, with the fate of those on board left a mystery. It's an incredibly powerful prologue sequence, quite possibly one of the most ambitious setups in the franchise's history. But what's most interesting about Ground Zero's story direction is its much darker, mature tone. Metal Gear games have covered dark themes in the past, most notably the grim backstories behind the Beauty and the Beast unit in MGS4. But Ground Zeroes takes this to a different level thanks to its extended audio tapes that reveal the brutal torture endured by the prisoners at Camp Omega. Another aspect of Ground Zero's story delivery that I feel is worth mentioning here is the use of a new single-tracked camera for each of the cutscenes, likely incorporated to help seamlessly branch the story sequences into the gameplay. Which makes sense considering how much more immersive Ground Zero's gameplay design is. Ground Zeroes, and the game it precedes, offers the ultimate Metal Gear Solid stealth action experience. It takes everything that the series has established over the years and perfects it, with more player abilities, superior control, and environmental interactivity. Many of Snake's maneuvers return for this entry, including Snake's ability to crawl, roll, shoot using an over-the-shoulder aim mode, and engage enemies with CQC. But there are a few subtle changes incorporated to modernize all these moves even more. The combat roll, for example, is now just a dive, allowing players to transition even faster into the prone position. Players can also sprint for the first time in the series, which is important when crossing the much larger playable space. The old on-screen radar display is also scrapped, in favor of a new 3D spotting system, allowing players to tag individual soldiers with permanent markers that can be easily tracked through walls. The inventory system has also been redesigned, adopting the comma rows from Portable Ops and reconfiguring it with a much cleaner UI that lets players quickly get to a specific weapon and swap out attachments on the fly. Ground Zeroes also reimagines the codec as this weird holographic iDroid device, allowing players to research information on their current mission, view a map of the area, and even call for a helicopter extraction at designated locations. There's a lot of great new additions to the gameplay, but most of Ground Zero's new feel can be attributed to the larger scale of the play area. Camp Omega is huge, at least when compared to areas from past Metal Gear games, and the player is no longer limited to following a scripted path to their objective. The only goal is to find Chico and Paz. Everything else is entirely up to the player to figure out. Players can, for instance, sneak around in the shadows, picking up on clues from groups of soldiers talking in the rain. Or they can grab a soldier and get them to talk, with locations of key targets being revealed on the iDroid.
The map has been updated.
Players can even jump into the back of a truck scheduled to make a delivery, and use it to infiltrate a heavily guarded position. And when things inevitably get messy, players are free to go in guns blazing, blasting soldiers with whatever weapons they can find, including emplaced anti-aircraft guns and heavy armor vehicles. It's easily one of the most impressive opening sequences in the series to date, as it encourages players to experiment to find the best possible method to and from the target objectives, while simultaneously paying homage to some of the series' greatest infiltration missions. Though by itself, it's one of the shorter prologues in the series, and so the developers also included a number of alternate missions to play through, with new objectives and different lighting conditions to take full advantage of the Camp Omega level environment. Missions include extracting different targets, eliminating HVTs, and even rescuing Hideo Kojima himself, all of which adds several more hours of gameplay to what's easily the shortest standalone experience in the entire series. But even so, Ground Zeroes was welcomed with a warm response from game journalists and fans alike. It was praised for its modernized approach to the classic stealth action formula, providing players with seemingly infinite options to tackle their objectives, while also delivering a gorgeous next-gen presentation. But some were disappointed with the toned-down narrative aspects, feeling the experience was watered down and catered too strongly to Western audiences. Others criticized the depiction of sexual violence concerning the character Paz, feeling that its inclusion to the game was solely for shock value. But the vast majority of complaints concerned the game's short length and pricing structure, with some questioning Konami for charging for what was essentially the same as the old Pizza Hut demo from '98. Regardless, the stage was now set, and Kojima Productions would spend the remainder of the next year working on easily the most aggressively ambitious Metal Gear Solid title ever made. Over the course of the next year, the team at Kojima Productions went into overdrive. The task of converting Kojima's passion project into a fully playable experience was backbreaking, as it was estimated to be hundreds of times larger than even the biggest Metal Gear titles before. This was due largely in part to the game's new open-world gameplay design, with vast environments erected with an unprecedented amount of detail. Once the environments were established, the designers then began to incorporate tons of interactive gameplay elements, in an effort to emphasize the game's fun, and creative nature. Kojima reveled in this playful direction, and over the course of development hosted several lighthearted demonstrations via their vlog series Kojima Station. But behind closed doors, the production process had devolved into a nightmare scenario. The scope of the project quickly grew to be way too big for the team of 250 developers, even with the assistance of a newer Los Angeles-based branch that had joined up with them in 2013. As a result, several hours worth of content planned early on was set aside, and the studio focused solely on polishing up the gameplay to meet the series' established pedigree. But by early 2015, it became clear that the game was unable to meet its initial February deadline, and the release was delayed by upwards of 6 months. It was a costly decision, and as a result, Konami decided that following the release of Metal Gear Solid 5, they would undergo a massive reorganization of their corporate structure. AAA game development just didn't make sense anymore for them, especially with the significantly cheaper cost and higher profit margins available in the growing mobile space. And so, in April of 2015, Konami and Kojima released joint statements confirming the imminent closure of Kojima Productions, marking the official end of Kojima's involvement with both Konami and the Metal Gear franchise. The fan response was unsurprisingly negative, with some even threatening to boycott Metal Gear Solid 5 when it released. But Kojima, along with several other of the game's voice actors, reassured the fanbase that they would all remain involved in the game to its completion. And in September of 2015, Kojima Productions released the final entry to the saga, Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain, for PS3, PS4, Xbox 360, Xbox One, and the PC. The Phantom Pain picks up 9 years after Ground Zeroes, with the MSF having been destroyed and Big Boss left in a comatose state.
Can you hear me? I need to tell you something. Please listen and try not to panic.
After finally awakening, the player is informed that they have sustained irreparable damage from the helicopter explosion, including an amputated left arm and several pieces of large shrapnel lodged into their skull. They're then told that they're actively being hunted by someone, and that reconstructive facial surgery is necessary in order to stay undetected. But while recovering from the procedure, the hospital falls under siege by an unknown military faction, who proceeds to kill everyone that they encounter. And with the help of a mysterious bandaged patient, the player narrowly escapes death and is reunited with Revolver Ocelot. With Ocelot's help, the player is reintroduced to the world of covert infiltration and reclaims the title of Big Boss. From this point, Metal Gear Solid 5's story takes an uncharacteristic backseat to the gameplay. There's still high-quality cutscenes, shot with that unmistakable Kojima style, but they're few and far between, only occurring during critical moments in the story. The plot revolves primarily around Big Boss building up his new army, the Diamond Dogs, and follows his and Kaz Miller's quest for revenge against the perpetrators of the Ground Zeroes incident. Along the way, Snake encounters a few new faces. There's Quiet, a scantily clad assassin who refuses to speak a word, Code Talker, a Navajo biologist who specializes in parasitology, and Eli, a mysterious young British boy who commands a group of child soldiers in Africa. Also returning to the mix is the chilling antagonist Skullface, who has since assumed full control of Cypher, and intends to control the world by means of a deadly parasitic outbreak, along with a brand new bipedal weapon called Sahelanthropus. Like with every previous Metal Gear Solid entry, the Phantom Pain is based strongly around a couple of core themes. This time, mainly revenge, and to a slightly lesser extent, cultural identity and race. Much of the action is driven by each character's lust for vengeance, while highlighting along the way the cost to those unable to let go. It's a decently strong story to build a game around, but regrettably, the new delivery method leaves a lot of its potential on the table. Much like with Peace Walker and with Ground Zeroes, the Phantom Pain delivers the narrative on a mission-by-mission basis, with traditional cutscenes only rarely making an appearance. The opening sequence is long and story-focused, not unlike any other Metal Gear game, but after the player is let loose in Afghanistan, the story essentially falls off a cliff. Of the 50 main missions available in the game, only 12 of them are considered important enough to feature full cinematic cutscenes. The rest are just standard infiltration missions that task the player with securing intel or sabotaging enemy operations. What's even more curious is that after the 31st mission, the game then begins to repeat itself, with more challenging variants of older operations. artificially lengthening the campaign and holding its true ending hostage. For Metal Gear fans, the Phantom Pain story is a rare miss for the series, spared only by its solid voice actor performances that are featured prominently in optional audio logs. And while it does technically lead into the original Metal Gear as promised, there's an undeniable feeling that the project was just never finished. On the bright side, Metal Gear Solid 5's gameplay is arguably the most enjoyable in the series to date. The entire game is designed to be the ultimate stealth action sandbox, with a seemingly endless number of ways to complete each mission. Before deploying, players can freely customize various mission parameters. This includes the insertion point and the time of day, along with all the player's gear, weapons, and their support team. When satisfied with their selection, the player can then deploy directly into the action, where they're dropped off a few clicks out from the mission objective. Players can then choose to go in on foot, or make use of Phantom Pain's several new modes of transportation, like tanks, trucks, and of course, Snake's buddy, D-Horse. D-Horse is unquestionably the best way to move about the world of the Phantom Pain. Not only is he more maneuverable than the game's many vehicles, but Snake can even roll off to the side of his saddle to bypass enemies. One of many really clever tricks incorporated to expand Snake's infiltration techniques. D-Horse can even be trained to defecate on command, which can then be used to cause enemy vehicles to spin off the road and crash. For players looking for an even more Metal Gear method of transportation, there's the D-Walker, a miniature piloted bipedal mech that can be fully customized to use a variety of powerful tools and gadgets. It's not necessarily the most subtle approach, but it'll certainly make short work of any enemy encampments along the way. For players fine with walking, there's the buddy D-Dog. D-Dog, one of my personal favorites, is a small wolf cub that the player can find as a pup during one of their earliest missions. After properly raising and caring for it, D-Dog can turn into a ferocious ally, as he not only automatically tags nearby units through walls, but he can also be equipped with his own tactical gear in order to neutralize enemies within his range. Which brings us to the updated enemy designs. Throughout the sprawling open worlds of Metal Gear Solid 5, players will encounter several enemy-controlled outposts of varying size and complexity. By default, these outposts are easy to deal with. Soldiers will often patrol on their own, wearing minimal protection, and so long as they don't spot the player or get spooked by certain disturbances, they can be easily dispatched one by one. But as the player progresses through the game and begins to establish a reputation for themselves, these soldiers will begin to adapt, and will don heavy body armor, bulletproof helmets, and even inflatable decoys to try and fool the player. Additionally, the enemies now operate on a new rotational schedule. This means individual guards will actually take scheduled breaks and will even participate in shift changes, where a relief unit will drive up and take over after a long day's work. It's an incredibly dynamic system, though if a player is observant enough, they can exploit these troop rotations and slip through the enemy's defenses unseen. Players can similarly take advantage of the environment to outsmart their opponents, and can wait for things like sandstorms to move without being spotted, or rainstorms to limit what the enemy can hear. By using Snake's Phantom Cigar tool, players can even fast forward to the late evening hours, where some sentries have gone to sleep in their tents, greatly reducing the chances of being spotted. For players not quite as patient, they may need to contend with Metal Gear Solid 5's new and improved alert system. Just like back in Metal Gear Solid 2, the enemy's alert status is contingent on how much information the enemy soldier is able to transmit back to HQ. If the player stops an enemy from firing their weapon or shouting out, then they can avoid causing a scene. But if a soldier does happen to squeeze the radio button and begins to call for backup, then things can start to get messy. Not only will all the soldiers in the area converge on the player's last known position, but enemy reinforcements may be called in from nearby outposts as well. If the player happens to slip away at this point, then they'll likely have to contend with all nearby military checkpoints being on high alert, indicated by the red hue of the base name on the iDroid map. This can make traversing the area much more difficult. However, if the player manages to sabotage the enemy's comms equipment before things get out of hand, then they can cut off the outpost's ability to call for reinforcements, thus leaving them to fend for themselves. The entire system is remarkably robust and well realized, offering tons of replayability and opportunities to experiment with different tactics. And the fact that the enemy is also seemingly learning and evolving it makes the action all the more satisfying. To help stay ahead of these hostile forces, players once again are tasked with building and maintaining their own personal private army. This version of the base management metagame is hugely expanded upon, making it even more well integrated into the gameplay than it was before. The R&D team in particular is especially important, as a higher R&D level is required to unlock some of the most useful armaments. Meanwhile, the Intel team has also been updated to show the player the approximate locations of enemies on the iDroid, along with information regarding upcoming weather events and other helpful tidbits. But one of the most unique new features to the base management system is the inclusion of a new online invasion mode. This mode allows players to infiltrate other players' mother bases in an effort to steal resources and valuable staff members. The catch is that the same thing can be done to your own mother base, so it's worth investing in upgrading the base's security personnel and other defenses just in case. Now, so far, I've discussed a lot of what can be done in Metal Gear Solid 5's gameplay, but really, we've only just scratched the surface. The game is loaded to the brim with creative new strategies and techniques, along with a seemingly endless amount of new items to research and unlock to make each replay even more enjoyable. And audiences loved it. The game was met with near perfect scores upon its release, with an overwhelmingly positive review rating on its Steam store page, along with plenty of perfect scores from major publications. Reviewers praised the game for its incredible amount of content and even claimed it to be the best stealth action video game ever made. Others praised the game for its gorgeous visuals and noted the smooth performance on the PC and next-gen consoles. But after a few weeks of release, public opinion began to shift. Something about the Phantom Pain felt strangely off, which was made evident by the severe lack of narrative structure, especially in the final half of the game. Others pointed out that half of the game's main missions were just repeats with a slightly higher difficulty, needlessly stretching out the length of the game without offering anything worthwhile. Adding to this growing negative backlash was the discovery of the Collector Edition's secret Mission 51, that depicted an unfinished act in the game where Snake would face off against Eli and Sahelanthropus in a final epic battle on a tropical island. Because this unreleased episode took place canonically after the events of the base game, many theorized that the episode was never completed due to Kojima Productions being closed down. But Konami later clarified that the episode in question was a concept that was dropped much earlier in development, and was only ever intended to be a bonus expansion if anything else. Even if this is the case, there's no ignoring the deafening absence of the traditional Metal Gear Solid narrative throughout the whole of the Phantom Pain. Kojima had taken a big risk with this game's narrative direction, hoping that by limiting the cutscene presence, players may become more immersed into the role of Big Boss themselves. This idea is so deeply ingrained into the game, it's even the crux of the game's big reveal. And while some fans may not have appreciated the game's unique style, it has since become one of the most successful entries in the entire series. A fitting end for one of gaming's most iconic sagas. Immediately following Metal Gear Solid 5's release, the series creator Hideo Kojima reformed his studio, Kojima Productions, as an independent development team with no longer any ties to Konami. He was joined by nearly half of the development staff that had worked with him on the Phantom Pain, leaving Konami's own development team vastly understaffed, and they soon began to work on a surreal new property that Kojima had been planning to make for years. Meanwhile, Konami underwent some major internal restructuring to account for their new business direction. The old Kojima production studio was renamed into Konami Digital Entertainment, and job listings for an unannounced stealth action experience began to crop up as early as 2015. This project was put together primarily by those who had worked heavily on the development of the Phantom Pain. Many of the Phantom Pain's assets and mechanics were repurposed, only they were reconfigured to fit a brand new open-world survival experience. The idea was inspired mainly by the use of zombie-like enemies throughout the Phantom Pain. It was a concept that Hideo Kojima himself had toyed around with in the past, feeling that it would make for an interesting challenge. But this would be an entire game based around the concept. Over the course of the next several years, the development team worked quietly on the game, with only a few appearances at game shows and interviews to help explain where they plan to take the series. Then, in February of 2018, Konami Digital Entertainment released Metal Gear Survive, the final entry up to this point in the Metal Gear franchise. Metal Gear Survive is a non-canon reimagining of the events that occurred immediately following Cypher's attack on the MSF Mother Base. As Snake and his allies escape on board the helicopter, a massive wormhole in the sky opens up and begins to suck up a major chunk of the Mother Base wreckage, along with several of the soldiers. These soldiers are then warped to a parallel dimension called Dite that is essentially a dried-up, foggy version of the Afghanistan map from MGS5. Only this world plays host to an insatiable horde of zombie-like enemies called Wanderers, requiring the player and his unlikely allies to band together in order to stay alive. It's undoubtedly the most absurd premise of any Metal Gear game to date, which is saying something considering some of the stuff that's been discussed in this video already. But even more disappointing is that it significantly lacks the spirit of the Metal Gear property. There's no subtext regarding war trauma or nuclear deterrence here. There's also no sign of iconic characters like Snake or Raiden or even any of the villains. The story is instead hastily tacked on to a generic zombie survival premise, giving it a very distinctive straight-to-DVD B-side feel, which surprisingly is not as bad as an idea as you might think. Metal Gear Survive may not be a Metal Gear game in the traditional sense, but what it does set out to do is actually designed quite well. Most of the gameplay mechanics introduced with Ground Zeroes make a return here, including the general controls and functions, though they've been modified slightly to allow for new survival mechanics. All of the player's actions, for example, will now consume stamina, similar to how the psych bar worked in the past games. However, this is now coupled with a new eating and drinking system that, if not carefully monitored, will reduce the player's maximum stamina and health levels. Survive also lets players craft and build prefab structures using materials found throughout the environment. By using a melee weapon like a spear, players can break down any object in the game world, and then harvest the resources from that object to build structures back at home. These structures range from basic necessities like a campfire, a workbench, or fences, but will steadily evolve to include much more complex devices like a teleporter that can help make traveling between locations easier. To add even more of a challenge to the experience, Survive also includes a deadly fog around the perimeter of the map, only accessible when equipped with an oxygen mask. By doing this, players are forced to work against the clock, and are encouraged to make use of the series' signature stealth mechanics to avoid detection and complete the objectives as quickly as possible. By today's standards, Metal Gear Survive doesn't necessarily introduce anything that fans of zombie survival games haven't seen a dozen times over. But it's nonetheless an enjoyable cooperative survival game that ties in well with the gameplay mechanics introduced with MGS5. Even so, the fanbase was unsurprisingly not on board. The game was met with an overwhelmingly negative response upon release, with many frustrated by the new direction. Others faulted the game for its use of microtransactions, claiming that the game's only reason for existence was from a business standpoint, with none of the passion that had gone into each entry prior. For those willing to look past the fact that the game wasn't a typical Metal Gear experience, they complained that the zombie hitboxes were too inconsistent, and that its game world was simply not interesting. But no matter what the reason for disliking it, Metal Gear Survive was a commercial failure. Its sales numbers were abysmal, just barely staying in the top 10 new game charts even in a relatively slow month for releases. With Survive's poor performance, it became clear that AAA game development was no longer a worthwhile endeavor. And as a result, they folded in Konami Digital Entertainment into one of their 3 new product divisions, and redirected their focus towards more profitable ventures. Metal Gear Survive was more or less the killing blow for the once legendary stealth action franchise. What started as merely a way to help promote an old Japanese computer architecture steadily evolved into a household name, with everyone, gamers and non-gamers alike, having at least heard of Snake and his cardboard box stealth action escapades. The series helped to usher in the age of AAA games with the introduction of the Metal Gear Solid saga, and continued to push the envelope by consistently challenging its fanbase with new, creative ideas. Even when faced with limited hardware, the developers behind the series still managed to find ways to innovate, updating the core mechanics and providing gamers with incredible new stories. But as AAA development costs soared to new heights and fan demand reached a fevered pitch, the series inevitably collapsed in under itself, though not before providing gamers with one last epic adventure, with some of the very best stealth action gameplay in the industry to date. Which brings us to today, roughly 35 years after the series' initial conception. Where could the series possibly go from here? Rumors as of writing this seem to point to a potential Metal Gear revival soon, with many theorizing that the American-based game development studio Blue Point Games could potentially have agreed to work on a remake of the original Metal Gear Solid, much in the same way that they had recreated Shadow of the Colossus and Demon's Souls. Giving credence to this theory is a tweet from Blue Point's own official Twitter on Halloween night 2019, where they seem to be hinting at the return of dormant properties, including Metal Gear Solid. This would make sense considering Konami even more recently has expressed interest in licensing out its many owned properties to third-party developers, much like they had done in the past with Twin Snakes. To add even more fuel to the fire here, Solid Snake himself, Mr. David Hayter, has recently hinted at a possible remake of the old Metal Gear Solid games, though he himself has not confirmed his own involvement. And finally, there's the most recent Blue Box Studios conspiracy, where an independent developer who has seemingly teased working on a reboot of the Silent Hill series has made occasional references to the Metal Gear series as well, while promoting the highly secretive Abandoned project. This has prompted many Kojima fans to theorize that Blue Box may be a secret, fake studio, much like the Moby Dick studio situation, though the developer of Blue Box has repeatedly denied such claims, leaving many to question what exactly Abandoned is. Regardless of what ends up being true, we can at least take solace in the fact that the Metal Gear series has completely transformed this industry, for better or for worse, and will forever remain one of the most iconic video game series of all time. But what do you guys think? Which Metal Gear game was your favorite? And if the series does return, where do you think it should go next? Let me know in the comments section. If these games interest you in any way and you want to give them a try, you can pick up 3 of the original Metal Gear games using the links provided in the description. That includes Metal Gear, Metal Gear Solid, and Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty, all of which were used to record the footage for this video. I also wanted to give a special shout out to my supporters on Patreon, who've helped significantly in making this video. Thank you all so much for your continued support. If you enjoy the work I do here and want to see more documentaries like this, please consider joining the growing list of Patreon supporters, where you can get early access to new projects, behind-the-scenes content, shoutouts, and access to our private Discord to chat and play games. Your support is hugely appreciated. And of course, don't forget to like and subscribe for more videos like this posted every week.
We can try it now. Yes, the game just launched earlier. We're back from the Game Awards. I think that was the most stressful thing I've done in a long time. We knew it was supposed to go live in the first 30 minutes, and the premiere still hasn't happened. I went to epicgames.com, the store, whatever the URL is, and we can edit it in. I went to the store, and it was there, and showed it to Greg, and Greg is like basically mainlining Twitter into his veins to see if anyone has seen it. 6:10 happens, and then 6:15 happens, and no one is talking about it. And no one has seen the game, and we realize that www.playhades.com 404s. It doesn't go anywhere. And that's the URL at the end of the trailer.
Hello, my name is Greg Kasavin, and my title is Creative Director at Supergiant Games. Supergiant Games is a small independent studio here in San Francisco, California. We've been around for almost 10 years, since 2009, and we say we want to make games that spark your imagination like the games you played as a kid, which means something to us, hopefully it means something to you. Supergiant Games was founded by my colleagues Amir Rao and Gavin Simon, who I worked with back at Electronic Arts in Los Angeles on the Command & Conquer series of real-time strategy games. But at around that era, we started to see this kind of growing trend among smaller independent developers, and there were these games like Braid and Castle Crashers and Plants vs. Zombies that were made by teams of like 10 or fewer people, give or take, and Amir and Gavin started wondering, well, what if we could do that? Just so happened that Amir's father had a vacated home in San Jose, California, and one day in, I believe it was August of 2009, Gavin and Amir dropped everything, left their jobs at EA, moved to the house in San Jose, and got busy working on the game that became Bastion, the first game from our studio. The team, starting with just Gavin and Amir, grew to the size of 7 over the course of Bastion's development. I reunited with Gavin and Amir about a year into development as Bastion was going into full production. Thankfully, that game was really well received when it came out in 2011. 2 years flat. It was kind of the startup company mindset, working out of a house. So Gavin and Amir were both, I think, pretty kind of stir crazy by the time the project was over. Gavin's car would routinely break down from not being operated for many days at a time and things like that.
We were interested after the sort of bright colors and hopeful world. Well, I mean, it was a post-apocalyptic world. After the bright colors of Bastion and upbeatness of some aspects of that game, of going to a more serious place, going to a tone, like an operatic tone with Transistor, and going away from the really sort of hyperactive action gameplay of Bastion into a more deliberate, tactical type of play with Transistor. We kind of knew we wanted to make a sci-fi love story, and we knew we wanted to make we wanted a game with more tactical pleasures, but we had no idea what that was going to look like until we started working on it.
We took 3 years on that one, and then we made a game called Pyre, which took another 3 years after that.
With Pyre, it was similar. We wanted a game with a larger cast of characters that you could get closer to, and it wasn't clear to us what that game was going to be until we spent a lot of time on it. It was something that we had a lot of joy making, and I think we were just ready to have a game where you fought some dudes as a starting point. There was so many lofty ambitions behind Pyre. In terms of being a larger game from us, but without us growing the team a bunch. Jen drew every character in that game. Darren made every piece of music, and every character in that game, from the shopkeeper to the exiles you meet, all have their own musical theme. Greg did an ending that has millions of permutations based on what you decide to do over the course of that game. So you spend a lot of time doing something like that, and it's a complicated process, and it was a laborious process. And it's not that we were interested in doing something uncomplicated or that didn't take our best efforts. I think we were just interested in doing something we could play really quickly and start working on really quickly and start making good really quickly.
And here we are about to announce as well as launch our 4th game in less than a month from this moment when I'm speaking right now. For us, it's very exciting, and we were really anxious and excited to see what everyone is going to think of what we have in store next. Our 4th game is called Hades. It's a narrative-driven roguelike dungeon crawler in which you battle your way out of the underworld of Greek myth, defying the god of death himself as you go. We wanted to create a game that we can keep building on, that could be replayed over and over, but that still had the kind of the signature aspects of our past games, the attention to world building, the attention to narrative, a style of play that really rewarded experimentation and let you kind of find your own play style within it. one of the aspects of the theme that was fun for us to explore and to answer was like, well, for a game set in the Greek underworld, what happens when you die? You're already in the land of death. You're just there already. So the premise of our game is the protagonist is attempting to escape from Greek hell. We kind of pitched it to ourselves as like a reverse Diablo. Instead of trying to fight your way down to hell, you're trying to rise up to the surface. But every time you get close, you die and back down you go, and you get to try again. But in our game, you particularly wind up at home, not just in a random spot in the underworld, but in the house of Hades himself, because you play as his son, and his son and Hades himself they're not on the best of terms here. There's been some kind of blowout fight between them. His son has basically said, "Screw you, Dad, I'm out of here," climbs out his windows running away from home, but Hades is like, "You miserable, ungrateful brat, you're an idiot if you think you're getting out of here."
Be on your way indeed. What do I care? You shall never reach the surface. Go, see for yourself.
So, to remind ourselves where we're at. Today is November 12th. Our game comes out in early access on December 6th. The Game Awards are December 6th. We are in the last week of content number 7, which is the last full milestone we have before early access. There is a playtest tomorrow. Next week is a short week because it's Thanksgiving. The office is closed on Thursday and Friday. We have always treated those days like weekends, so no weekend email and stuff on Thursdays and Fridays, Saturday and Sunday. Between today and the 30th, there are 3 or 4 huge things happening. So one is we are going to basically wrap the build. We're going to wrap a trailer also, and we're sending a version of that trailer out hopefully at the end of this week to key people. So you may get bugs that are like, hey, this is affecting trailer capture or something like that. If you get a bug like that, just make sure to try and bump it up or to have a conversation about it if it seems like something you can't do fast.
To us, it seems boring to see a dude running through this environment, but I think it's the first time you're seeing the isometric world and all that. Like,
yeah, there's a lot to take in.
There's a lot to take in, and like it's pretty awesome looking.
Yeah, I think my feedback is coming from the part where like that particular shot is framed really weirdly. Like he's way to the left.
By comparison to Red drawing the sword from the guy and winding up in the pose there, it's like as an introduction to this character, it's just you don't get anything from this.
Yeah.
Of course, thankfully, you got it from here, so it's fine. We give you the kind of like whatever the intimate scale, and then we're like, yeah, but you're this guy. I don't know. Just as much as possible as we could bridge that for people, the more that we could do there, the better. Even though it's like a costly.
I've hung on to the feedback. I just don't think we should do something about it.
The thing I want to make sure of though is that we have that we know exactly what all the shots actually are, so then we can like focus.
We toil on games for a long time, and they come out, and that's it. We often support them by making different versions, and we go to PAX and we see our fans and that kind of thing. But we're really interested in trying to do something almost in collaboration with the people who have allowed us to make games together for many years now.
A lot of developers, I think, would agree that you only feel truly at your peak kind of working on the game that you're making in the last few months of development. It's almost tragic. You're working on it for 3 years or whatever, not quite understanding what you're making, and at the end you feel a real efficiency around it. You're like you're at your prime, but you're having to wrap up, and then you move on to your next project. So with early access, it means that we could sort of keep working on it at the height of our ability for the longest period of time. We could keep iterating on aspects based on feedback that we get. And we can make really smart decisions, hopefully over a longer period of time, and then do new things with the storytelling and that aren't possible when we have to sort of deliver the whole story all in one chunk. So there's just a laundry list of reasons why it was exciting for us to explore. It will have its twists and turns as we develop it over time. Of course, for the player who wants the more traditional Supergiant experience with a beginning, middle, and end, they could always hang out for a couple of years until we're done with early access, and one day the game will be complete from start to finish in that sense. But for everyone else, we're really excited to have them kind of along for the ride as we first put this out there and then evolve it based on our own plans and the feedback that we get from folks who play.
It is, what is the date today? November. It's November 13th, and this is our playtest day. Once a month, we all sit down for at least 90 minutes and play the same version of the same build. And then we get into a room and share our high-level thoughts about our experience with that build. And we try to talk through what are the big things that we might want to change as a result. And then that helps us determine what we're going to do for the next 4 weeks.
I came in early, I got my playtesting done, and now I'm fixing some of the many bugs that are caused by the playtest. Right now there's this really weird one where because the swarmers aren't getting the Ares curse applied correctly if you have this very specific combination of traits. I'm trying to figure out why.
This one is kind of special because it's our very last one before the early access build comes out, so our audience has been almost entirely just people on the team, and there's already a million things I want to change, so it's hard for me to play it, but I too must do my 90 minutes just like everyone else. And what's kind of cool is no matter what you do at Supergiant, you've got to play test the build, you've got to bring your feedback, and you've got to send your notes.
I also, for the first time, played with the keyboard and mouse this time, knowing that our primary audience will be PC players. This game is way harder with keyboard and mouse, with my experience. Just aiming was a lot harder, and targeting. It took me 5 runs to last more than 4 rooms.
I always play with keyboard and mouse.
Yeah.
And I just want to say that it was super easy and I beat the whole thing without dying.
I did feel that secret rooms no longer felt worth it. You take a decent amount of health damage just to get a regular reward, so it almost feels like you're giving up on you can either go to a room and try to not lose any health and get the same reward, or you can just give up and take 13 damage and get the same reward.
Ed mentioned secret rooms. I had an unfortunate experience where I spent 19 health to go into a secret room and then only got 19 health back in the secret room. So that was sort of frustrating.
The biggest set of changes we're making in the last couple of weeks are actually to there's a whole category of stuff that just still needs time. It just needs a little bit of art. It needs one more iteration on the feedback. It needs better text. It needs a better icon. It needs better visual effect. It needs more clarity in what's going on. The game needs to slow down or pause here. The game needs a better sound effect. It needs a more appropriate sound effect. Oh my God, we left an acid in there from Pyre. Oh crap, we have to switch that one out. The other kinds of changes that are being made are on the experience. It's hey, no one ever takes this particular keepsake. No one ever uses this particular god boon. Everyone's avoiding using the spear. And why is that? And so we have to start making these tuning changes. And typically this is a very stressful process for me because we ship the game and it's sort of done. And I've tried to assuage my anxiety around this by telling myself that hopefully when players play it, they will tell me if it's bad. But the kinds of changes we're making right now are trying to make it not embarrassingly bad. Or not embarrassingly off pace, or not embarrassingly outside what you would expect. We had, 12 weapons on Bastion, and I was getting feedback about the same set of weapons a lot. And what that meant, I think what it meant, is that no one was using the other ones. So we did a set of playthroughs towards the end of the game where we split up the weapons. And so finally people were using the bow and some of these other things. And that's when people gave me the real dirt. When they were, when you just have to use the bow all the way through, then suddenly we had these passionate advocates for the bow and what its upgrade trees were and what it can do and what it should do. And so for us, I think we're kind of at that point where I need a lot of information from the people on the team. Everyone's trying different stuff, and we're finding out a lot about our own game, and trying to push on the stuff that's good and kind of, tidy up the stuff that is maybe a little messy.
I hadn't played since the last playtest, and it took me a couple runs to remember the door icons for whatever that's worth. I kept getting confused between, I think it's Aphrodite is the heart, and then also the health room.
The save slot activation was confusing to me. I didn't know that I had to go up to hit continue. After selecting a save slot, I kind of wanted to just double click into it. It was just kind of a weird little note I had.
I think we were talking about it. We have 2.5 weeks or 3 weeks until our ship. That actually calculates down to 9 days of work because it's also going to be Thanksgiving, and because it's early access, we kind of are trying to encourage the team to kind of slow and steady wins the race, because it's going to go into early access and it's not like we get to go on a break for 4 weeks. We're just going to have to keep working on it. So we got to maintain our health and mental health. So I've been working on polishing, a lot of polish. At the studio, we like to call it going to Poland. We take a trip to Poland so that we can polish sausage all of our assets up. And then I'm also in the middle of and kind of tying up some of the loose ends on marketing art, finishing and composing key art, working on logo treatment, and then also working on the art that will go into the trailer eventually.
We carve out lots of time at the end of our schedules for fixing and polishing. There's tons of important kind of micro decisions happening every single day across all dimensions of the project, like art assets that are still being touched up or polished or replaced, audio being updated, new voiceover and events and stuff still going in. So much of the game, as it's being solidified, is really truly taking shape for the first time.
Hey, did we change something about the aggro on the light range? Sorry, what? Did we change something about the aggro on the light range?
No, I never actually.
You never committed that? Okay, I think there's a bug because I'm shooting people and they have no interest in fighting back. Why does this caster not want to fight back? Do we know? Will we find out before it's too late?
We have to keep telling ourselves it's a marathon, not a sprint. All of our colleagues in the development community who have worked on early access games reiterate this to us. They say, prepare yourselves, because it's kind of the beginning of a whole new chapter.
All right. If I may be so bold, my lord, perhaps the merest sight of me still stirs in you a memory of my performances of yore. It gladdens me you used to like my songs.
Drama.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. Well done. Well Dunstan.
Also just him talking about being glad and happy, but never being
not actually being glad or
never
happy.
being those things. Yeah.
It's Monday, November 26th, and our video game is going to be announced and released in 10 days. Normally, I find this part of the process to be one of the best, because usually so much is going into the game. You're finally getting around to some of the things that you might have postponed for a really long time. But this is a unique thing for us because we're actually announcing it and launching it at the same time. And it feels like so much more can go wrong, but also we'll be okay because we're committed to working on the game through early access, so everything is going to be fine. So what you're hearing is the constant loop of rationalization that I go through every morning on this game to try and justify where we're at.
You remixing the trailer music?
No, I'm just
acoustic
fidgeting.
What am I doing? I should not be doing this.
Yeah, so let's actually, if we want to just see this whole thing, it's pretty cool.
Oh, with the new...
Yeah. And though I changed it.
Yeah.
I have 2 jump cuts.
Yeah. Dude, it's gonna... You think... Are you sure you're gonna... Let's go to the death moment? Yeah, that's gonna be hard.
Well, I would jump cut It is pretty
it's gonna
fucking
be hard,
cool as
though.
it is. Yeah, I don't know.
I could try it a couple of times. Maybe I'll get lucky.
Where is that effect? Like that blood effect, the spurt.
I mean, I wouldn't try.
No, like maybe I could just ask Josh to render me like that effect separate, and I can just put it on, or he can put it on.
So to remind ourselves what's happening again, the week of the Game Awards, the Monday is when we're going to lock the build. Tuesday, some of us go down to LA. We're down there Wednesday. Thursday is the Game Awards. Everyone else will watch the Game Awards from the office up here, and then launch the game that Thursday, and then work on the problems Friday, Saturday, and then work on it for years after that.
It is Wednesday, December 5th, and tomorrow is the Game Awards. Those of us who are back here at the office are just doing something that we don't always get a lot of time to do, which is playing the game, and playing it in a way where we're not constantly looking for problems and things we would fix. It's actually really hard to play a game that you can't change, because we don't want to destabilize it for the launch. So we're doing that. I think a lot of us wish we had more to do right now than we do. In terms of our emotional state, I think there's a lot of excitement. Epic just announced their platform yesterday, and people seem really excited about it, and we're going to be a part of that story tomorrow. So there's just a lot of different pieces coming together. I wish tomorrow was right now. That is my big wish.
How are you feeling about the announcement tomorrow?
Pretty nervous.
Mostly excited. Yeah.
I'm like super excited. I know like a bunch of people are nervous, but I'm just like really excited.
I'm just like extremely excited, but also unsure what's gonna happen.
Mostly just focus on the work, put the rest of it out of my mind. Whatever happens, happens, and we're ready to just keep going after that.
We somehow survived. Where are we, Darren?
We are at the Burbank Airport, across from Guy Fieri's burger joint.
We should film the sign.
We should. Yeah, it's a pretty good sign. Yeah, it's a good landmark for Logan. He's going to meet us here in a minute.
Hello, good sir. We are filming for the documentary. Good to see you, sir.
What documentary?
We're doing the no clip thing.
Oh, yeah.
It's been a while. Thank you. Yeah.
Hey man, I bought 6 of them.
Hold on, Jen. We're skipping a lot of layers here.
Okay. I'm sorry. I come from a Chinese family.
Too many layers.
Wait, can I just hand the rest?
Are you not partaking, Gavin? You're just eating cookies and watching?
Watching here for a moment.
and make snarky comments.
Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose.
From this angle, Jen, it looks like just the tree is singing because...
Still while you're on it, because it's not the most stable.
Oh, wait.
If you're gonna say
I'll catch you.
Don't believe Jen, it's stable.
Don't believe her lies.
I use that stuff all the time. You have to, well, you do have to, no, it just, it locked.
Okay, well,
Battery pack,
hold
good
this
luck.
side.
Okay.
Good luck.
Does it have to be on the tallest one, or can it be like second tallest?
No, it's supposed to be up on the very top.
This is a team building exercise.
To both?
Yes.
Yeah, it's both.
I'm so worried it's not going to be
Holiday
Does it stay?
Put it lower to the base of that.
I love it.
Super Giant Games presents.
I love it.
Put it like lower to the base so you can't see the battery pack.
I need to make the here's who you call if shit goes sideways document right now. Everybody.
The doors open to the Game Awards in like 45 minutes or something like that at 4:30. So we are getting ready to head out there. There have been some other Game Awards related news items that did leak today, so we dodged a few of those bullets, I guess. going to be an interesting night. I think afterwards, yeah, we may double back here and just figure out what the heck is going on and try to help manage the launch, even though most of the folks back at the studio are going to help us, make sure it all goes smoothly. We're the lucky ones who get to just show up to this thing and try to have a good time, smile and nod, and cheer for ourselves if nobody else does once the trailer rolls. So.
All right.
Pre-dinner for the
Pre-celebration, pre-funking on all the pie. We have so much pie, it's crazy.
Oh yeah, I don't think we've seen this yet tonight.
No, look at this beautiful pie. Alice made this one.
Homemade store-bought. Has anybody touched the ciders?
I have.
I have as well.
It was great.
And the winner for Best Role-Playing Game goes to Monster Hunter World. Congratulations.
Oh, they're doing awards already?
Yeah.
The pre-show awards.
The game.
Does that go on the award when you get it? Pre-show award winner.
My good man. We're doing it. It's really happening. One pocket square.
Just like one of the pits.
Did you wear that to the BPH? Yeah, that's cool. Excuse me.
No problem. Sorry.
What are you watching on, Gavin?
What's that?
Are you on Twitch or YouTube? YouTube.
YouTube, I guess. Random link.
No, they put the game live early, but we can't do anything until they show the trailer.
Best composer in the world.
So people can start buying the game now.
What do you mean we can't do anything, like promote it?
I am honored to be here tonight.
Man, you've not been reading
someone
Slack
who
chat.
has truly changed.
Do you think it'd be good for me to try and do those purchases now too?
Yeah, mine isn't working, but I think it might have to do with like the address of my credit card or something like that.
I can give you my card and then I'll hop on it myself as well.
It's up! Oh my god! Really? Yeah, on the Epic Games Store. It's online.
Yeah, so if you have the store open already, like before they updated it, it didn't update.
Nope. It still wants me to buy it.
Trailer is playing!
Oh my god!
From the Pyro, Bastion, and Transistor.
Where do you think you are?
Camilo, turn it up.
Who do you think you're talking to? Nobody gets out of my domain, whether alive or dead. You wish to learn the hard way? Fine. Then go. Get out. Don't let me stop you.
Wasn't planning on it, Father.
I'm home. Well, time to go get killed again.
Death is your only family. Death and I.
Congratulations to the guys from Supergiant. That is an early access title. They're going to be updating over time, and it's available tonight, right now.
So, yes, the game just launched earlier. We're back from the Game Awards. I think that was the most stressful thing I've done in a long time. There is some parts of it that were a little bit unexpected for me. So I had my phone and I have the whole team in a Slack channel and I have Epic in a text message. And the whole idea was Jeff was supposed to go out, announce the game, and then the store was supposed to go live. And I got a text from our friends at Epic saying, hey, we need to set the store live basically right away. It was around 5:30. And I thought that wouldn't be great at the moment because they needed time because it takes between 5 and 15 minutes for the store to propagate and for everyone to be able to see it. Jeff gave us a sense that we'd be towards the beginning of the show, but we didn't know exactly when. So he couldn't give us a time because it's a live show and you don't know what's going to happen. So I had all this pressure on one side because I wanted to make sure that the store was going to be live because there's a URL at the end telling people where to go to buy it. And I also wanted to make sure nothing leaked because we were so fortunate sitting in our seats around 5:30 that no one knew about the game or anything about it or that it was coming. And I really wanted the world premiere at the Game Awards to be a world premiere. Ended up going up around 6:08, at least the store started to propagate, or that was when we were supposed to start to set it live. It was supposed to take 5 to 15 minutes, and I think it took 45 seconds or something before it went live. And so suddenly I went to epicgames.com, the store, whatever the URL is, and we can edit it in. I went to the store and it was there and showed it to Greg, and Greg is like basically mainlining Twitter into his veins to see if anyone has seen it. 6:10 happens and then 6:15 happens and no one is talking about it. And no one has seen the game, and the premiere still hasn't happened. We knew it was supposed to go live in the first 30 minutes. And then some other stuff happens, and we realize that www.playhades.com 404s. It doesn't go anywhere. And that's the URL at the end of the trailer. And thankfully one of our own guys found that. And at the beginning of the trailer, I went to www.hades.com, playhades.com. And it 404'd. It wasn't working. And at the end of the trailer, I went to www.playhades.com and it was working. So, I don't know what magic they pulled there. Yeah, it went live and it's live and I guess people are playing it and, you know, the team is talking about it and I have no idea what they're saying.
Jesus Christ, it's true. If you can beat...
I've never made it to the Hydra.
If you can beat Meg, you can get to the Hydra, I guess.
That's been less true lately, but he has a really good build.
Is it the guy with the bug?
He's at 9 health though.
What's the bug that someone has?
I don't think it's a bug. I think it's just
He has 2 sandwiches that he's not eating.
It's okay.
I can... No, he's invulnerable. He's not taking damage from anything.
Yeah, die.
Permanently.
The thing is, he's going to win because he's invulnerable all the time. And he's got 1 more death insurance.
It said last chance.
Oh, yeah, it did.
Yeah.
So he doesn't. Yeah.
But this is real easy. This part is easy on, like, this last
All
part.
he needs to do is just get hit, though. Like, that's it.
Oh, he did it!
He died, right? Oh, Hydra vanquished.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh.
No! God damn it!
Alright, type in a congratulations.
Congrats to the team.
Congrats from the Super Giant team. We're watching you. We're watching you.
And you log in.
Oh my god.
Are you fucking kidding me? I was looking at it. He doesn't even have any epic boons.
And so begins the question earlier.
Nah, he was great. He created us, everything.
Being permanently invincible surely helped him.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Is that the guy talking?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I mean,
That's
he had
a
a
good
fun time.
reaction, man.
He's gonna be sad when it's over.
Yeah, he just understood what...
Is this the end yet?
What?
There's more. There's more. Don't worry. Chill, dude. We got you. We got you.
We got you, man.
What?
That's about as far as I can get for now.
Early access.
Yes!
We got you. We got you, fam. It's like fucking Transistor at the end, man.
Nice! Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, bro.
There's more. Talk to Hades.
Go talk to Hades, dude. Come on.
I guess we just have to ship that bug forever, where you're permanently removed.
Thank you.
Well, that's good. That's a good reaction.
Yeah.
It was a blast. Oh my god.
Yes. Pretty good.
We've always wanted to help show how games are created, to help introduce folks to the idea that game development, while fraught with challenge, is not magic. It's something that is achievable to many people out there. They have an internet connection and the time and the wherewithal to learn the tools and learn the trade and learn the craft. We hope in developing in the public eye that, hopefully it's good for our game, but also if it helps some folks out there on their own journeys to discovering where they stand with respect to wanting to be game makers, I on a personal level, I hope that happens, since that's how I got into it myself.
Should we do the upstairs? I guess we should. They can use.
Previously on Hades Developing Hell.
Our fourth game is called Hades. It's a narrative-driven roguelike dungeon crawler in which you battle your way out of the underworld of Greek myth.
Slow and steady wins the race because it's going to go into early access, and it's not like we get to go on a break.
Trailer is playing!
Oh my god!
Congratulations to the guys from Supergiant. That is an early access title. They're going to be updating over time, and it's available tonight, right now.
All right, cool. I am actually good to go whenever you are, man. All right, wait, let me roll this.
Okay.
All right, let's see.
I'm wearing the same fucking sweater as the last episode of the No Clip documentary, and I didn't know that I was doing that. This
Looking equally as good.
No, I don't know, man. That's sad.
It's been more than a month now since the Game Awards and since Hades was announced and launched by us, and the holidays have come and gone, and the year has started off with a bang for us.
There was a while, we do this thing after we ship where we patch every day, and I am like addicted to patching. I am completely and hopelessly addicted to patching. I love those times because the feedback loop is so tight. It's like, okay, we fixed this, we added this, I changed this.
So after Hades' initial launch, we put out exactly 6 patches over 10 days. And those were split between technical fixes and new content and balance changes. A lot of that was kind of just the initial cleanup of cruft that any new game release has, just compatibility issues, driver issues.
I think the pace, in some ways it feels similar to the months leading up to the initial launch and announcement, but we do have an active player community out there that we're keeping an eye on and interacting with on a daily basis. So that does change things. They have a lot of feedback. I think they have high expectations for us. So I think we do feel a certain amount of, I guess it's pressure to live up to what to exceed their expectations, really. So yeah, just calibrating players' expectations with what we actually deliver in this first major update will be really interesting. Hopefully they'll still be very happy with the game after they play what we have in store for this round.
We have a roadmap of how we want to build Hades. We know what we want to put in it before it's ready, before it's 1.0. And one of the realizations we had really early on while planning the next update was that people are actually playing this game for a really long time. And it was surprising to see people kind of keep recursing through the content and stick with it for weeks after they may have completed some of the stuff that we had in there. So we realized that an update that we had planned for much later, maybe like the third or fourth update in our roadmap, needed to come in much sooner. So we actually swapped a set of updates in order to kind of keep our roadmap intact, but also respond to some of what the community seemed to be. It's not even necessarily that they were asking for it, it's just what they were running into. It was based on our observations of what was happening with players who've been playing for a long time. So the combination of reading those early comments, looking at our schedule, thinking about what we wanted to actually approach next, ended up swapping update 4 or whatever for update 1.
So we have a lot of cool new things planned for the next big update. We're calling this the Chaos update because it has the introduction of chaos inside the blood gates that you can access in the game. This also, of course, comes with amazing new art from Jen and amazing new sound from Darren.
It has a new sort of intense difficulty modification system using Hades' infernal contracts. We've got a whole new look for the character. We've got new enemies, new environments, and almost none of it is exactly where we want it to be. It's close. A lot of it is really close, but we need to finish the art, we need to finish the feedback, we need to finish the text, we need to integrate the voiceover, we need to tune it, we need to play it again after we make the tuning changes to make sure we didn't break something. We need to set up the main menu so you can tell that the game changed. We need to write the patch notes. We need to get the feedback forum set up for when more feedback comes in. We need to have a play test where everyone experiences the content, and we need to do all of that in 3 days, I think. I think we can do that because we've done stuff like it. You can just go watch an old NoClip episode to prove that we can do that. But
the first character we're adding in our first major content update coming in January is Primordial Chaos, the origin of all things. And we are just figuring out what Primordial Chaos is supposed to sound like. We have a beat on it, but there's still some iteration. We're trying some stuff right now. Now that the game is out there and folks have played it and seen what it's like, I get to talk a little bit more openly about one of the aspects of the world building and the story that I've been so excited about, which is that we get to depict some of these characters from Greek myth that I don't think have ever been rendered in like modern media before. Hypnos or Nyx, or certainly Zagreus is not a character you have necessarily learned about in your one, Greek mythology session in elementary school. And then this time around, we are adding a Primordial Chaos. It's basically the creation myth of Greek mythology. You may be familiar with the theory of the Big Bang, for instance, and chaos is essentially the Big Bang from a Greek mythology point of view. It's like in the beginning, there was void, and then from chaos sprang the Titans, and from the Titans sprang the gods, and heaven and earth, and everything in between, and so on. It's like, oh man, that is intense.
So here would be the combo with that same processing.
Soft. Would you not agree?
That's interesting.
It's just like too much going on now.
Yeah, maybe. The echo is like not terrible, but yeah.
To me, this already has like, it sounds like a man and a woman talking already to me.
We have met in a way. I know everybody here and there.
I think it sounds pretty rad.
You wish to leave this place? then it is my wish to make your debate so a little bit more interesting.
You know, for me, from a writing standpoint, it all so clearly ties back into the themes of what this game is going for in its story, because in a story that's really about family, chaos is the most distant relative that all these characters have. So I want to understand how the dynamics of these characters play out as a family. So I need to know who their families are. So I had to trace that all the way back down their family tree, and it ends with primordial chaos. There's nothing before that. So it felt really good to be able to take this character, come up with our take on it, and on them, I should say, and put them in our game.
Oh, dang. Oh, shit.
It's early, but it's pretty exciting.
Sweet.
Yeah. I'm basically like,
it's like super messed up.
It's like a Final Fantasy last boss.
Yeah, it kind of is.
I'm down with that.
Oh, I'm so down.
Yeah, it's going to be wild, right?
Yeah, it's going to be awesome.
Be expecting that.
In the modern era of games, feedback is everywhere. So, you know, we're seeing feedback in our official Discord. There's a subreddit for us. Social media has a lot of feedback. So I'm getting emails. I got all these emails over the break from people who had played it. There was a bug I got from Gavin that was just a picture of a series of text messages, angry text messages he got from his friend about the way I had tuned one of the Poseidon god boons. So there's a lot of feedback. There's a lot of feedback. It's coming from every place. So how do we stay on top of the feedback?
We could just spend 100% of our time, you know, monitoring feedback coming in, and if we do that, we're spending no time actually addressing it. So I've wondered if I carve out specific times to check in on the community and then just sort of not do it when it isn't those times. I suspect that that'll help me and just kind of structure my time and my life in general now that it's a whole new universe for us. So that's something I've been thinking about for myself.
That has been a perpetual learning experience. At first, we just took all this loose feedback, and Morgan and Michael went through it in Jira, and there was 3,500 entries, and it's like the 117 things could be saying the same things. We could wipe out 30 of them just by fixing a bug, because some people are giving us feedback about something that's actually just like something that was broken and we didn't realize it. And then we moved to this system where you could upvote feedback in Discord, and that's been really nice because it sort of gives us an overview and a snapshot of what are people thinking about and looking at. But then that feedback needs to become action. So it needs to go into our task tracker. It needs to get some time in the background of our minds to be thought about. Some of it's real easy and we can just do right away. Some of it requires a conversation. And are you really ready in your production schedule to derail what you're doing to have a couple conversations about, you know, some of the feedback that's coming in?
I would say like 60% of the feedback we get is like specifically about game tuning. Like, you know, the sword is weak, the sword isn't strong enough. It's not straightforward how to address that, and that goes through multiple iterations. And it's a game with tons of different kind of abilities, the different boons you get from the gods and different weapon upgrades you could get from what we call the Daedalus hammer. And they all have like synergistic effects. So you could have the spear, you know, with Poseidon's upgrade on it, with like a particular Daedalus hammer upgrade, and, you know, like a couple of other items equipped at the same time. So we just start hearing from different players about their different like builds and skill combinations and stuff like that, and we start looking at more nuanced examples of where players were either getting stuck or, like, you know, were able to trivialize encounters that were meant to be more challenging.
One problem we had was people were complaining that when you would throw the shield weapon in the asphodel biome, that it would just keep traveling way off screen because there's no walls there for it to bounce off of. So we made a number of changes to get it to return to the player faster as a nice quality life update to the weapon. Unfortunately, that introduced a bug where the shield actually damaged you.
We pushed a patch where the God boon applied to the shield throw would do damage, would apply it back to you when the shield like actually came back and returned to you. So you would like throw out your shield with the newly buffed Ares boon, and it would come back and hit you and do like 60 damage to you, and then you would die. I thought it was kind of funny. We fixed it, you know, in 12 hours. It was no big deal. It's not like we lost anyone forever. That's part of early access. Every game is going to have that moment. That's like a game development magic moment right there where, you know, it's not like we didn't test it. We played it. We tested stuff. We just missed this thing. You're just going to miss these things, especially if you're pushing as often as we are on the weeks that we push a lot of patches. That was a bad place.
Are elites immune to stun?
No, he can't even stun them, so everything.
Because he got a wall slam, they just didn't stun.
It's because they're immune to stun.
Oh, they are?
Aren't they? Yeah, you can learn more from like 1 minute of watching someone play the game than like your own hour of playing it. There is so much value in watching a streamer play your game, whether there's someone with 3 viewers or there's someone with, you know, 10,000 or 20,000 viewers. And he's got a shop here. I mean, his run could last. Oh! Oh, the cruelty. Before we pushed the patch, there was this whole thing. I could just see, no one was really complaining about it, but I could just see people missing with the mouse when they used the cast ability. And knowing that we had fixed it, but we hadn't pushed the patch live was like really painful. It's actually really hard for me to watch streams where people are running into things that I know we've changed. Patch! Gavin, push the patch.
You would have to restart the game anyways.
Gavin, you have to push the patch. I can't watch this. Oh, good. There is a realness and a rawness to it, and there is information in almost every action taken. Because one of the things a streamer does that maybe, you know, your friend sending you notes doesn't do as well is they're expressive. They're talking about their experience in a direct way. They are thinking about the choices out loud. I think something that's coming up in our own conversations and our own thoughts is like discipline. We think about discipline a lot, and we have production discipline, and we also need to start developing different kinds of self-discipline, because when a game is live, you could be tuning in all the time, and some part of you needs to know, this is where I go into the hole or go back to the lab and figure stuff out. Oh, he doesn't know there's a 6-head one, huh?
Nope.
That's going to be a pleasant surprise.
Oh!
Oh! Ah!
That's probably like exactly how we wanted the first Hydra run to go. Actually.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Now we want him to stop playing, patch the game, fight the Hydra again. It's all good. Push the patch.
Yeah, so I'm recording some sort of emergency pickups for Zag and Skelly. We're adding a thing which is sort of like a trophy system for completing runs with certain amounts of heat active, so making the game super hard and completing runs. And then we're gonna have these statues that are revealed in the area with Skelly, and he's gonna say stuff about them, and Zagreus is gonna say stuff about them, so I gotta record a bunch of lines for each of them because I happen to voice both of those characters. They're going to ship tomorrow. We're going to push them to the world tomorrow, theoretically. But yeah, so we're gonna like incorporate, I think it's like 91-ish lines. Okay, the Skelly Trophy System line 674. This is Zagreus talking. I just gotta remind myself of that. Don't do all these lines as Skelly. What's all this? What's all this? What's all this? A little more skeptical, maybe? What's all this? I think either the first one, let me do one more. What's all this? Maybe the first one or the last one. 675. Let me guess. They want me to fight all the way through the underworld, having used the Pact of Punishment to my bedchambers to make the going even more treacherous than it already is, and if I succeed, they'll reward me with some sort of useless trinket. Okay, not bad. It's a couple accenty things.
We want to manage our time during early access in this pretty regimented way where we have these major updates on a regular basis, and that does bring with it a certain amount of pressure for sure. Like once we have those dates out there, it's like game developers are pretty notorious for missing their dates, I think. If we miss one of our major updates, is it the end of the world? Like, I don't know, but we've never done something like that before. And I think we will do our best to prevent that from ever happening, because those commitments that we make, we take them very seriously.
Early access is a learning process for us. The schedule, I think, is probably the hardest problem for us to overcome. This particular milestone, the artist kind of got pitched a lot of work in the very last week of our milestone. So we are kind of scurrying to react to a lot of the designer changes and a lot of the content changes that we hope to get into this patch. It's gonna happen though, because everyone here is awesome and doing really great work. Joanne is doing amazing. She just made like 3 maps in 3 days, I think, which is not a pace our players should expect us to maintain.
A lot of the gameplay aspects of the update are in, but it's poorly tuned and there's no art. So what we're trying to do right now is we just have a huge design meeting basically to go over the last details of the tuning. Then we also have this art meeting. We're going to go through and talk about each of the different pieces that do or don't have art and what we can do to get the art in.
Previously, we had this style of Zagreus's render. His animations kind of match the look of our approach in Transistor and Pyre, which is a little more dissimilar to the rest of the art direction and style of Hades, environment-wise, effects-wise, etc. So we are hoping to bring Zagreus in line with the rest of the game so that he both reads better on the background or in the environment, and also just matches the game stylistically in more of that like cel-shaded, like inked look. So that update is going in. I'm pretty excited about that because we've been talking about it for a long time. It was just one of those larger endeavors that we knew we would have to like give space to.
Okay, awesome. So first thing is on the Zagreus re-renders. You noticed something?
Yeah, Paige, do you know what a marker is?
Yes.
Okay, the Zagreus re-renders need their markers re-rendered as well.
Yes.
Okay, is that something you're in the process of?
That is something that which the process of was not told to me, so I'm not sure how to handle that.
Okay, but you know how to do them, or you don't know how to do them?
I don't know how to do them.
Okay, is it possible to contact Camilo?
Yeah, I talked to him on Friday, so...
Okay, I think the process is...
Find Camilo.
Find Camilo.
I had a conversation with Amir that I want to make sure, like, for me, that's the thing, like, I don't want this to be us hyping everything and then sweeping the, like, tough stuff under the rug. And Camilo's been with us since the early days of Transistor, so he brought the characters of Transistor to life and to Pyre, and the characters of Pyre to life, and now Hades. And he's been with us for a long time, and he's at a point in his life where it sounds like it's time for him he wants to make some pretty big changes in his life, and one of those changes is moving on from this place.
Okay. I can be more involved if necessary, but it'd be much better for Camilo to just tell you. Like, there's a script. He has a script that does this. That's what needs to happen. Is you need to run the script with some parameters, and that will create these SGA files, and then need to be checked in. So I don't think it's going to be terribly complex if we can just get a list of the steps from him.
I'll miss him a great deal. His perspective has been invaluable in the work that we've done to this point, and I'll be really excited to see what he comes up with next, because I think he's a genius animator. One animator has done everything in our games since Transistor, and he 3D models all that stuff too. So yeah, he's been a one-stop shop, and we've since had Paige Carter has been helping us on 3D modeling for a while. So we're not Camilo's staying with us for a while to help with the transition. We have we're looking for we actually posted a job opening toward the end of last year. So we have a lot of applicants that we're starting to go through and all that, but it's going to be a big change. Like this is a studio where the number of folks who've moved on over the years you can count on one hand.
So one of the things we end up having to do a lot is have what we call like what to do meetings. That's where we usually get like people from who just represent expertise in different aspects of the game, art, engineering, design, whatever, creative development, and we put them all together to help solve problems. And in this case, one of the problems we're trying to solve right now is we have this weapon that internally we call the monster weapon, but it's basically like a gun that you shoot at guys. And this is a challenging one because it's a move while fire weapon. It's the kind of weapon that allows you to skate around and shoot it. And in a lot of 2D games, there are weapons like this. But at the very high standards of quality at Supergiant Games, it can be hard sometimes to execute this stuff. So yeah, we end up having long conversations trying to figure out what the best way forward is. So the thing that we talked about yesterday, since we've all been having conversations about this kind of separately, is how can we reasonably do a move while fire weapon without doing like walk legs and all the crazy stuff to make his legs look like he's strafing. So one of the ideas that came up is like, can he float while doing it? So I have the monster weapon here with him floating. I'm sure it looks great to you on the top screen.
It's like throwing out malt balls.
Yeah.
That's the idea.
Yeah. So like, I know there's a lot of temptation to do a bunch of like really crazy shit, but I wonder if he can just hold a gun and shoot it while floating.
Understand how ridiculous that statement.
How is that a ridiculous statement?
Yeah, and I had my reservations around that were like, that is not the fantasy of firing a gun, you know, like no. It is not. It doesn't include the part where you're floating. But there are examples like Space Harrier, if you're familiar with that, where he's like, but you know, the gun is not the source of his flying. He just incidentally is able to fly while also holding a bazooka.
Yeah, so that's
Space Harrier is like pretty ridiculous by today's standards.
Yeah, but our man floats. Like he does this, right? When you fire a thing, he floats. Like watch, I'll fire it and he'll float.
I'll prove it.
Woo!
You're right. It's done.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying there in the fiction exists reasons for him to.
Precedent is very important.
Float. I'm just saying the combination of floating and gun.
This is what's.
Greek myth is like a little like this is definitely one of those like this is like a pyre level concept that I will have to reach fucking deep, which is maybe fine. I just like I don't have any immediate answers.
But I think the problem is so I get what you're saying, and I think Greg has the same concern.
Yeah.
My feeling is, why are we trying to justify the floating? Like, we didn't justify it when he flies off the ground and does his little flip. So like, if he just holds his gun like he would hold it, and he happens to float while using it, I don't actually know that the gun needs to make him float. Like he's just choosing to fire it that way.
You're just saying Zagreus can just float.
Well,
yes, because he already does.
Today.
He does that.
I don't know. Okay, what are you guys talking about when you're saying he already floats?
Look at this.
Pick it up. No, I'll be right back.
Josh, you're leaving at the exact right time. Look at this.
Expanding his conversation.
It's fine. You have an ally in Greg. That floating is weird. So, like, look at
what floating are you referring to?
Look,
I mean, I know like.
Look at the cast. Look at the cast. Look at this.
Him having a moment of floating during his attacks and animations is normal because he's a powerful character. He's like springing around. It's like, yeah, he's powerful, but like flying. What he's doing here is not floating. He's flying.
I do agree personally, particularly because we're talking about like a weapon whose archetype is a gun. Like if the archetype was like Iron Man's, you know, repulsor blasts or whatever, then it's all good. I think it should make some kind of sense. Any kind of sense at all would be the constraint I ask for. So if it remind, you know, the way that the shield that it reminds you of something, I think we actually want this to remind us of something if we can help it, as opposed to like the auras or something in Pyre where it's a whole new universe that you have to learn. Doing weird stuff, which is fine. We have a weird weapon in the game already with the shield, but the shield, at least people recognize it as like a Captain America shield.
In this case, the walk legs to me seem like it would just be for a single animation, right? He just has the fire and run animation.
And the reload.
Well, no, well, and start, and stop, and reload, and idle.
That's the problem.
So yeah, because it'll have a special attack, it'll have a reload. And
yes, this is like literally this execution, however silly, is literally the simplest way for us to do this. It is 2 animations. It is a fire and a trigger release. That's like the whole animation. My feeling isn't he's got to float and it's got to be a gun. It's more like I like how this feels and works, and it feels really different than the other weapons. And without having to invest in a bunch of new technology and stuff, it basically works like this, with a trigger release graphic and a fire graphic. It's the most important process we have here because it's like exactly what collaboration looks like, and sometimes what creative chemistry looks like too, because it's kind of messy. It always is. The things you think are going to go really fast sometimes take forever. Some of the things you think are going to take forever and have high conflict and we're going to be lost in the woods for a while end up going by really fast. So yeah, you never know. That's the lesson. I have no idea ever, even after 9 years of working with these people and some of them for longer than that.
Yeah, that was the thing I was asking you actually. So the part, like the asset that has all the information did not leak, which is cool. Yeah, so it's just the image. Yeah, that's actually pretty. That's pretty convenient. It's 9:39 a.m. on January 15th. This is the date of our first major update. We've promoted that our first major update is out today. But we intended to reveal the contents at the time that the update actually went live to kind of like keep it a secret. But it sounds like some of the updated artwork has gone up prior to the update. So it's a little bit unfortunate because it creates confusion, it creates anxiety because there are players out there who like want to play it and they're like, whoa, why is the art up? But I can't download it yet. Is something wrong with my computer and the world? And it's like, dude, just everything's going to be okay. But thankfully, I'll take this leaking over the announcement of the game itself leaking last month. So I'll take that trade.
So basically what we're doing right now is we need to smoke test the build. So that means going through and making sure all the major stuff works, like saving and loading the game, and the major features we added are all still working. Yesterday, a lot of us played the game, and we have our QA running, but you never know if you make a couple last-minute changes, a couple last-minute fixes, if those can destabilize the game. And you'd rather find that out before you release the patch than when you're watching a stream of someone playing. These are all the small changes that went in from noon to 7:45 last night. You know, we found in one of the new maps something blocks your path, and we had to figure out why. Greg had to update the patch notes because of the changes that happened that afternoon. We made some last-minute tuning to the new dead zone settings and to the new trove tuning. We found a huge bug where suddenly you couldn't cancel out of using the bow or the spear, and we probably would have gotten a lot of sad bow and spear users talking about that. So it's an example of the stuff we catch right at the end. And we have to make sure that any fixes to these don't like break the whole game. That is what we have to do. So yeah, that's the morning. That's what all our mornings are.
So we got a bug yesterday where you would
when you entered the new mini boss room in Asphodel, you would sometimes just spawn in without riding the boat, and that doesn't happen with any other rooms, so that's a good sign, which means it's contained to just this room, and I just realized that it's a simple data issue. So when we build Asphodel rooms, or any room, we have to like specifically say which directions you can enter from. Some rooms have exits on the left, some rooms have exits on the right. And for this room, because of copy pasting, a lot of times we copy paste data just because we have all the defaults set from a different room. This room had it set to left and right, so when you would enter from the right, it wouldn't find a boat going in that direction, and it would just spawn you in the center. So it's just a simple bug fix, but it's part of the process of creating new maps. A lot of times it's hard to test because the game's randomized, so I could play the game 100 times and there's technically still a probability that I'll always enter this room from the left, which is why a lot of times we do full team playtest right before a patch where everyone gets to play the game, and chances are we'll find one of those randomized bugs.
Yeah, it's our first time doing it, first major update, so I really want to know what people think about the changes we added. There's also some like, will this update, answer all their hopes and dreams for what they wanted to see in an update that comes a month later. So there's going to be a lot that we're going to learn really fast, maybe in a couple hours or a couple days, about how this process is going to go for the next however long it takes us.
This is Jenkins. He is our build server. He creates builds for us. The current configuration I have set up to push the actual build live. So this is a dangerous button to never hit at a time when we don't actually want to hit it, but I am going to hit it now after double checking everything is properly going. This upload is pretty fast. It takes about 3 minutes or so, and then once that goes, we will verify that everybody has it on the Epic launcher, though of course on Epic's backend it can also take a little bit of time to propagate.
This is good. This is a good patch. Patch is live because my mom is calling me. Hey mom, that's not a good patch. Now they'll start propagating it.
Yes, but it's normally very, very fast. The Epic side has never taken.
Patch number 54? That's a lucky number in Chinese.
Nice.
I mean,
it means
we have
don't
numbers
die.
all over the place.
Not die.
Auspicious patch.
Yeah.
I mean,
no death.
Jenkins says 54 for something. The actual build number is 12868.
Right,
internally, publicly this is patch 7. So pick a number, whatever your favorite number is, you can use.
There was also
you're next to it.
update today.
Okay, your auto update's on, so yeah, just launch and then it should.
Yeah, it's not.
There we go. Sweet. Boom. It's done.
Queued and not updated yet.
Mine's updated. I just want to make it.
It's here. It's here. The update's live. Okay, in chat. He's saying that.
Yeah.
All right. There we go. Here he goes. Look at that. Look.
Oh, finally. Nice. We can play something. Head Simulator update.
Boom. Curl's updating, guys.
Yes.
Yeah, his internet's like his internet is way better than our internet.
Okay.
Here you go. Here we go.
Okay, now the question is, should I use the bomb or should I go into the Bloodgate?
Bloodgate.
Like, Bloodgate is,
Bloodgate.
Well, I want to see the Bloodgate.
Bloodgate.
I will reach through the internet.
Do it.
Drop to the sky.
What's in there?
Here we go. There we go.
Oh. This is the new god probably. This is not someone I recognize in the name of Hades. Who is it? Ah. They've all grown soft. Chaos. Oh, that's the prime. Oh, is it Stancer, Primadora Algerinator. Wowee. The art is red. Red, yes it is. With the eyes and the faces and the eyes on the bottom. Wow. That's crazy. Caustic remedy. For the next 3 encounters, slain foes toss an inferno bomb at you. Afterwards restore 36 life. Wow. For next 2 encounters, each time you special, suffer after what? Oh wow, that's a pretty good thing because who needs special abilities? That's crazy.
This guy hates specials real hard.
For the next 3 encounters, each time you attack. Wow.
Today is Monday, February 11th, and it is the day before our second major update goes live. It's the Good Times update, where we're releasing the God of Wine, Dionysus, and our new ultimate weapon called the Adamant Rail, which I'm taking one last look at before we ship it. One of the things that can really help with creative problems is to give yourself a little bit of space. So we took a little time, thought about that move and fire weapon a little more, and realized in our hearts what we really wanted out of the weapon was for it to like feel and operate like a gun. And so we ended up going in a direction where you could still stand still by fire. The secondary is a grenade. And Greg had to make sense of it, so he called it Exagriff, the Adamant Rail. It's a firearm that is a precursor to all other firearms in the world, a weapon so dangerous it had to be locked away by the gods. So that's where we ended up, through the power of figuring it out, waiting on it a bit, and seeing what we really needed from it.
Yeah, last we spoke, we had just launched our first major update, and here we are about 24 hours away from the launch of our second major update. This one is more like the real thing in a way, because now that we've done the full cycle once before and having done it a second time, I think we're more finding our groove. But there are certainly many aspects of doing it the second time that were different from the first, and I wouldn't be surprised if we like continue to evolve aspects of this process like every single time we do it, even though the general gist of it might be similar from one update to the next.
We learned a lot actually from the Chaos update. Like, I think we were pretty happy with just how much stuff we got into the update, but we were not necessarily super thrilled with how much it took out of the team to do. In some ways it was like as hard, if not harder, than just launching the game into early access, because it was our first time processing, thousands of loose notes of feedback.
We made some key changes since our first update, basically like reducing the amount of time for raw new like feature work, so that there's more time to polish and iterate on the new features that are there. We release a big update, and there's hopefully a lot of excitement for a couple of weeks, and then it'll kind of simmer down a little bit. Hopefully with these big updates, we do get people to come back and re-engage with the game, because it's really important to us, because that means we get the feedback that we want so that we can make the next one a good one, and around we go.
So all that's, work in progress, but I think we're feeling pretty good about where we're at right now. And certainly I think as a team, I think there's like sort of less exhaustion than there was coming out of the Chaos update. But, I haven't talked to everybody, so we'll see. Yeah, so one of the experimental things we did was obviously come out on a brand new store that launched the very same night that our game launched.
Bringing games to new platforms, certainly for our team, is a significant undertaking, something that we want to really get right.
At home on Olympus, never presuming.
The underworld is sealed off. What you're attempting is impossible. You've seen what happens when you go too far. What are you doing, Zagreus? The underworld is sealed off. What you're attempting is impossible. You've seen what happens when you go too far.
Previously on Hades Developing Hell.
Our fourth game is called Hades. It's a narrative-driven roguelike dungeon crawler in which you battle your way out of the underworld of Greek myth.
So the thing we are trying that's new this time around is like a little bit of a new art style, but also this thing called early access, which is super, super scary because it involves putting your unfinished work into the open for everyone to judge, something that artists are inherently incredibly uncomfortable with.
The gods are fickle. The gods favor.
It is April 23rd. I've been sick for approximately 2 weeks. I am today working on many things, including rendering out a bunch of the voiceover that we've been recording with a bunch of different actors. I myself have to record a bunch of voiceover, which we'll see how that goes, as I'm under the weather. And I need to finish like 1.5 new pieces of music soon. The update is coming out May 7th, so we have exactly 2 weeks. And so of actual time that I can put stuff into the game, we maybe have like a week and a half.
No. Blast.
Only on, I guess, Pyre did I discover that Logic had the feature where you could like render a bunch of stuff at the same time. A bunch of individual things at the same time, so that's been really helpful since then. Otherwise I used to do them one by one. I pick the takes during the recording process now, where I used to have to spend a bunch of time like selecting takes and comping stuff, and we just like pick the take during the thing, and then I have a friend of mine, Brad Hagman, who's worked on Pyre and this game, does all the VO editing for me, so he takes, based on what we declare is the winner take, he takes that take and cleans it up and puts it on this track that I call selects, and he edits it to the proper format, gets rid of stuff, he'll get rid of it or pick a different take if he has to. And then I can just put the effects on and render it like all at once, and it just saves such a bunch of time. I used to spend so much time doing that. There was construction happening below my apartment for basically the entire production of Transistor. So Logan and I had to like, okay, the hammering stopped, do a take. We're good to go here, let's see. Check, hey, I hear my voice. Okay, let me just, a little bit, down a little bit. I don't even remember what the last thing that was recorded in here was, I have no idea. Death area, so this is when I arrive back in the House of Hades after being killed by the bull. By the Minotaur. It's one bad bull. It's one bad bull. It's one bad bull. First take. H24. That was H23. H24. Oh, I got the horns. I got the horns. I got the horns. Oh, blasted ghost Minotaur. That's probably the one. Oh, Jesus. I'm also trying to get like this new piece of music that I've just started to a place where I can record some drums for it on Friday. So I need to have like the form decided and ready to go by then, because I record drums at home because I got an electronic drum set there. So right now I have like riffs that I think are cool. I need to like get better at so I can play them well enough to sound good. Because I'm trying to write like stuff that's like slightly beyond my normal comfort zone of stuff I like to play on guitar, you know. It's like I'm trying to go a little more metal than my, natural tendency for this Elysium stuff. In an emergency, I can fake that by like, doing it in pieces and editing it together, or slowing it down and recording it and then speeding it up. But I could do that if I have to, but I want to try and do it, for real. Most of me checking out other types of music for inspiration and figuring out what the instrumentation is going to be like happens at the beginning of the project, more sort of broadly for the project as a whole, than from song to song. That's a big part of how I determine what a game is going to sound like. where I try to have the instrumentation choices represent some aspect of the world of the game. I asked myself at the beginning, what is the sound of this place? What are the instruments that might be played there? What does music sound like in this place? And that's going to be at least one component of the music that I'm making.
I'm gonna pick it up from there. And I still need to do a mix and stuff on this, a proper mix. Like I've got all the stuff roughed out, but like all the pieces have like an intro section that's just like a synth pad essentially with some light percussion and like a little pulsing bass, like all the stuff that plays while you are actually doing a run and going room to room. And then there's like an acoustic folk instrument sort of version of the thing, and then there's the second part is like the same form again, essentially in like a intense, harder rocking version of it. So the harder rocking thing is basically that's pretty much done. I need to tweak the mix on it a little bit, but I have the acoustic part is not done, and the mix on the rest is not done. So I can let me show you just a. So most of the pieces I'll start with the acoustic part first. This one I wanted to write it for that section because my goal was like, whatever this is, I want it to feel rad when you're fighting a minotaur. Like that's what I want. That's the goal of the piece, because I knew, I know it's going to be, you're going to encounter it in that context. And that's a big part of the new biome. So that was my main focus writing this one. And with the next one as well. It's a little bit of a change of method, but it's been fun to sort of look at that part first and then extrapolate that back to like a broken down, less intense version of the thing.
It is April 25th, the second to last week of our update number 4 milestone, which means that in a week and 2 days, we will be releasing the Elysium update. It's the first week of polish, where the designers have actually handed off whatever changes they want to make, and the artists are now unleashed upon the world. So that we may make it more beautiful. What we have found is our particular schedule is actually the most useful for the art team and kind of the art team alone, because we come at the end of the entire pipeline. So anytime a scheduling change needs to be made, it's always kind of often on the shoulders and the heads of the artists to kind of make it work at the end, which is not to say that everyone is bullying us, and that they are conscious that we do need real time to make good art, but it is basically a situation where we are constantly updating the schedule, constantly pivoting on the things that we think we're going to be doing because it changes daily. So just to make sure everyone's on the same page, make sure we are going to be able to ship everything we said we wanted to ship. In Elysium, I look at a bunch of cells on my monitor and I try to make sure there are not like some weird dependencies that don't make sense, or some bottleneck, or something that we just shouldn't even be working on given changing priorities. Yeah, so a good example of things that I'm watching out for are like Josh has like a bunch of effects scheduled for Elysium enemies and the bosses that we have in there. That's predicated on both the animations being finished and of course the model being finished. So, the whole dependency chain is like pretty strong there. So I just need to make sure Josh isn't preemptively scheduled for that kind of thing, or if he's just like going to have to wait too long to even get started, such that he doesn't have time to do something that he considers good enough for early access. Yeah, so we have generally, pipeline-wise, we have generally worked as a design-led team. So often, if not always, the art team is waiting on design to create a prototype that they are happy with. That design then goes through a creative development phase, which is Greg. It's mostly Greg's work, and he delves deep into his creative recesses. After that, it comes directly to me, or whoever is going to be working on the art, and we work together with Greg and design to iterate on whatever piece of work we're trying to make. So it's essentially a big problem-solving activity because we're trying to filter and negotiate the feedbacks between design, creative, and our own artistic impulses. But it's a fun and harrowing process, and what comes out the end when you take your time to really do that right is a real sense of satisfaction that you found a cool creative solution that you wouldn't have originally thought of on your own. That being said, I will mention that in Elysium's case, one of the more frustrating parts of the experience is due to the nature of our early access schedule. Design has actually not really been running ahead of art as much as we'd like, so we actually had to do a lot of the concept before design had really finalized what they wanted. But it's a different world in early access, and it's hard to know what the right thing to do is, especially when so much of what you put in the first time it goes out is really just first pass. Being comfortable with that and knowing that you will have time later to continue iterating, that's one thing, but also you won't be able to iterate on 100% of things. So you can't really just go willy-nilly on everything you do, because that ends up being a lot of wasted time too, and we are a studio that does not like to waste time. How y'all doing?
Great.
Yeah. Yeah, we're doing so good. For the camera, I guess. So this is our meeting, our once every milestone meeting, in this case twice this milestone because we have an 8-week milestone, where we're just getting together, reviewing schedule, reviewing sanity checking, looking at dependencies, bottlenecks, and everything, and making sure everything is running well in the art world. In case anything is not running well, we will destroy whatever obstacles exist with our mighty artist pens. Okay, hey Josh.
Yo.
You made it, you're on camera. Usual and best case scenario is I design something and I make sure that it looks good in isometric. So the first concept that is the proof of concept really is the isometric drawing of the enemy or character. From there, if that seems to check out with everyone on design and creative and art side, we move forward and I create orthogonals, which is just the front, the back, the side, and call outs to whatever details may seem confusing or may not make a lot of sense in the isometric. I have to problem solve around how do the joints work on this pauldron and how does it actually attach. And then from there, Paige just takes it and she makes magic and turns it into a 3D thing that you can look at, which is awesome. In more recent times, because of the early access process, I haven't had the luxury of creating all the orthogonals, so I have really just been sending her the isometric versions of the concept and then really rough proportion sketches and any call-outs for any part that may seem extra confusing. So she's been working with that, and no matter what I give her, like I said, she produces gold, so I guess maybe that's just telling me that I should stop creating orthogonals, but I feel like it's my job, and I feel like I'm shirking it if I don't do it. I don't know, it's an industry standard. So in Joanne's case, she has come in and really just taken over a lot of the duties of map creation, including concept phase.
I'm not sure if this is true, but I think maybe some people think that the maps are computer generated. They're not. Everything is hand placed with love and care, very purposefully for composition, lighting, color. I created a bunch of mossy assets, crystals, structures, rocks, grass, the best things.
So we basically decide what are the high-level details of this particular area. What's the general tone of this area? What's the general palette that we're looking for? And what is the fictional conceit for this area? So she's provided with all of that from myself and Greg. And then she goes and plays and has fun doing concepts and drawing things. And then I just over the shoulder, I'm like, yes, no, yes, yes, yes. From nothing to concept, it takes about 4 weeks. After that, she has the go-ahead to start beautifying maps in a rough manner. So she will do a prototype of a map, and we can take a look at what the translation of the concept into real map actually looks like. There's a little bit of course correction that happens there. The 2 weeks before the update goes out are the 2 weeks where the most art is changed and the most polish is put into the game. Literally on Friday night at 5 p.m., like the whole game feels like it changes. You know, we ship the update the Tuesday after that, and it's like, there's just not enough time for me to sit down and play with the game and like take it all in and think about like the larger pictures until a little bit after that. So I'm actually in the process of doing that right now. All right, so my main concentration this time around is Elysium, of course. I'm playing just to review a lot of Joanne's work in bulk. A lot of the enemies actually have also just started coming online. We had actually a little bit of a crisis earlier in the week. We had a playtest on Monday, which was 3 days ago, and one of the main enemies in the playtest is this guy that we called internally the Shade, and he's this, you know, heroic warrior who got sent to Elysium. But the thing I forgot, or I didn't concentrate hard enough on when I conceptualized him, was that he needs to be visible. So we had a little bit of a crisis where the Shade himself, like, he was all black. In fact, let me bring him up so you can see the concept, see what I'm talking about. So yeah, as you can see, he is a dark, shadowy figure. A dark, shadowy, Greekish figure. And he was actually concepted before anything in Elysium had actually become concrete as far as the environment was concerned. So, you know, my attempts to predict visibility issues were like, let's give them these like really bright magenta and blue tones so that they pop out from the background. As it turns out, Elysium is a lot of blue and a lot of black because we're using a lot of black in our game in general. It's still supposed to be kind of this shadowy, cavernous place. So what happened is this character or this enemy just basically got lost. There was the nuclear option of completely inverting this guy's color, turning him white in case we couldn't find some other solution. But as it turns out, you know, with a little bit of post-processing, which is a thing we do on all of our enemies, and a bit of a texture update, which to better reflect what was concepted here, it seems like it's going to be okay. We'll know in a week's time if it is truly okay, but I think this is going to be my first time looking at the Shade in the game with his updated textures that are in theory better and more visible. So let's find out. He's got this thing where when you kill him, his little soul pops out and it can go back and possess this weapon right here and become a real boy again. We are also having similar problems with the little soul, which we call the naked Shade, being visible and trackable during combat, since it's such an important part of ending combat. I don't know if we've solved those issues yet, but I think these guys are pretty good. Like previously, I remember playing in this corner and it just being like completely illegible. The character looked too similar to his effects, he looked too similar to the background. But he's got this spotlight under his feet now, which was another one of our attempts to make him super visible. I think he's sitting in a pretty safe place right now. He's not the most visible, but he's also not the most untasteful. and that's what's key. That, in a nutshell, is how art and design works together.
Okay. So I've got a riff that I like, that I've been trying to get better at playing, that I want to have be the basis for this new piece. I was exploring it more last night, and I think I've got a structure in mind. I just need to sort of track a scratch guitar track, lay that down, and then I will play drums to that, and have the structure of the piece all fleshed out, before I do the drums. And then I'll just do a billion takes of drums and comp together a good take and edit that, and that's the plan. Yep. This is a weird guitar. There's like certain sounds that work really well for other guitars I have sound really terrible for this guitar. It's just like super muddy for some reason. But it can sound really heavy if I find the right thing. Is it metal? It's not metal. It's rockin', but it's not metal. Doesn't sound like it belongs in hell. Can always tweak it. But I like to start from can always tweak the sounds, but I like to. There's so many presets on here that are really spectacular that it's actually just more practical to like pick a really close preset and then tweak as needed. Just because there's just so many options that like one of them is going to be pretty close to what I'm looking for. So yeah, I mean I've got a couple that are pretty close, but I'm trying to see if I can get closer. And then this is like a rat pedal equivalent, This is a flanger pedal, but you've got all these pedals over here and all these different types of distortion, fuzz. Visually, you can tell kind of what pedal they're actually modeled after. Like this is like a Memory Man delay, and it's really easy to navigate. Plug in my drums and get going here. The idea is, the drums I have in there now are just to like give me the sort of the feel of the thing. It's just easier to play to that for me than a click. So I have this sort of like temp drum track that I'm going to replace with like a real drum track, and I'm gonna, have there be sections that are where I play different stuff and add some live energy into the piece, basically. So the way I've been doing it for Hades is I'll perform a drum part on my electronic kit, and record the MIDI output of that essentially into Logic and use the Logic drum sounds. And then I can sort of put together a perfect performance from a bunch of takes and sort of edit it as I see fit. But for a while, you'll see me sucking and scrambling or just trying to figure out like what the parts are, and the first like 10 takes are usually garbage, and then and then I start to figure out, okay, cool, this part should be like this, and so yeah, that's the idea. be close enough for me to start editing. Yeah, I didn't nail everything, but got some good enough ideas in there, I think, that I can at least start the editing process. So good. You know, during the less intense section of the pieces, we have a system set up in the game where I can play any combination, essentially, of drums, bass, and guitar. And so I need to have something happening on the percussion track at all times. But in the intense sections, we actually have all the stems active 100% of the time. It's in the intense section. So I don't really need to keep the drums going the whole time, actually. So it probably would be better to have some dynamic breaks in there. So I will probably keep that part, actually. It's a bit of a workout. Oh, jeez. I wish I had more time to just play drums. It's really fun. It's more fun than doing exercise.
Yeah, my name is Camilo Vanegas. I'm the 3D artist and animator at Supergiant Games. I joined the company in 2012, and I was the only solo 3D artist and animator in the company for a long time. Yeah. Transistor was a project that was my first project, so it was like basically a big learning point for me about working in games, about production, about pipeline, about what it's like when people actually react to your work, so many people in the video game community. But I do have my heart is with Pyre, because it sort of was the point where like I was feeling more confident about my work, and when I actually got to express more of like the design and the aesthetics that I love. So definitely Pyre is the one that I kind of like treasure the most in that sense. And then this new project for me, Hades has been different because now I have more people working with me. So we have Paige and then contractors to help me with some of the work. So it was like a little bit like 50% of my time was just trying to manage that work, and also the other part was continuing animating the project.
His perspective has been invaluable in the work that we've done to this point, and I'll be really excited to see what he comes up with next, because I think he's a genius animator. One animator has done everything in our games since Transistor, and he 3D models all that stuff too. So yeah, he's been a one-stop shop.
I feel like I got very lucky. Not only is a place that they care a lot about the people, but also that you get to learn a lot. And I got super lucky with having like people like Amir and Jen, that they were like the really good leaders. And then they kind of gave me the space to grow a lot. It's something that I'm gonna always be grateful to me. I'm always gonna be here for the company. It's already part of who I am. So that's not going away at all. Yeah.
So when it comes time for me to like create a character or a concept, you know, the very first line of defense is first consulting Greg, our story guy, creative director, to make sure I'm gonna be taking into account like all the factors that he wants, so that he can tell the right kind of story using this character. The second step is to just go to good old google.com. In the case of Theseus, it's like, I'd like to know how he was written and how he was drawn on like ancient Greek pottery. Like that kind of thing is more interesting to me. Even if none of it actually ends up manifesting itself in my final concept, it's still really important, I think, to acknowledge, you know, what was the actual root of this character. There is a certain like community mindshare concept of the character that can't be completely avoided either. So the Minotaur is a really good example. When I did my initial research on him, you know, in general, when he's depicted, He's actually like all man except for his minotaur head. That was one of the decisions I had to make. Like, do I give this guy hooves or do I give him feet? Because is it weird for him to have feet now for most of our players? Like, will they understand that this is a minotaur? I also need to take into account how the character is going to move and how they're going to interact with the world around them. So those kind of considerations are more for, you know, I probably can't have a crazy projection on a shoulder pad because he needs to lift his arm really high. I can't give him big floppy shoes because it'd be really hard to animate something like that, or it won't read well in isometric.
We don't have a lot of direct, the art team and I don't have a lot of direct collaboration, but I definitely am always looking at the stuff that the art team is making and looking at the concepts and looking at the sort of backgrounds for the new biome, or looking at you know, what the enemies look like and all that stuff, and I'm incorporating that. I'm trying to incorporate that stuff into the tone of what I'm doing.
I like asking Greg a lot of weird questions, like, what kind of food does Thanatos like? Does Patroclus like stay up late at night, or is he kind of like a morning person? Like weird things like that can like actually be really useful. I kind of even interface evenly with like engineers and designers also, because you know, anytime an artist wants something particular to happen to this one piece of art in this one moment, usually we can't get that done by ourselves. So we just need to put in like a feature request, and that sometimes goes to the engineer, and sometimes we have to make sure it doesn't interfere with like the design and gameplay. I guess that's just my way of saying I kind of talk to everyone.
Today I put together the structure and the parts for this new piece for the new biome. I recorded like a basic guitar track and then tracked drums to that and then edited those drums and made a proper drum track. And we're like a week and a half out from the update. I have a lot to do between now and then because we can't put stuff in that whole time. So I have to do a bunch of sound effects. That's sort of my main stuff that I have left. All the voiceover is done. The first piece of music is done. This piece of music is started. Probably won't launch the day of the update, but maybe I can patch it in like a couple of days later. That's what I'm thinking. So we'll see. I'd like to launch it with the update, but I just have to, you know, everything needs sounds. So I have to do that first. So that's the plan. So I think it's really interesting working on something in early access, and it's super different. I think having people know what we're working on and having it all out there really changes the vibe, because we get to see sort of people's reaction to the stuff that exists already in the game in sort of real time, basically, as soon as we release it. So it's been really cool and maybe added like a slightly different type of pressure to see that stuff in action and to see people's reaction in real time. You know, sort of shutting yourself away for 3 years and working on something that no one's gonna, you don't know if people will like it or not until the end of that period. I think having some indications that maybe we're on the right track here is sort of comforting after you know, only a year, or a little bit more than a year of working on the game. We got to sort of have that reaction from people, which is really exciting and invigorating, and yes, the sort of update cadence is grueling sometimes, and having to, you know, keep putting out new stuff on a regular basis that people get to experience. But I think it also is exhilarating, you know, at least as much as it is grueling. It's downloading. Yeah. It's happening. Have people picked up on it? I don't know, but I am doing the update myself right now from Epic. Yeah, this is an update day dim sum feast, which we've done a couple of updates, and I think we should keep it going because it's my favorite kind of feast.
This is Szechuan chicken. Szechuan chicken is quite good.
Like, I want to believe we're going to make it super far and everything, but I'm also...
Hold, fiend.
You'll walk not one more step toward the light of day, so long as I am here.
2 against 1. Seems hardly fair. Ah, well. Let's kill him and be done, King.
Theseus, the Bull of Minos, you two are legends. I'd be honored if we had a sporting contest here.
Ah, a naked attempt to sway me from my convictions. Defend yourself, you blackguard, and may the gods show you some mercy, for I shall not. Well, Hellspawn, not ready to admit defeat as yet.
Our latest update just went live. It is the Beefy update. Includes a lot of new content. Biome number 3, Elysium, the next level of hell or heaven, depending on how you want to think about it. And also new bosses, new mini bosses, new enemies. It was a really exciting milestone, I think, because we had the chance to slow down the pace of our early access updates from like a 4-week cadence to an 8-week cadence. We were finding the 4-week cadence, though they worked, they definitely presented a different kind of challenge as far as feeling like you were trying to ship something like real good every month. That is a tiring process. It's like releasing a game every month. So we tried out the 8-week cycle, and I thought it was really cool. Actually went on vacation for 2 weeks of it, which was also nice. But it was, yeah, it's out now. It's out as of 1 hour ago, and people are playing it, and that's really cool. Saw like a couple people get to experience Theseus and the Minotaur, and someone noticed the Minotaur's hair, so I was happy with that. Yeah.
Previously on Hades Developing Hell.
Our 4th game is called Hades. It's a narrative-driven roguelike.
I think having people know what we're working on really changes the vibe, because we get to see sort of people's reaction to the stuff that exists already in the game.
Hopefully with these big updates, we do get people to come back and re-engage with the game. It's really important to us because that means we get the feedback that we want so that we can make the next one a good one, and around we go. It felt like we blinked and all of 2019 had flown by, and kind of thought it might go that way with the early access development thing. It definitely keeps the pace around here brisk, because we've always got our eye on trying to wrap up the major update that we happen to be working on, and no sooner does that one come out that we're already planning the one after that. And turns out you can get through a year pretty quickly going through that kind of process. So we got through 8 major updates in our first year of early access development. We had the Chaos update, we had the Good Times update.
The Beefy update, where you fight Theseus and the Minotaur in the shades of Elysium. We did the High Speed update, where we introduced the Olympian Hermes and all sorts of movement-based and dash-based powers.
In August, we had the Big Bad update, which introduced the final area of the game, the final boss fight, all kinds of other stuff like that. We celebrated our 10th anniversary. We went to PAX, all kinds of wild stuff in August, and announced that Hades is going to be coming to Steam later in that same year.
The next 2 updates after that were mostly focused on kind of the game's replayability in 2 parts. The Superstar update was about making sure the game was highly replayable for all players for a really, really, really long time. And we did that by kind of taking inspiration from games like Slay the Spire with their Ascension system and other things like that to try and put together a heat ladder where you take each of the weapons, which are kind of like our version of our game's classes, and slowly advance them to the ranks in order to get bounties, which you use to then upgrade your weapons.
And then we had the Welcome to Hell update in December of 2019,
where we introduced legendary keepsakes and deeper relationship building and all sorts of stuff that people have been asking for a long time. You know, legendary keepsakes are where you get close to someone, they give you like a stuffed animal. That allows you to summon people into your run, and that was also really fun because that's the combination of all the things that work really well for us in Hades, which is like when the world and the mechanics and the gameplay and the structure and all that stuff comes together to make you feel like you're playing a uniquely Supergiant thing. So prior to the Steam launch, the things we knew we had were a game that some of our most hardcore early adopting fans really, really liked. A game where they enjoyed our early access and being a part of it, update on update. A game that we had the sense from our internal playthroughs and from the playthroughs with the community that was getting better every time. But there's a chance that the feedback we were getting was not necessarily representative of like all players. And I think for us, there is always sort of this question of like, well, what will happen when it makes the next jump? That was the first worry. Second worry, of course, was will fans sort of accept it for what it is? Will they accept the decisions we made to that point that we made because we thought it would make for a better game overall, for a better development process, allow us to learn, allow our fans to learn with us. So there's definitely some fear that like even if the game was kind of acquitting itself well and representing itself well, that for whatever reason players may not like accept it on Steam or may try to kind of express their displeasure with some of the decisions that we made to that point with the tools that Steam gives you.
All of our games have been on Steam, and it's, I believe it's our single biggest audience in total. So our games have been on all sorts of different consoles and different computer platforms, mobile devices, stuff like that. But all of our games are on Steam, and that's where we have quite a dedicated following from over the years. So we knew bringing Hades to Steam was going to be a big deal. Though when we were starting out and knowing that we were going to make an early access game for the first time, and on top of that, an early access roguelike game, if that's all you know about what we're working on, and you're a fan of our previous games that are known for being these kind of compact experiences with a discrete beginning, middle, and end, the idea Supergiant making an early access roguelike is actually pretty concerning on the face of it. It's like, what? Like that's not what I want from these guys. They're known for their kind of atmosphere and their beautiful artwork and their stories and their kind of like intricately woven narrative and gameplay and all this kind of stuff. Why are you making an early access roguelike? That sounds like you can't do any of the stuff that you guys are normally good at in that kind of format. But knowing we were going to do the early access thing for the first time ever, that was something where we knew full well we needed to kind of learn to walk before we learned to run. So we did not want to start that process in front of what's historically been our biggest audience, for whom there's only one chance to make a good first impression. It made much more sense to us to start our early access in a place where we knew that some of our most dedicated players would definitely be there, help us, help give feedback, and while we kind of learned the ropes, improved our development process of actually kind of managing early access, because it's so different from a production standpoint, how we work now compared to how we've worked in the past. And also just straight up make the game way better through that process. I think through the course of those 8 major updates, I say we more than tripled the size of the game what folks got when we first launched in December of 2018 versus what they got in December of 2019 is like, I think, quite a substantially different game, a game that's now we could safely say is the biggest game we've ever made already.
And we also had a sense that the decisions we had made to that point were very consistent with our values as a studio. Like, we didn't announce the game for Steam and then pull it or something like that. We had announced the game for the Epic Games Store. We had explained our reasoning for doing so. We had talked about how it would be coming to Steam eventually, and now we're doing what we had talked about. And even just doing what we said, though, it doesn't mean that people wouldn't be angry about it. They have every right to be, to feel however they want. People are very emotionally attached to games and to the platforms they play games on. And I think a common kind of affliction of all creators and game developers is to focus on the part that worries you, even in the face of overwhelming evidence that things are probably going to be okay. And so, we knew there was a lot of demand for it. We were excited to meet that demand. We just couldn't have guessed how that was going to go.
My name is Caitlin Sales, and my official job title is Office Assistant. My main touchpoint for Hades is usually Discord and also our actual website support ticket system. There is sort of like an element to community stuff that does feel a little bit like a watch position, just because if things come up or if people are having issues or if people are being particularly loud about something, it's my responsibility to escalate it to make sure that it gets seen. I think one of the most common responses to our game usually tends to be that they want to see really specific gods. As we've updated, we've added more and more from the Pantheon and from Greek mythology. You're dealing with a source material that has literally thousands of years of fans. People want to see Hercules, even though in our game...
He's not a god, right?
He's not, well... I'm actually a big Greek mythology nerd, so it's like you're asking these questions and it's just opening a Greek mythology can of worms. I took ancient Greek in college, A, because I like mythology, but B, because it's not an oral language, so I didn't have to take an oral test. So people really want to see Hercules, who in our game would probably be Heracles. Before we added the weapon aspects, especially some of the not more minor gods, but not on the Pantheon gods like Nemesis, occasionally cropped up. I had someone recently send us a ticket requesting to see Iris, who is the goddess of rainbows. And they were like, I don't know, maybe she just makes rainbows when you're fighting, or like gives you a completely random boon when you meet her. And it's a sweet idea. I don't know what the likelihood of it is, but I think it's a sweet request. My favorite Greek myth character is Hermes. But I think my favorite, he's one of my favorites in the game for sure. Achilles, Athena, Dusa.
Did I read on your bio? This is months ago now.
I played Athena.
Yeah.
I have played Athena. I didn't look anything as cool as our Athena, but I wore these like 8-inch platform shoes, so I was 6'4". It was really fun. Yeah, I think probably Achilles and Chaos. Chaos, they are also my favorite. I just sort of like vaguely threatening mentor figures, I think is really what it is. Like Achilles is full of love, but he's also a famous Greek warrior who killed a lot of people, and Chaos is the literal concept of chaos, who definitely seems to care for Zagreus, but how much can entropy really care about you, you know?
Okay, Greg, you have to pick any structural changes, how the death moment should work.
Launching on Steam is quite a big deal for us because it starts. There are just so many details that go into it. One of the things I was quite busy with was just preparing our Steam page itself for launch. The Steam page is kind of your hub, making sure players know what kind of game you have, what's interesting about it, and provide answers to all the questions that you anticipate they might have. We worked with a gentleman named Sean Finney to create this new trailer-esque video that we launched right alongside the game on Steam, and it's kind of the biggest such video we've ever made. It's normally we would say like, oh man, a trailer should never exceed about 90 seconds, but this is like a full 3 minutes long, kind of going through everything that there is about the game.
You guys need to watch it here, so I would come up because we are going to lose Josh a little bit.
Walkie. This is too fast. Your part.
Agreed.
And the gun shouldn't be in shotgun mode. I like this part.
All right, so then from the structural changes, just going through section by section, I think that it was good. I thought it had the right stuff and it went in the right order. Structurally, the only part, like let's say we're going to keep our feedback to like what he actually shows in each section when we do the time code stuff. Yeah. Structurally, only the weapon part felt like way off to me in terms of like it was like so fast.
Yeah, showing all of the weapons, similar with like all the gods, we just don't have time for it. So it's probably like show 2 and then have some like and many more, you know. When you're on Steam, you're not really there to like bask in the cinematic experience of some like slow atmospheric trailer. You just want to know, what are you getting? What does it look like? What stuff is in it? And ultimately, you know, is this a game? Is this a game for me? That's your question.
The decent chunk of the footage that he's chosen, for obvious reasons, because it's cool, like when you look at it.
It's like explosive.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, there's a lot of stuff happening. There's a part at the beginning of the room when you have like 2 guys to fight, and the part that he's chosen, which is when this room is full of shit.
Sure, we should call those out.
Specifically, yeah.
He also made some choices that I thought were really good. I agree. Because he chose some fights that were, like when he chose the Nemesis aspect, for example, is one of the moments where I was like, this is actually pretty...
So again, I just want to make the distinction that we should identify the specific parts that are cluttered as opposed to giving them the feedback that it's all...
I totally agree with that, and I think one of the parts is for the weapon. If you want to show the weapons, don't have a lot of other shit happening, just like have the weapon shooting and like...
Yeah, the Sword Nova, you just want to see it like hit 1 or 2 guys.
Yeah, exactly.
So in addition to all the stuff that's just kind of standard on a Steam page, for early access games, there's a whole why early access type of section. It's a whole big kind of, it's almost like an interview format that you have to fill out. It's a Q&A type of format, and we wanted to fill that out in thorough detail so that, again, anyone, you know, with kind of particular questions like how far along is it? When's it going to be done? There are things like, are you going to raise the price when it's done or change the price in some way? All those things are covered in this FAQ type of format. And then we also have to prepare our Steam forums. For us, we really wanted to preempt a lot of that discussion by introducing ourselves. As soon as the game launched, we had a technical support FAQ, so any questions about can't get the game to run, anything like that, we start gathering that information and putting those answers out there so the commonly brought up issues can get resolved quickly, and just trying to be active and attentive in there as much as possible. If we're gonna officially accept feedback on Steam, then we should have a process there too. So it's kind of like derived from, it lacks the formality of Hades feedback in Discord, but it has the recommendations of like, hey, at least do these things, and we're gonna moderate this forum more heavily than general discussions. It's important to us, and being present to respond to concerns or answer folks' questions before there's like any community to answer those questions. I think it's just an important part of this type of launch.
It's been really important that we kind of read everything and that we look at everything and that someone on the team has seen it all because we don't want to miss anything, because we know that any player out there who gives us a note is probably representative of like dozens or hundreds or thousands of other players.
I want to take the stance of let's build up our Discord here. I'll take, you know, 1 bad actor out of 100 good ones as a consequence of like growing the community, because we'll just ban that person.
Someone who gets into that, because you have to click to expand it, like they're already very excited about it. Like if they get into it there, it's fine. It's mostly like if it's If join our Discord
Yeah.
was the first thing, in the early access section
Yeah.
that you saw.
Tell us what you think about our business decisions. Yeah, then we'll hear about it. But it's just tucked away enough, to where hopefully it's. And also, obviously, if it is bad for some reason, we just remove it, right?
But yeah, if we're getting flooded, we can
just walk it back.
The first thing I look at is actually just store traffic. Are people coming to the page? Where are they coming from? Are they coming right away because of our messaging? Are they coming at a slower clip because someone else is talking about it? Or because it's being featured on the platform in some capacity. And then the next thing you look at is the raw wishlist number, but also the relationship between the number of unique users coming in and the wishlist is also really important. You got a good trailer and got a good store page. Hopefully you're converting those eyeballs at a pretty high clip. And if you aren't converting those into wish lists, it could be a whole bunch of issues. One could be price, one could be availability elsewhere. Maybe they want to play on a console, but the Steam page is the only thing that's open. Or maybe you need to go back and rethink how all those marketing assets are built because you're not telling a story that is engaging customers in your product long term.
Hades has been localized into English, French, Italian, German, Spanish, Korean, Russian, Brazilian, Portuguese. We'll just cut the other languages I didn't count. I forget how many languages it was. It was, I think that was all of them. Polish. I am sorry, Poland. I'm sorry.
The Epic Game Store was, as a news storefront, was really focused in on Western audiences and Steam being such a mature platform with a ton of different currencies and payment processors. Bringing in China and Korea was a real big focus. And so adding localizations was a big part that we decided to do there in the last phase. So that was one of the ways that we looked at the data that we saw before launch and where people were coming to the page from.
So that's all a whole bunch of stuff that doesn't even, doesn't even say anything about all the work we were doing on the game itself. It's like, here's another really critical milestone for this game, and what happens now is absolutely going to influence kind of everything that happens from here on out. If this is a total disaster, our lives are going to be a certain way for a long time. If this goes wonderfully, it's also going to change things. So it's kind of going to be a lot of work no matter what, but I'd rather have the work on the positive side of things than on the disaster side of things. And so we just try to prepare as much as possible and anticipate as many of the issues as we felt we might run into, of which there were many, many, and just kind of hang on to our seats.
What are you doing over here, Greg?
I'm setting up a couple of new discussion forums on Steam before things get too hectic. I just set up a technical support discussion.
You're just waiting on the game to go live before you do the post?
No, I'm going to do the post right now. Yeah, so it should, if I refresh now, it should just show up here.
So the old release my app and check the pricing.
The build is all staged. Yeah.
Pricing looks good. This is the gift copy set up. All right, publish now. Test my typing. What's up? Greg, the game's live.
Game's live?
Game's live.
Congrats.
It's live, huh? We haven't announced it yet, though, right?
No.
Yeah, it's at 10, right?
It's just a soft launch.
It's live. Awesome.
It is live. Sweet. Launched a video game. And now I'm trying to launch DLC. Build here.
Which one? Who what?
We download Hades off of Steam, just make sure it plays.
I mean, I have it on Steam. I was playing it yesterday through Steam. Do you mean a different?
Just uninstall it and download it again.
Got it.
Yeah. Just in case.
And then.
So we have two bundles for Hades. We have the Hades plus soundtrack bundle, which I'm going to set live right now, which includes the game and the soundtrack, surprisingly, with awesome gen art. And then we have the Supergiant Collection bundle, which is also going live today, which has been live but was taken down so that we could retool it, and now we're going to relaunch it with Hades in it. No user reviews.
You're going to be the first?
Where's my mom when I need her?
Yeah.
So we did a year of early access updates, and I spent some time this morning just like looking at what the game looked like before it entered early access on the Epic Game Store. So these are from the first year of development. Just screenshots taken a couple months apart. Our first attempt at our opening room, and
I have a new
all sorts of other random stuff. What Asphodel looked like at the very beginning. It was just like, it seemed like a good time to remind ourselves of where we started with it.
Is the nostalgia helping you through the stress of launching the game today?
Honestly, it's just giving me something to do because Greg and Will are doing most of the things. So I was like, I'm going to give myself something to do. Oh, look at old screenshots.
I'm just going to re-upload a copy of the trailer just in case, like as a new trailer, we can always swap it. The only difference should be that the thumbnail is correct, but maybe it'll magically fix the quality.
So this is the real-time users.
Same reason why a lot of them. And that makes sense. Yeah, I will do that.
Because they're awake.
Because they're awake, ready to play. People coming in from Facebook and Twitter. We're off the races. We'll see how far it goes.
Launch days at Supergiant, I think, have a tendency to be pretty anticlimactic because they're just kind of busy. My fantasy of it is the nice, champagne toast, huzzah, congratulations, pats on the back all around. We did it, we got there, but it just never goes that way. It's just people at their, you go into it expecting a bunch of stuff to go wrong and to try to deal with it as quickly as possible. So we had some kind of complicated stuff with the Hades launch insofar as we had a big and exciting special offer as part of the launch, which was that we were giving away our previous game, Pyre, completely for free if you pick up Hades, and it's a giftable copy. So we wanted to make sure that if you already, if you're a fan of Supergiant, you already have Pyre, there's still some value there. You could give the copy to someone else. Mechanically, it makes it a little bit different because the copy goes into your Steam inventory rather than being added directly to your library. So we had to manage some issues around that and some communication around that. Some folks would be like, "Where's Pyre? I don't have it." It's like, "Oh, don't worry, it's right there in your library." Sorry, not in your library, in your inventory. Yeah, things like that. We also launched our soundtrack, which, like the game, the soundtrack itself is not done, but our soundtrack already has close to 2 hours of awesome Darren Korb music on it. So you're basically launching a bunch of products at the same time and managing the communication around that and basically checking for any customer support issues and addressing those as quickly as possible.
Caitlin, what are you setting live?
I'm going with Instagram first.
Nice.
It's the most stressful because you can't do it from the computer.
You have to do it from your phone?
So you have to do it from your phone.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's truly the texting generation ability. Same copy as Twitter.
Whatever's on social
media. Our base language for social media.
Nice.
And then after this, I'll have to do Facebook as well, and continue to monitor Instagram, Facebook, and back to our Discord, where we're getting a lot of very good-hearted people, and also where we're getting a lot of our reports of potential issues.
Yes.
And then transferring that to our communications channel to make sure that the things that go wrong can get solved.
Can you tell me what you're working on, Darren?
Trying to find the DLC of the soundtrack on my computer. Steam says I have downloaded it and it is installed, but that does not appear to be the case. I was trying to get to the bottom of that.
So we gave ourselves an hour to make sure everything is working, and we're getting some of the first feedback, which is it's mostly working. People are able to purchase the game on Steam and get their free giftable copy of Pyre, which is cool. That's something we were interested in doing, partly because we thought it would be a great and competitive offering and way to get a lot of players in to our expanded early access, and also, anyone who might be skeptical about early access can get one of our finished games, and maybe that will help them feel like it's worth taking a chance on.
I've never had a giftable thing in my Steam library, so I'm trying to check if we received a giftable copy of Pyre, and I don't know how to do that. Hey, Will, I've redeemed Hades after redeeming Pyre, and I went through with it, and it said, and I don't know where to check for a giftable copy of Pyre.
It should be in your inventory.
Okay, great. Pyre. My new item, Pyre. I can gift this. It's a gift copy.
Who's it gone to?
I don't know, man. I've basically made every friend, even before I worked here, I basically made everyone I know play your games, so.
Rolling.
We're looking at a cool thing.
Let's hope it's still there. Let's hope it's still there. Hey!
It's gorgeous.
Look at that.
Nice.
You got a takeover. We took over the whole thing.
We took it all over.
Nice. Nice work. It just belonged to us.
So it's been 3 hours, 4 hours since we started all the Steam activity, and game is up. People are purchasing it. It's in the Steam top 10 right now, and there's the weird feeling that I've come to identify as a type of sadness, which is we're running out of things to do. There's plenty to do, like actual stuff to do, but we're running out of things to do today on the launch. So yeah, now we just kind of sit back and watch how people receive it and see how that all goes. So yeah, back to waiting.
We're meeting. Yeah, we're meeting.
I think we put the fears in Slack. I need to pull
Oh, yeah, we did.
the strategy channel real quick. So I will overview the fears, then we'll go through them one by one. And then after that, JP can leave.
Camera stays though?
No.
It's ironic that an early access launch would be more stable than a full game release.
I mean, I've talked about that in our
Yeah.
bigger meetings. I think it's actually, it's extended to everything, right?
Yeah.
The game being stable and playable at all points in development, unlike, when if we don't force everybody to do a play test,
Yeah.
no one plays it and it's not stable. Whereas, it would have only been Steam-specific Steam things, which other than the person who tried to run it through their Steam Link
On their
onto a
Samsung
Samsung,
Oh.
onto a Samsung
I missed that one.
TV, and then it mostly worked except the volume buttons on the TV triggered caused an error.
Probably sent a bunch of great data to Samsung though.
Yeah, Alice's comment was funny that somebody else tried to run it on their refrigerator, on their smart fridge.
in their Tesla while going down that
Yeah,
highway.
exactly.
So the first step was, would people give the game a chance, given some of the heat around the Epic Game Store on Steam? So what's our review on that? It seems like
it's just squirreling within bounds.
Yeah,
That's what I would say.
Didn't spill out of the discussion forums.
No.
Kind of a little bit in the reviews.
No. Yeah, it's just kind of it's there. It continues to be there. It's not. It didn't kind of go off the. Our fear was that it would go off the charts and kind of be worse than expected, and it was not worse than expected.
There's literally one review about it so far, right?
It's one
Just
review.
that first guy?
There's a
Or-
lot, but
Oh,
Greg
I
has
know.
been
Yeah.
in the
Yeah,
Yeah,
same
there's
with
a
the
lot
Steam
there.
reviews. It's just there's only one
Yeah,
review.
it clearly. I mean, knock on wood, but it clearly has not substantially affected the reviews at the moment.
Yeah.
So that's very, very good. The initial momentum of the reviews is probably telling. I think if your reviews survive the first day, unless you then go and do something boneheaded, it's probably likely to sort of hold the line, relatively speaking. So
you get the critical mass of hey, people think this is a really good game, so I'm not gonna
review it negatively.
And some people, I think when a bunch of people do like something, it happens all the time with Metacritic also, it always goes down, like there become, if people really like something, it creates a backlash of people who go in with intent to not like it, and then they do that and stuff, but it still just sort of balances out.
That part has been our experience of bringing our games to all sorts of platforms.
Yeah.
Right? It's like as soon as we do it, a lot of the frustration
It's
goes.
nice. There's a handful of reviews of people who just bought it and then immediately wrote, "I have put 300 hours into this game, and here is my review of it." And
because they've been playing the other version.
Yeah, and they just write about BGS in there, which is nice.
So the game comes out on Steam, and it has a really good day one. And we're like, cool, that was a really strong day one. Like, people seem happy. Everyone can play the game. It was like one of our most stable launches. The user reviews are starting to look pretty good, but it's really early. And then on the second day, it did as well as the first day. And then on the third day, it did as well as the first day. And then suddenly, you start to have this sense like, oh my God, it's like almost embarrassing. You're like, okay, hold on a second now. It was quite amazing to see that, like, hey, our early adopter fans, turns out they are representative of like a larger audience. They are just fans. And a lot of people wanted to play a lot of Hades, and that was starting to show up really quickly in a matter of days in how the game was performing and in how customers were talking about the game, and then how people started talking about the game on social media and in forums and in our Discord, and then suddenly, you realize, holy crap, we like really have something here.
The really eye-popping thing, among numerous eye-popping things that happened after the Steam launch, was the reviews of the game were really, really positive. For the first couple of days, we told ourselves that this is just the reviews coming from people who've enjoyed the game in early access thus far. They're just there to support us, and thank you folks so much. We really appreciate that support. But we just couldn't really believe that those kind of review scores were like really, really happening to us, because they're better than any of our previous games. It was shocking. I was shocked, and I continue to be somewhat shocked by it.
The part that was like truly and utterly shocking, the performance was great, everything was good, was the 98% overwhelmingly positive review score, which was higher than any of our previous games. And we are a studio who has been really privileged and blessed to release games that people think really highly of. And, we always want one of our games, when it comes out, like, to have the potential to be someone's favorite game. And Hades was, like, turning out to be, like, a lot of people's favorite thing from us. Anyway, it's not even done.
I do think players are reviewing some of the promise of the game. You do see that theme sometimes of like, oh man, it's so good, and it's not even done, right? So they're probably imagining ways in which it might get even better. So a really important question is, will we as a development team like live up to whatever those expectations are that we've created? But on the other hand, hopefully again, we've been very upfront about what is still to come about this game.
The user reviews were nutty. We were so excited, and then very quickly just got into the game developer place, or into the Supergiant place. I don't know if it's the same, which is like, God, what happens if it goes to 97? Like, what will it mean? That's because the actual like meaning behind it, whatever, if it was a lower or higher number, is like you didn't fuck it up. Like a whole bunch of people really, really like it. They're really, really happy with their purchase. They're really excited to see where it's going to go. They have faith in you as a game developer. You like earned it. You earned it from them. They didn't have to sit down and write your review. They didn't have to do any of that. But they did, and you totally made sure that they had a worthwhile experience with the time they spent with your game, which is, never to be taken for granted. So that part of it was really, really nice. And so I think when that started happening, it's like, oh my God, I don't know. Like, what does it mean? What does it all mean? And, we're asking each other what it means. It means that it is possible that a decade in, that this is some of the best work we've ever done together, which would be crazy as an idea. Like, it would be crazy because it validates the whole point, right? Which is if we could do this together for a really long time, it would be meaningful and make stuff that is meaningful to other people, which is cool, which was really cool.
Hey, it is Saturday, August 17th, and I'm red in the face because I just got back from a run. And while on that run, as tends to be the case, I had an idea, and it was that, oh damn, we haven't been filming nearly enough stuff, because we are starting to do some real important work toward a deadline coming up way down in December. But that's how far ahead we have to plan. This particular deadline is the launch of Hades on Steam. Much sooner than December 10th, when it will be launching, is the announcement, which is coming up on Thursday this week, day after my birthday. It's going to be a busy week. So today, I started putting together our Steam Coming Soon page here in the comfort of my what passes for a home office place where I've been doing a great deal of work while at Supergiant Games since the good old Bastion days. So let's see what we have so far. I'm going to turn this thing around.
Previously on Hades Developing Hell.
So the game comes out on Steam, and it has a really good day one. The part that was truly and utterly shocking was the 98% overwhelmingly positive review score, higher than any of our previous games.
It was shocking. I was shocked, and I continue to be somewhat shocked by it.
I think having people know what we're working on really changes the vibe.
It felt like we blinked and all of 2019 had flown by.
Yeah, basically on Thursday, March 5th, as a company, we read that there was community transmission of COVID-19 in San Francisco. And so we made the decision that day that it would be the last day in the office and we would be working from home. So that was before San Francisco issued a lockdown. I think that came the following week. We were working from home one day a week anyway as a company, or most of us were. And so a lot of people already kind of had a home set up. And we just ended up putting ourselves into a situation where we just sent everybody home to start working. And I think at the time we had no idea how long that was going to be. And still don't. Yeah.
I think there was a specific day when they officially declared it a pandemic, and that was also the day that the National Basketball Association, the NBA, they're like, no more NBA season. And I think that 1-2 punch of it's official, it's a pandemic, and no more basketball, that was like a switch flipped for many people if they weren't already kind of paying attention.
Yeah, so I'm like a 15-minute bike ride from the office. So I'll hop on my bike, head down Market Street for those familiar with San Francisco, and then just end up at the office. And it's pretty quiet. There's definitely cars out, like a decent amount of cars, not as much as normal, but the streets are pretty empty. There's not a lot of people on the streets. It's pretty quiet. It's eerie. I try to like nod at people when I pass them, but most people don't make any eye contact or anything. Pulling up to the office and just like ghost town. You can imagine like a tumbleweed crossing the road, the kind of vibe. It's nice to get out. It's not stressful because there's nobody else really going to the office. I wear my gloves when I get in there, wear my mask, and I'm only in there for like 30 minutes at most. But it's sad, there's just like nobody in there.
Can you hear me? Hey, I'm just trying to move this weird 150-year-old rocking chair out of the shot. So give me another few seconds to move it. Yeah. Where we are in Hades production, we are basically taking a longer milestone. We were doing that anyway. This milestone was going to be 3 months long. And the reason it was going to be 3 months long is because we were doing this huge effort to focus on our technology and engine to make sure that Hades could be multi-platform, so that at the 1.0 launch, it would be more than PC, basically. And that was all supposed to come together at a precise moment when the pandemic hit. So the engineers were already kind of expecting like a pretty big workload. And then they're integrating all of this while also juggling all the things going on in the greater world. So they were all already kind of scheduled for things to be a little bit more intense, and I think they're a lot more intense.
Adding to the list of things I feel fortunate about from a work standpoint, it just so happens that this is our longest update period that we had planned. That is just dumb luck that we happen to say, hey, our next update is in June, and for the first time ever, we don't have a specific release date. We made all those decisions definitely before any of this, and we're trying to do a lot of things at the same time. Both this huge like technical undertaking of like, moving our code base to native code, which is just a huge technical challenge that should yield like improved game performance and allow us to bring the game to different platforms and stuff like that. So it's really important, both for Hades and just like anything we do in the future, really. But on top of that, we have so much content work that we're still working on because we're essentially trying to finish the game, and we're getting closer to that version 1.0 that we have planned for later this year. We're adding like lots of content in different areas, and we're also doing the whole end game, which is a really big piece of the puzzle for us and something that we have deliberately held back and intend to keep holding back from early access. So it's all this work that players actually won't see until the game is done.
We still do our weekly review every Monday, which is where the whole team is involved, come together, talk about what we're working on that week. And then sort of the various meetings of the week branch out from there and pop up. And those are more smaller groupings and everything like that. We've been using Zoom just like you and I are using now, and like 97% of the world is using to communicate, I guess.
So the first week we launched an update. So we got on Zoom and we did all the things we normally do. We were able to do most of what we do for an update, push videos live and fix bugs and plan the next one.
And we're going to double check to make sure that the blog post URL is good before I send it, though.
Okay.
The first thing we're waiting for, though, is just for confirmation that the build is up. Yeah.
Yeah. So this one, we increased the file size by like 4 gigs. we pushed we pushed only one change between last night and this morning, which was like add better logging for corrupt save games.
and if you are a developer, it made it look like all your save games disappeared. But if you're a normal consumer, it doesn't. So it was like really terrifying. It was like the last 15 minutes wondering what happened to all the save games. But apparently it won't happen to normal people, only happen to us. So it's good to know.
It's not an update day unless something gets your heart rate above 100 beats per minute.
Yeah. Good first YouTube comment. Can we romance Skelly already?
Man, people wasted
You
no
caught me.
time.
You could in the previous updates, you give him Ambrosia.
You know, Skelly basically has the same name as the term people would use to be attracted to skeletons. If we're going historically based off of other categories that people
Yeah,
use to describe
that's-
attraction.
That's
so
an interesting
I mean,
point.
listen,
I'm a Skelly.
listen, maybe it starts as a working relationship, but
Yeah.
maybe it blooms into more.
Awesome.
This is the content Danny needs right here.
I don't think Danny's going to make it this far.
So that first week was really similar to things we've done before. I think it was the following weeks where things started to change a lot, because with a mounting sense of the seriousness of the problem and with an lack of certainty around how long we were going to end up working like this, we actually opted to sort of settle in. So we just assumed it was going to be a really long time. Our initial efforts on trying to make sure that everybody was taken care of and comfortable. And then I had, one-on-ones with everybody on the team just to check in with everyone and see how they're going. I need to take a break from this answer real quick. Sorry, 1 second. Kid.
I don't know that there has to be anything wrong with the existing key art to want new key art here.
As long as the new
Part
key
of
art, the new key art should be like significantly better though, like because we
I
shouldn't
don't
like
think
us being bored of it like
No,
isn't a
I
good
don't
reason
think
to
that's
change it.
part of it. I think part of it is like, again, like one of the things is signaling that something with the game has changed really meaningfully. And it's that it's 1.0, right? Like, it doesn't have to just like, it's not a shouting match with the original art necessarily. It's just like, hey, this is done. And also it should present like a complete picture of what the game is or how we want to advertise it. So in that sense, it could be really close with some of the elements that are included in it, right? But in this case, I think like showing, a monster is cool. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with that. And if we had led with key art where it's a Hydra behind Zagreus doing whatever, I don't think that would have been a mistake either.
Yeah, I mean, I think the inclusion of the Hydra is it's like the upgrade to me there is it's a better background element tied to the marketing campaign for the game, which will hopefully be how a lot of people discover the game.
The people that I talk to on a regular basis about more than just work and just checking in with them on how they're doing and everything, we definitely have our struggles, but we're able to communicate it in like the professional way that we can, without getting too personal and all that stuff, and are able to sort of support each other through the work that we have now, thankfully, which is awesome. It's really a privilege to be able to have at least this work at Supergiant as a sort of foundation for 5 days out of my week has been really, really amazing. So I'm super grateful and thankful for that. And I think a lot of us are. We've been operating under this since like the beginning of April. But no updates on that. But I mean, if there's no antibody test or there's no updates that it's declining or anything, I could see us extending it or pushing it again. But thanks for letting me think about that. That's fine.
Hello, I'm Paige Carter. I'm the 3D artist at
Thank you for
Supergiant
subscribing
Games.
to American
And
Fan.
I'm gonna take a little tour of my home office, my remote office. I've been working with Supergiant Games remotely for about 2 years, so my remote office is kind of just my regular office. This is Cloud Strife, my mouse pad. I've had him for a while, and he's gotten kind of beat up. Got some of my art inspos, which are not models, ironically. This is my dad. Me and my dad being cute with matching shirts. my wall of reference books and movies. I swear I'm not a Disney file, I just used to work with them. And this is Haku. Say hi, Haku! And yeah, so this is my remote office space. It's kind of just my whole living room.
This is the vocal booth that I ordered. Apparently it weighs about 800 pounds. And I gotta set it up now. So, good luck to me. Okay, it's day 2 of booth assembly. Last night I got the booth assembled. The wife and I were up till about 1 o'clock doing that. And and we also have, you know, all these racks to put together to acoustically treat the inside of the booth. But, you know, it's coming along. It's a booth. It's a room. I can record stuff in there pretty soon, so I'm excited about that. So I forgot to record right after I finished the booth. It's been a couple of weeks. But I finished the booth. Here it is. This is it. Oh, it's my little workstation here. And then next to that is the booth. And I'll take you inside my little cone of silence here. And that's my little script iPad holder set up with my script here. And then I've got some acoustic paneling. And yeah, it's quiet enough. Doesn't block out all the sounds from upstairs. The bumps and thumps, the occasional dog bark, truck going by. But it is totally working for recording Zag at home. And so I am making do. We're all making do. All right.
Hi, this is ADT, the alarm system for Super Giant Games LLC is reporting a trouble signal. For more information, go to your system keypad and follow the instructions to reset. Thank you for choosing ADT as your security provider.
Okay, this is my first time back to the office since the pandemic began. I've been outside of it to check on it, but I haven't been indoors. It's my first time seeing anybody also, because JP's around here somewhere. We're here to shoot a thing for Nintendo to announce that Hades is coming to the Switch. But it's surreal being here, post-burglary, where we had a bunch of stuff taken, like all this stuff off the walls, a lot of the instruments we used to make the soundtracks for some of our games, and a bunch of other stuff was taken too. But that's sort of maybe small potatoes compared to all the things that are happening right now. We are all working from home and you know, making it work. After the break-in, because the door was totally broken, Gavin created this Mad Max barricade, which we've been using to try to hold the line against any further issues. There have been a few more attempts. Someone broke the mail slot with their fist and stuff like that, but it's basically held up while we're all safe at home. So yeah, it's weird. I haven't seen anybody. I've been sitting in a chair in my house for most of the last several months, so it's weird to be back here where we all once worked together. And I don't know how long it will be until that happens again. You know, California's going back into shutdown mode, I guess, so it's going to be a long time, I think. Yeah. We will see. We'll see. Okay.
Yeah. Yo, y'all. Hope everyone had a good weekend. Yeah, so we kicked off update 12 last week with the ending content and everything else. So undeleted the 1,000+ files that we actually successfully deleted to avoid any leaks. Hopefully that'll stay true for this update. So the big, it's essentially can be treated like another update, as Amir said, with just lots of big new features. The big one, of course, is the ending. So it's another action-packed one. Should have some good surprises for everyone, I think.
Yeah, there's a ton of other work too with the platforms. So achievement.
Oh yeah, the whole Switch version of the game actually is bigger than any of the other stuff I said. That's the biggest of all. That's like not strictly like a game. Okay. If you're playing the Steam version, that's less relevant to you. But as an effort, this milestone, it's definitely the single biggest thing.
But it's semi-relevant because you're going to be able to cross-save if we get that.
Yeah,
we better get that working because we're announcing it. So yeah,
right.
so yeah.
Gordon, watch out! There's a Sam subscriber behind you. Ah!
Thanks for inviting us to your house, Greg.
Of course. Glad you're here.
How are you doing?
Definitely keeping busy. I was telling you before, I feel grateful for a lot of things, but being very busy is one of them. We're just kind of weeks away from finishing development after working on this game for 3 years, and a lot of just that sense of like now or never. Yeah, we've been working from home this whole time. I mean, I've been working from my space up there ever since the Bastion days, like quite a bit, so that part is totally fine. I should probably get a better chair, I should probably get a better desk, but those are things I've been telling myself, before all this started. The part I do worry gets lost over the long term is like the kind of ad hoc conversation that can happen. It still kind of happens on Slack and sometimes turns into calls and stuff, but that part isn't exactly the same as just being in the same office. We don't do a lot of stuff outside of work, just trying to balance work with everything else. But in my past experience, stuff outside of work is really important too. You gotta, talk over a drink or something like that. So if you're just kind of like in the work mindset the whole time, you're not really, you're pretty kind of boxed into that, and bigger ideas may have more trouble breaking through. I can't say I miss commuting to San Francisco. I've spent so much of my life commuting. Like if I had like a /played command for my commute, it would be just days and days and days of my life just sitting in a car. The commute to San Francisco isn't that long for me. It actually got quite a bit better when we moved to a different spot in San Francisco. Got better by like 10 minutes, but it's a really vital 10 minutes of otherwise just kind of sitting at traffic lights.
Can't wait to see what the weather's like in the sunset. It's probably gonna be cloudy as fuck.
Yeah, I know. That's the safe bet. Always bet on the fog.
Thank you for inviting us to your house.
Yeah, thank you for coming.
How's the weather been?
It's been like this for the whole time. I live in a foggy part of the city, so yeah.
There you go. Every time we've done an interview with you guys, there's always been construction.
Yes.
In the studio.
Yes.
Is it fitting, perhaps, that we turn up here and they're taking a tree down?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's an early access game, right?
Yeah. Can you tell us about the call you got for the break-in?
People have tried to break into the office before. There's a magnetic lock and all sorts of precautions. A lot of the businesses on our block had boarded up, and so we did the same thing kind of a week before. And we took a video of all the stuff we owned also, just in case. And then I think around 1:30 in the morning, we got a call saying that there was an attempt. I think that went to voicemail for me, but Gavin and JP woke up and got it. We texted back and forth, and we thought, well, it's probably fine because they didn't get in. And then I think around 3:30 in the morning, things started happening again.
There's a lot of like legitimate protesting happening in downtown San Francisco. Our space is quite close to City Hall, and there were protests happening, but protests can be used as a screen for other types of things, such as break-ins. It's not like some random thing that happened. They had to cut through like industrial strength kind of locks and stuff like that. So it was like a very deliberate, it wasn't just like someone smashed a window and got in. But I don't know what they were expecting to find. I don't think they made off with too much. And most of our desks, they just kind of, looked at superficial, saw if there were any superficial valuables. And most of our desks were left untouched as far as we knew. And they were, for a bunch of thieves, they were relatively polite in that, like, they didn't just ransack, trash the place or whatever. I think it just kind of like goes with the territory in the part of San Francisco that we're in. That from time to time things like that can just happen. It's a city that has like poverty right next to wealth. If you're desperate and impoverished, you frankly have incentives to try to get out of that. I don't like excuse the theft or whatever, but as ever, I at least try to understand what would compel someone to do that, and I honestly don't think it's that hard to understand, things being what they are right now.
Tell us about the engine swap. That was one of the biggest things you've done.
Yeah, so we, the original engine for Bastion was in C# and used the XNA framework, which was this framework released by Free from Microsoft, so you could make Xbox Live arcade games yourself. That DNA has been there since the start. We've just been using the same engine, updating it. We took it out of the XNA framework, but it was still in C# for a long time. Because we have our own engine, it means that it's hard for us to go cross-platform without a tremendous investment of work. We finally decided for Hades, we wanted to basically convert our engine to native C and to make it higher performance and a little bit easier to get onto more platforms.
I just want to check the lighting on everything too.
Okay. On behalf of our small team at Supergiant Games, I am really excited to announce that Hades is coming to the Nintendo Switch. I'm not supposed to say the Nintendo Switch. And each time you die, you're trying to escape hell. All right, one more time. You play as the immortal prince of the underworld. If you've already done so on PC, you'll be able to transfer your progress to the Nintendo Switch version with cross saves. We had, on one hand, this really well-liked game where nobody wants anything to get worse or change about it. And then we had to replace all the technology that powered it without breaking anything for them. It's this really unglamorous work where the end result is that it's exactly the same as it was before. There was a lot of sort of visual issues, a lot of small, subtle issues like, oh, this fade doesn't feel right, or this animation doesn't look quite right. You scrutinize the old engine, you scrutinize the new engine, and you compare them side by side, and you become sort of like a detective trying to figure out, well, what is actually different about this? We were tracking all these elusive crashes, and suddenly, like, people who have really bad technical problems become, like, really important to us because they could represent 600 other people with, like, a crappy Toshiba laptop that can't run the game as well as they used to. We have an engineer we started working with in Serbia. He had to use essentially Serbian eBay to track down one of these laptops. Engineers from all over the world were remoting into his machine to try and examine exotic crashes and texture corruption. On behalf of our small team at Supergiant Games, I'm really excited to, okay. Woo!
You don't Zeus. Of course.
We've felt for a long time that Hades is like a really good match for the Switch because of the type of game it is and what it might be like to be able to do a run on the go or on your TV or any of those types of things. We kind of have to focus on one thing at a time, so it's still hard for us to do everything all at once, you know? Like we used to work at companies like EA that were able to do that, and when you look at the size of the teams involved to get a game across everything all at once, it's like quite impressive and still not something that we can do. And so Hades will be making its console debut on the Switch.
So we had our final major update in early access because the next one is our 1.0 launch. Really, really busy because we had like basically every actor who plays a role in the game back, you know, sometimes having to accommodate new, like we're mailing them microphones and stuff like that, right? Having to accommodate new recording arrangements so we could do it at all. And recording all the final dialogue for the game. There was a ton of new stuff just in the last update, but we were also doing a ton of the writing and recording for this update, like for the ending of the game. Tons and tons of work on the story for me principally, but then there's tons and tons of other content work as well. I get wrapped up into providing feedback or putting all the other words into the game, like descriptions of all the new abilities and new items and all that kind of stuff. And then right now, my main focus is on all the ending content.
What's left to do? Okay, so we need to get the game running at high performance on the Switch. We need to get saves to work. We need to get cross saves to work. We need to get all the words translated. Then Greg needs to finish the ending. Then we need to get all those words translated. We need to get the final environment art in. We developed 2 new systems for the late game that are almost impossible to play or test because they require hundreds of hours of playtime. We need to get those in. We need to do 3 functional QA passes with our external group. We need to try and do like a trial lot check if we can to make sure that everything comes together the way we want it. And then we need to play the game ourselves and make sure we're happy with it.
So something we have been giving a lot of thought and talking a lot about is, and getting a lot of questions about, is what happens to Hades after version 1.0. Because again, there's both some of the genre expectations you've referred to of like, you know, these games can just kind of go on forever, keep getting updated forever. Our general mindset is to go all in on this version 1.0 with the conclusion of the what we're calling the true ending, and just we've always valued a sense of completeness in our games, and even though we've built up Hades piece by piece, we want it very much to feel like a complete experience at version 1.0. That's our goal. If we were holding stuff back, we by definition wouldn't be doing that. We're still at that 98% on Steam. I don't know how. I swear to God, I don't know how. I swear to the gods above and below, I don't know how. I was shocked at that 98%. I thought there was no way that would stick for more than a day, more than 2 days, more than 3 days. Past our first update, past our second update, past our third update, it's still there. I can't explain it. Like it's not false modesty. That's just like, you can like breathe wrong and dunk your score on Steam, right? So it's mind-boggling. So I'm like, we cherish that. It means a lot to us. We want to protect it. We want to live up to it with the true ending version 1.0, but it's hard to stick the landing on the ending even when you've got something good going. So I feel quite a bit of that pressure, but it's pressure that I enjoy, especially things being as they are in general. The fall is going to be an unusual time. The launch of the game, I guess, will probably be the least weird thing.
We talked a bunch on the Zoom chats about the sort of like awareness of the mental health of the team as we were entering this phase.
Yeah.
How do you think the team's been doing? I know you can only speak for yourself, really, but like, what's your estimate?
So I think the team is performing really well together. I think we're being really effective together still. I worry about everyone, though. I worry about all of them. And everyone's circumstances are unique. You know, the people around them are all affected in different ways. And even if they feel like they can work and work might be a kind of outlet for them sometimes, that doesn't erase all the things going on around them. I don't know that I can say, oh, everyone's doing great, you know, because I actually honestly don't know the answer to that, even when we talk, right? Because there's a component of our conversations now that's not there anymore because we're not physically in the same place. It was like quite emotional for me actually when we were filming with Jeremy to like see JP. Like I hadn't seen JP in so long. Yeah, I miss them a lot. Yeah, I miss everybody. I'm pretty sure someday we'll all hopefully see each other again and be able to actually talk about this thing that we did together and how we made it and how it felt to make it.
Best of luck with the final sprint.
Thank you. Yeah, we need it, but also we're practiced at it, but no one has practice doing it like this in this kind of circumstance, so I guess we'll see how it goes. I'm about to start watching this indie world, this Nintendo indie world. So far from the chat, everybody's hoping it's Hollow Knight. They all want Silk Song. Me too. Okay, this thing is starting. I'm pretty nervous, even though it's all pre-recorded. Oh god. Oh, people know it's Hades. They know.
Again. Got you that time.
On behalf of our small team at Supergiant Games, I am really excited to announce our roguelike dungeon crawler Hades is coming to Nintendo Switch. You play as the immortal prince of the underworld, trying to escape hell. And each time you die, it's like coming home. You advance the story, get stronger, and gear up for your next escape attempt. So if you like the fast-paced action, rich atmosphere, and character-driven storytelling of our past titles like Bastion and Transistor, we think you'll find something to love in Hades.
Paul. I'm going to give you a pretty brief overview of my work from home setup. So here it is. Some construction noise in the background, sorry about that. But chair, pretty basic, straightforward, keyboard, mouse. I got my headphones.
Hey, so I just wanted to share my work from home setup. We have a standing desk provided to me by Supergiant. It's a pretty simple setup, but it's everything I need and lets me work from home for the past 5 months.
Oh, we started a in-house book club at Supergiant with a few of us, and this is like our 3rd or 4th book. That's been really enjoyable. We got this file cabinet once COVID hit because we sent a lot of mail and invoices and whatnot to my address, so we could be quick on those things. So that's been helpful. You might also hear people say you need like a healthy distance between work and personal life. I found about like 4 inches or so has been working out just fine for me.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to a new MinMax interview. MinMax is a place about games, friends, and getting better. My name is Ben Hansen. Thank you for being here. We are very glad you found us. Today's interview is with John Johannes, who's the director and writer for Hi-Fi Rush. The new game from Tango Gameworks and Bethesda and Microsoft at this point is a rhythm action game that is too easily summed up as what if Harmonix made a Devil May Cry, because it is so much more than that, and it is so good. I really love this game. So I was very excited to talk to John about its development, the pitch, the shadow drop, everything behind the scenes.
Previously on Hades Developing Hell.
So the first step was, would people give the game a chance, given some of the heat around the Epic Game Store on Steam?
A lot of developers, I think, would agree that you only feel at your peak in the last few months of development. It's almost tragic.
The alarm system is reporting a trouble signal.
I worry about everyone, though. I worry about all of them. We're practiced at it, but no one has practice doing it like this. So I guess we'll see how it goes.
Three or four of us are in the office. There's some of the stuff that we needed to be together for and be able to talk about.
Amir, are you available to for any HCTS?
I'm trying to get into our Discord, but I've been clicking on crosswalks and fucking fire hydrants for 10 minutes trying to get through the capture.
But do you know that you're not a robot?
Dude, I don't now I don't know what to think.
Yeah, you're not.
The game will be announced at 7 a.m. on Thursday this coming week, Pacific time. But then it will actually come out at 8. So there's this awkward period of time between... It would be like the shortest release date announcement ever. Our release date is in 1 hour. It's better not to even announce that, right? It's better just to sit tight and let people just freak out for an hour.
Are we going to RT all the Nintendo stuff?
Yeah, the most aggressive thing is retweeting the Nintendo stuff, which is all. They actually just sent us over the copy, Greg. I don't know if you saw it before, but it's coming later today.
The issue with fast following it is I think it just sort of takes some of the wind out of our sails when we do announce it, because basically we want one impactful announcement that's like, yo, game is out, get it here, get it here. If less than an hour before that we're like, it's coming out in an hour, then that's gonna basically like absorb most of the juice. So the thing that seems the most impactful, like in terms of what we could do like promotionally, is the first thing from us that day is game is out here, but bam, because that's the thing you want everybody to interact with, right? If there's one thing, and later in the day, yeah, we're retweeting Nintendo and tweeting reviews or whatever else.
Will the similar to the Switch, EGS is also manual at 8? They'll do it?
They'll do it, yeah. They're doing it.
Can't find Hades on the store at all. I'm trying to see if the patch. I'm not getting the patch. Fuck.
Yeah, the patch should be out, right?
Yeah. Fuck, man. That means people can get this without the patch version. Let me see if I can even find the game. It's not out. Maybe that's why.
Yeah,
Will, this needs to be the thing we do right now, I think.
Basically, tomorrow at 7 o'clock in the morning, there's a thing called a Nintendo Mini Direct Partner Showcase, which is a fancy way of saying third-party titles only, basically, are going to be showcased there. somewhere in there they'll make the announcement that Hades is coming later today. We will then make no announcement, basically. At 7:30, we will start the go live stuff, where we'll push the Steam and EGS builds to make sure they work, and start cropping the YouTube videos and marketing assets and stuff. At 8 a.m., the game comes out on the Switch, PC, and the Epic Game Store. On PC, there's also the Mac versions on both the Epic Game Store and PC. And then all our announcement stuff will go live saying it's out today. Basically, then around 10 o'clock in the morning, we'll be streaming the game from the office onto Steam. There's a lot of excitement out there for what we're about to launch. We know it's real. We know a lot of people have been waiting for 1.0 to jump into the game, and so I think we're going to make a lot of people really happy tomorrow, which is very, very, very exciting.
I'm
writing Sarah right now.
CC me on that, can you? Dude, something is really wrong.
Just it not being out, you mean?
Yeah, dude, this sucks.
Yeah, because we're on standby.
Yeah, everything is just waiting for this. The patches aren't live either, so actually like nothing is live at all.
The patches and all they will go live.
Until the store page is live, right? They're all connected. Okay. So it looks like it's it's actually it looks like it's out on NOE.
It is?
Because Nicola just found it. I've purchased it, so I can't see the discount being live. Someone else needs to. The question is, did the patch go live? The patch isn't live. Fuck.
I was hoping Will could start to talk a little bit about expectations for tomorrow, and then Greg, anything else on reviews and outreach and that kind of stuff.
In terms of sort of expectation setting for what a Steam early access release looks like, it's kind of a funny thing. Similar to what Amir was saying, early access is kind of like a semester-long course where your grade is dependent on work you do the whole year, a whole semester, and most of the game releases in the past is like 100% of your grade is based on the final exam or final project. So, to a certain extent, we know what to expect a little bit more than we have with any of the previous titles, but there's still a bunch of stuff that goes into making it a successful early access launch. One is, we've done the work. Right now, Hades is the most reviewed product on Steam of any game that we've ever released, which is pretty amazing. Players have played more Hades at this point than they've played any of the previous titles by hours. So that's pretty wild. The reason why we were really passionate about trying to have Switch sim ship with the Steam version is it does make it a new product for a new audience. Often a challenge that there is with an early access product is that it's kind of a known quantity. So for press, it's a little bit harder to get excited about covering the game because they've already covered the game. So bringing in the Switch version, our hope is that we'll really get a nice burst of reviews.
So it's there on the featured list. It's there, but the patch isn't live, as far as I can tell. Every time I go to launch Hades, which means people can buy this version.
We should probably just make our announcements and resolve the patch. We should wait indefinitely.
Yeah, I agree with you. Do you think?
Like everyone's finding out, so basically we're beginning to lose. We'll lose steam on it soon.
Okay, I mean.
The blast I can send out to test, final one with all links.
Oh, the blast we can do later. It's fine. I think it's more of the social media stuff that needs to happen now. Yeah, I mean, it's not the patched version of the game. It's gonna be a thing. There's some stuff in there that's pretty bad. If you think we just got to do it, then
I think since there's no ETA on it, I don't think we should. And basically, people are buying it now. We can't really do anything about that.
Okay.
In the middle of all this, I think reviews are going to hit at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, so basically an hour after the announcement. There should be quite a few because we've sent code out to close to 100 outlets, like 90 plus outlets, including some international outlets. And we've also sent it to some of the biggest content creators. You know, hopefully the combination of those things will just kind of get us into the conversation at such a busy and exciting time. Nintendo, of course, is going to do an awful lot for that single-handedly, but you all know how the internet is. You have your 15 seconds, much less 15 minutes of fame, but it's very fleeting. And our hope is that the game sort of comes out the gates with a bang and stays on everybody's minds in a good way, hopefully for a while.
Well, so that's not even the thing that I'm really most concerned about, even though that also sucks. I'm worried about the patch. The version of the game that's out there is like 4 weeks old.
Yeah.
What is Eurogamer Essential? Do they give numbers? I think they don't, right? Okay, so then I think the main thing then is we just need to confirm from someone on the team that someone who downloads the game after 8 o'clock in the morning got the patch version, in which case all the review code you sent is fine. Oh, IGN.
IGN reviews came in.
What is it?
Is it foul that I'm just going to scroll to the bottom and tell you the answer to that? I'm still scrolling too. Oh my god, it's so thorough. 9? 9? Nice.
Every editor's choice. Where did it get a 9?
IGN.
IGN. Nice.
Okay, I'm downloading a patch. Yeah. It's the game.
Game out. Are you playing? It is unpatched for you.
It's patched. Once I forced it. When Darren bought the game, it was patched.
Okay, so we're just getting kind of inconclusive reports.
No, we're conclusive. What's conclusive is if you buy the game, it's fine. Everyone you sent
a have it, then you may have to manually.
No, it's not. You may have to. You have to.
You definitely have to.
So if it matters, everyone we sent review code to has to manually patch if they want the latest version.
We should try redeeming the review code right now to see if it forces the patch.
The answer to that was no, according to Paige.
No.
It did not force the patch.
Hey guys, the takeover is live. You should put it on the big screen. The world's largest Steam takeover.
Get in on that. What is this, 80 inches?
This is a thing.
Oh, that's so cool. That animation. Josh did that?
Yeah, Josh did
that. That's awesome.
Yes.
Is this our first takeover?
It's our first takeover in the history of our company on Steam.
Only took 10 years.
Hey man, worked our way to it. Yeah, it's pretty exciting.
That's really cool.
So today started with a lot of activity. We just pushed everything live, and it's live on Nintendo Switch and for PC and Mac at the Game Store and Steam, and it's 1.0. We're out of early access, which is very exciting. Emotionally, the main way in which it's different is when we worked on something like Bastion or Transistor or Pyre, there's this question that you have, which is like, will anyone care about this? And then you also wonder, of the people who will care about it and take a chance on it, will they like it? Those are the two questions you have. There was never a question on this one, will anyone care, or will enough people be interested that we'll be able to do another one together? The early access has kind of shown that that is the case. We will be able to stick together as a team despite everything that's going on and do more together. So that leaves, will they like it? Will they like it? And it's too early to say. The thing about Hades is it's a game that you can play for dozens or even hundreds of hours. So the answer to will they like it is going to take a little bit longer, I think, for us to really know, especially for the people who kind of stuck with us through the early access development. Then for the people who held out, I have no idea what their expectations were about the game, and I'll guess we'll see if those are met. And we're starting to see what game reviewers and critics think, and maybe later today we'll get a sense of what streamers and people who make YouTube content and stuff think.
Hello, everybody. I'm Amir Rao. I'm the studio director
and co-founder of Supergiant Games, and I am one of the designers who worked on Bastion, Transistor, Pyre, and this here video game, Hades, which is out of early access today into version 1.0.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
So basically, yesterday was the best, most successful launch day of any game we've ever had. And this game has already launched like 5 times.
Keep launching it.
Yeah, keep launching it, I guess, 1.0 every day. But it's really good. So, just some basic numbers. We are close to 15,000 people just playing it like right now on PC. You can always see that. And then, Will, I don't know if you got the DAO.
94K.
So 94,000 people played it yesterday on PC.
Wow.
Just like coming back, returning players and people picking it up for the first time. So that's like a crazy number. On Switch, there are also seemingly hella players as well because we are the #1 downloadable title on Switch.
And we're the number 2, like all around.
Yeah, right next to Mario.
Right next to Mario. Yeah.
Yeah, a little known independent video game
here and in the UK. Yeah.
Greg, I guess I don't know if anything more on reviews.
The Switch Metacritic score is like ridiculous right now. And again, I personally, to be blunt with y'all, I can't. My brain just has to assume it will go down. But if it stays where it is, it's like a top 3 highest rated Switch game next to Zelda and Mario. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah. So just that it's like in that territory is amazing. And again, like just a testament to the work everybody did. So I guess bask in it for now. As part of people being excited about the game right now, we're getting like kind of a level of mainstream interest that I personally haven't seen in some time. Of like I'm with the Sun Times in the UK. Can you send us a Switch code? And that level of thing that like we've gotten once in a while, but normally the bigger publications don't really care, and we're starting to get some of that interest.
So we're tracking some technical stuff as we always are. And one of the technical things we're tracking right now is a Switch issue that may cause us to have to make a patch very, very quickly. Just needs to be done quite carefully. So Gavin, is there anything else you wanted to say about just tracking the technical stuff at all?
No, that's the main thing right now. With the 94,000 daily PC players, like I said, they rack up obscure issues very, very quickly. So we have that going on, but it's stable enough that we can pay attention to the Switch more.
Are we still attempting to do some sort of Reddit AMA at some point?
Yeah, we thank you. We will. We postponed it from today because they basically had another one lined up for Spiritfarer. So we got a rain check. There's a really, really nice thread about the whole game there that like kind of blew up yesterday and was the #1 topic about the game on the Nintendo Switch subreddit. Basically, it's just people really, really happy with that version of the game. So that was cool to see, and it will really nicely pave the way for our AMA when it does happen, because it's like a lot of people they would like to hear from us.
The commitments that are on the table, for sure, the ones that are definitely happening, just in a broad sense, are still have cross saves to put into the game for Switch and PC and Epic, and then we also still have the Japanese version to work on as well. So those are kind of things that are definitely happening in the future, and then all the other pieces we still need to discuss and figure out how we're going to do. And like I said yesterday, the primary task, if you are not actively supporting some part of the launch, is to try and get some rest. Alrighty. So I think that's all. I'll see everyone in Slack and all the other places. Thanks again. Bye.
Thanks, guys.
See ya.
Good weekend.
That's everybody.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
Woo. See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Hades is a one-of-a-kind roguelite that sets the bar for creatively combining wildly different genres together and using their strengths to complement each other in unexpected ways. Its blend of satisfying, Twitch-based action with countless modifiers to build replayability, dating simulator-esque character interactions, and turning failure into a thing you look forward to as a means of progressing the story all coalesce to an experience that is more than the sum of its parts. I'm over 50 hours in, 70 escape attempts deep, and I can't stop thinking about my next trip to hell, because Hades is an experience I never want to end.
When I'm not playing Hades, I'm thinking about how cool it'd be to build the Exegriff machine gun with Lightning Boon's combo that got me that first victorious run, but also throw in some critical damage.
Hades is one of the best roguelikes you can play. An interesting cast of characters anchored by the lovable Zagreus is worth learning about, while the seemingly never-ending upgrades always provide something to work towards. A few more bosses and environments would have helped the long road toward the true ending, but with so much weapon and build variety, each run offers a unique and rewarding trip through the underworld.
Hey, this is Greg. It is October 1st, and today, what is it, Thursday. It's 2 weeks after launch. It's been insane. These 2 weeks went by very, very quickly. I'm dressed all fancy because this is going to be our launch party right now. Obviously, we can't do that in person, but we have made some arrangements. Our folks, Caitlin and JP, have made these like super awesome little drinks and things that they have sent to everyone in the mail, so we're making do as with the rest of this stuff.
So we got a little mixer packet. Oh, cute. Hades ambrosia. If it doesn't taste like legit ambrosia, I will be upset. And then we have pomegranate. These are like mixer drinks for the party tonight. We got almond popcorn, some sort of cookie, sea salt caramels. We got banana chips. The healthiest chip. My snack collection has grown exponentially. So inside the package, it looks like we have some very awesome music by our fantastic composer, Darren Korb. He did a very, very good job. Addressed to me. Thank you. So this is a collection of coasters that Caitlin had made, and it's all the little shade emotes. The squad. Tag yourself. I'm this one. Tissue opening stuff in here. Here's a Haku. And we have these beautiful monogrammed glasses. Look at that. Really awesome. Thank you so much to Caitlin and whomever else who sent out all these packages. These are really, really cool. So that has been my unboxing video for the launch party boxes for Supergiant Games for our launch party of Hades tonight. So really excited to see how that goes. And this is me and Haku signing off. Bye.
It's a special occasion, and the launch ended up like wildly exceeding all of our expectations, and is still going strong. It's completely nuts. People love the freaking video game. So we're about to take a moment to actually celebrate that. Try and take it in. I haven't really absorbed it. It's been so busy. But yeah, the part where people really, really like it is for real, and I think all of us are just still kind of probably reeling from it to some extent, but it'll be nice to have this little get together, I think, in a few minutes, so we'll see how that goes. Figured I would check in beforehand.
Do you think Hades will be nominated for Game of the Year?
We will find out. There's certainly people have been, I mean, we've never had a game kind of at that level. Like I think it's shifted a lot too, because there used to be, in the Bastion days, it was like, oh, indie game of the year. You kind of, it meant a lot for sure, but there was like this bigger divide. It was like a sense that there's no way really that it would be unfair for like a smaller game to compete against a bigger game. But then Journey the following year swept Game of the Year awards, including like for independent games. So then people are like, oh wait, and I think the lines have kind of blurred. Independent teams have gotten bigger and stuff too. So yeah, we've never gotten big Game of the Year nominations, I don't think.
Yeah, this would be cray-cray. If it does happen for that, I would be pretty surprised and impressed.
So less than 1 minute to go. We threw together this quick Zoom call to watch together the Game Awards 2020 nomination announcement live stream. There's been a lot of excitement around Hades, so we're curious to see if we are in the conversation, or regardless of that, what games get picked, because it's been a real interesting year for games. I was talking to Amir about how like Final Fantasy VII Remake, that feels like it was a long time ago, because I think it was that's one of my favorite games of the year, but it was like, I think it came out in like February.
Yeah. May as well be an infinity ago.
Yeah. Right. It may as well feels like the year really started, and here we
didn't really get going until March,
Well, this will be interesting.
On December 10th, the world will come together to celebrate video games at the Game Awards, streaming live everywhere. Hey, I'm Jeff Keighley, and welcome to the nominee announcement. For Best Performance, the nominees are Ashley Johnson as Ellie, The Last of Us Part 2. Laura Bailey as Abby, The Last of Us Part 2.
Understandable.
Daisuke Shuji as Jin Sakai, Ghost of Tsushima.
Yeah.
Logan Cunningham as Hades in Hades. And Naji Jeter.
Logan.
Oh, dude.
Logan!
Wait, am I ahead of you guys? I think I'm ahead of you guys.
Morales.
Oh yeah, dude. That
Ghost
makes
of
me so
Tsushima.
happy.
Hades. Ori and the Will of the
Boom!
Wisp.
Look at that. Oh my
and
God.
Oh
The
man.
Last of Us. For Best Score in Music,
on.
those nominees are Doom Eternal, composed by Mick Gordon. Final Fantasy VII Remake, composed by Nobuo Uematsu,
Darren.
Masashi Hamauzu.
Oh man, so I'm
Oh,
behind.
wow.
You got it?
Yeah, you're ahead.
Wow, you're Best Score in Music.
You're a couple seconds.
Ori and the Will of
That's
Wisp,
amazing.
Congratulations.
composed by Gareth Coker.
Thank you.
Congrats.
In the category of Best Narrative, the nominees are 13 Sentinels,
Yeah, 13
Aegis
Sentinels.
Rim, written by George Kamatani. Final Fantasy VII Remake, written by Kazushige Nojima, Matomu Toriyama, Hiroki Awaki, and Sashi Hirano. Ghost of Tsushima, writers Ian Ryan, Liz Abel, Patrick Downs, and Jordan
Whoa.
McGunnett.
Yeah, congrats.
Writer
I think I'm a bit ahead of Congrats, everyone. right?
and The Last of Us Part 2.
Holy crap.
Writers Neil Druckmann and
That's-
Haley Gross.
Wow.
And the nominees this year for Best Independent Game
Wow.
are Carrion, Fall Guys,
Yeah, that's it.
There we are.
Hades, Spelunky 2,
Wow.
and Spiritfarer.
It's pretty
For
cool.
Best Action Game, the nominees are Doom
I
Eternal,
wonder if we're even.
Hades, Doom, and Half-Life
Right.
in this category.
Neo
This
2,
Look at that.
and
This is a crazy
Streets of
category.
Rage
is a
4,
heavy hitter.
One Punch Man, A Hero Nobody Knows, and Under Night in Birth, EXE Late Clear.
I'm so
In the
glad Jeff
category
Keighley
of
had to
Best
say
family game,
the Under
we can
Night
all play
Rebirth
together.
full
The
title.
nominees are Animal Crossing New Horizons,
Family
Crash
game.
4. It's
Hades
about
is a family
time.
game.
Yep.
It's about
It is.
not
It's
a
about
family.
Best
Mario
family game.
Kart Live Home Circuit for Best Game Direction, which recognizes outstanding creative vision and innovation in game direction and design. The nominees are Final Fantasy VII Remake from Square Enix,
Best game direction.
Ghost of Tsushima
Really?
from Sucker
Jeez.
Punch Productions,
Oh.
Hades from
So this
Super
is
Giant
6?
Games,
That's
Oh,
That's
okay.
7.
Seven.
Alice
Seven.
7?
Holy crap.
and
And
The
I
Last
mean,
of Us Part 2 from Naughty
we
Dog.
will
Last
have
of
to
Us.
have been nominated
And
for the
finally,
next
on
thing.
behalf of the jury, comprised
If
of
we
more
got
than
all the
90
Theory, yeah.
In theory, we'll
But
see.
we'll see. I mean, I
I
don't.
am proud to announce the 6
The
nominees
next one
selected
is...
for truly
Is it always 6?
Oh, this is
outstanding
technical.
creative
Go Game of the Year. Okay.
Yeah.
Holy, this is the
I
one.
wonder why
Let's
it's
see.
6.
For Game
Do they
of the
usually
Year.
do 6?
Animal Crossing New Horizons
Animal
from
Crossing.
Nintendo, Doom Eternal from id Software, Final Fantasy VII Remake
Yep,
from
there it
Square
is.
Enix,
Dang.
Oh
Ghost of
my
Tsushima
goodness.
from Sucker Punch Productions,
That's
Hades
pretty
from
sweet.
Super
Crazy.
Giant Games,
God
And-
damn.
So Ghost,
1,
Last of
2,
Us-
3,
Part
4,
2
5, 6, 7,
from
8
Naughty Dog.
nominations.
Who
Yeah,
do
I
you
think that's 8.
Is that the most?
So cool.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
Hope it's the most.
Yeah.
That's wild.
What?
Jeez. It's funny, for some reason the Logan best performance one was like,
yeah,
maybe
my favorite
because
one.
it was the first one cited,
Yeah, it was
but
the
like
first one. Yeah.
I don't know, because Logan, like, he just has his voice to work with. He has to compete with like
Yes,
full
full
like body
mocap
capture,
stuff. Yeah,
high tech state of the art. So
love
he has
it.
to like kind of has to be like an overwhelmingly amazing voice performance, which it is.
What, Greg? What's the list? You have them all listed?
Yeah, I have them all. I posted them all in. Yeah, so best performance, art direction, music, narrative, best independent game, action game, game direction, and game of the year. Congratulations, she's. I mean,
Congrats, team.
Quite.
Yeah.
Quite a way to start a Wednesday. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I
Just
guess
start every Wednesday
we
like
should.
that.
We should tweet something.
Happy New Year, Greg.
Yeah, Happy New Year. Indeed.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, likewise. It's good to see you guys.
How you doing?
Doing okay. You know, when the launch happened on September 17th, the kind of arc of it for me reminded me a lot of how I felt after Bastion, though it was even more different than that, where I think on the day of the launch itself, it was unclear that the game was like a hit, I guess. The initial reviews that we got were very good, but not astronomical either. Or you know, fresh out the gate, we're getting kind of like 8.5 out of 10. It's like, okay, solid, couple of 9s. Okay, good. It took a few days to be like, wait a minute, this thing climbed up the Nintendo Switch kind of best-selling charts, and it's staying there. And we got to the second position just after the Mario 3D World game. So it's like, holy, we've jumped ahead of these other games that came out at the same time, and then some of Nintendo's own games, you know, Mario Kart and Animal Crossing, were like, whoa, we're doing better than these games. That's incredible. And then reviews kept piling on, and those 8.5s turned out to be like more the kind of statistical outliers, and suddenly it was just kind of like 10s and 9s and stuff, and it's like, whoa, what is happening here? And then just like the reaction to it in general, just the volume of emails that were coming in and that sort of thing. And then we start getting, you know, nominated for big awards and then winning some of those awards as well. We're past like 45 Game of the Year awards as of right now. And this is not including awards that aren't Game of the Year. I don't know that I don't know that I've fully sort of processed it.
Happy New Year, Amir.
Thank you.
How are you doing?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. I'm very good. Yeah. We are on the other side of having shipped Hades.
Does it feel like you've shipped Hades at this stage?
It won't feel like I've shipped Hades until we finish episode 6 of the No Clip documentary. I feel like this is my last obligation, but also it's just been a part of the fabric of everything we're doing. You know, we've had the cameras rolling and been recording meetings and all that kind of stuff. So for me, I feel like, okay, once I do this, then it'll really be done. But I've also told myself that about literally everything that's happened since September 17th. It's like, well, once we, get this patch out, once we do cross saves, once we get the patch after that out, then we'll be done for real. But I mean, the truth is, from having Bastion, Transistor, and Pyre with us, is that they never really leave you, right? You live with those things forever, or as long as we can see. So Hades has now just become a part of us, I guess, in some way. I think things have finally slowed down, which is, we were wondering how long that would take. It took a while. It took months and months and months. Things have finally slowed down. In our other 3 games, there was like a month of sort of being connected to the thing and patching and all this kind of stuff and thinking about what we were going to do next. And within a month, people were taking their refresh and their time off and coming back and rejuvenated to figure out what did we learn and what are we going to do next. And that same process took us 4 months this time. It took forever. It took 4 times longer because we just had so much stuff still. And then it felt like every week something new was happening, something amazing. We were nominated for this, or someone declared, we were that, or this review came out, or this streamer is playing the game now. The Washington Post is talking about the game. Time is talking about the game. These like huge things that suddenly, like even our parents know what that is. So we talk about the parentosphere. It's like stuff that leaves the orbit of games and joins the bigger conversation. So, it's been a delight and a joy that these amazing things are happening, but it's also meant we just never turned off.
What are they doing, Amir?
We're doing Best Art Direction. Ghost of Tsushima one. Best Action Game. Doom, Hades. Holy fuck! We just won Best Action Game. Wow!
So the Game Awards was really, really amazing because it was a live show with I don't know how Jeff does this stuff, but it was like a live show with a zillion people. It had the whole planet watching, and including my parents. Honestly, it was just kind of cool to be connected back to other human beings, and also through the production feed connected to this wide world of video games.
I had absolutely ridiculous technical issues happen literally minutes, I think less than 2 minutes before my webcam ceases working. And then my dogs went absolutely ballistic over something as well. There was a knock at the door, which sends my dogs into a fury. And this in the evening.
Shit! You gotta be fucking kidding me. I can't do anything. Can you open the door and tell them they need to go? We're right in the middle of a call and they need to go away.
The atmosphere couldn't have been more different than our debut at the Game Awards back in 2018, when we were there physically in this beautiful theater with a big audience, filled with celebrities, not just from our own industry, but from other industries as well. Here it's just sitting where I do sit every day, basically just with a slightly nicer shirt on, and then just kind of waiting on pins and needles for our categories to come up. We won in 2 of those categories for Best Independent Game and Best Action Game, which is 2 more Game Awards than we've ever won. So it was an amazing night in that we were so kind of heavily present for so many of those categories and picked up a couple. But we didn't get to make our live speeches or whatever.
No one had to speak. Logan sitting there on a live feed, Greg sitting there on a live feed, me sitting there on a live feed. No one had to talk. We won Best Action Game and Best Indie Game. So that was cool. I said it at the time, but it's just one of those things where those productions that we were next to in the Game of the Year category were really big video games, in which our whole team, if we had worked on those games, would be working on one tiny part of it. A lot of us had worked at AAA studios before this, so we know that a lot goes into making such a big game, and it's really hard to make such a big game. Yeah, it was amazing to be able to be so small and be on that stage.
Even in those days following the September 17th launch of Hades, when the game, started to stick on bestseller charts and started to get these really good reviews, you still don't anticipate that like, yeah, we're going to be a Game of the Year winner nominee, you know, next to The Last of Us Part 2 and Ghost of Tsushima and stuff like that. But that's like where we were just in that conversation, and you know, we were chosen as like Time Magazine's and the Washington Post's Game of the Year and stuff like that. It's like, so that's, again, you know, we never knew we were working on that game.
How you doing, Dan?
Doing all right. Yeah, all things considered, pretty good.
When you look back on all the music you made for Hades, you know that feeling where you finally sort of made something you can step away and look at it? What comes up for you there?
Yeah, for Hades, I feel like I really enjoyed the style of music, and it was a lot of fun to make. Like, just I could kind of cut loose more, I think, for Hades than I have been able to in the past. I was able to rock out and really lean into my desire to do that, and then even go further past my comfort zone of how hard I feel I'm allowed to rock, you know. On past games, you know, normally there's like a week where everybody's excited about it, talking about it, and then they move on. But the fact that people have continued sort of talking about it and playing it, and people are playing it every day, people are streaming it, I mean, that's been really crazy to see the sort of volume of the response increase so much. Part of it has to do with the sort of context in which 1.0 was released. I mean, it's a game about doing the same thing over and over again and trying to escape hell. So it's like, you know, maybe a little too close, you know, too close to people's regular lives.
Jen, hi. It's great to catch up finally. I know everyone was working from home back in March, but obviously your situation was a little bit different.
Yeah. So you probably already know that Supergiant Games is a company policy. We were working working from home on Fridays every week. So actually the transition for me was very, very easy. And in fact, because I was pregnant at the time, all kinds of things happen with pregnant ladies, including being very, very tired. And so in a lot of ways, transitioning to my home office actually afforded me the ability to maintain as much productivity, if not more productivity, during the pandemic especially. It's not like I can go like to TJ Maxx or Home Depot and, you know, make the perfect crib for my baby from scratch using hammer and nails. By the time I left on maternity leave, there were about 2 months of production left. I knew with so much certainty, I had so much confidence in the team as a whole that it would be incredible, that I also felt this was the perfect moment to see what happens when you just leave. That is an incredible feeling, to know that your team is so well equipped to take care of a product during its most sensitive time. It was and still remains incredibly hard to digest, the level of success we've experienced. Not just like sales, but the community support, the incredible fan artist community. To know that something you've made with just 20 people has reached so many others, and that they are saying these really incredibly nice things about it. It's like, no, guy, come on, it's not that good, right? Oh, God, come on, you're just being nice.
I qualify because, you know, maybe in saying this I'll jinx it, but like Hades is the 4th highest rated game on Steam, like, period, across the tens of thousands of games there, including basically all my favorite games ever, or a whole bunch of them. We rate higher than all those. That's like it's a weird feeling.
How can you qualify it other than it's a success on every level that we intended, and a whole bunch of ones that we had no idea would even be possible? And then people are sometimes surprised that we're surprised. But I think that's weird on another level, because as you can see in the NoClip documentaries, we launched this game like 4 times or something, right? Like this game has been launched so many times, and then it's been updated so many times. So sometimes we ask ourselves, you know, like, when did Hades become what it was? Because it was something that people enjoyed for a long time. But, you know, the combination of declaring it 1.0, of putting the ending into the game and saying it was done, and, you know, also, you know, being on the Nintendo Switch where many more people
might have been waiting for that experience as well. Just all of that suddenly, I guess, changed the conversation around the game.
The fact that our 1.0 launch kind of lived up to the expectations of our early access players, while also, I think, like, for many players evidently exceeding their expectations. I feel really good about that. When we're in the thick of the pandemic trying to wrap up development, I was talking to you about our plans for the ending of the game and that it was going to have this kind of unusual structure, and how do you end a game that can be played forever. That was like something that we were asking ourselves, and I was asking myself from the very beginning of the project. So it was really exciting to do that, and then to see that people enjoyed how we handled it. On a more personal level, you know, making sure that the story of this game and these characters that I hold so near and dear could conclude in a way that kind of did right by these characters. It's hard to end things in a satisfying way. I think of so many TV shows and whatever where people are like, they love them all the way through, and then the ending stinks for whatever reason, and it like ruins everyone's entire memory of the show. It's like, you were invested in this show for years and years, and now you're telling me you think it's garbage just because you didn't like the ending. But that's how it works. Things can turn retroactively bad through a bad ending, and the endings of our games are a really big deal for us and for me personally. So yeah, a lot of relief when that turns out okay.
Right at the start, right before we started filming, before we sort of even talked about this thing, you approached us. I remember, because you come from the media side as well, and you wanted to sort of showcase what the reality of making games is, right?
Yeah.
And we tried our best, but we weren't there for every single moment, right? So, you know, looking back at this series, what are the parts you think haven't come across? What are the elements of game design?
It's a great question. You know, when I think about what parts haven't come across or don't come across, I think the first thing that comes to mind for me is just some of the late nights alone. It's always a challenge, I think, with any game, just knowing when you're done. The moment when you like walk away from your computer and go back down, like that's a moment that would be interesting, that would be really hard to capture. Just the slog of it, the part where there's just a bunch of stuff that has to be done, and it's tinkering away at something that with little immediate evidence as to what is even being done or something like that. And this, you know, Hades turned out to be this big, like, content-heavy game. People are like, oh wow, I've played all this time, and there, you know, none of the audio lines have repeated. It's like, because we put a lot of audio lines in the game.
Yeah, I think there's something like 22,000-ish lines of dialogue in the game. I believe Zagreus has about 8,500 or 9,000 or something by himself. I think Hades probably has the second most lines of any character, over 1,000. And yeah, I mean, I think there's over like 300,000 words or something in the game. You know, I'm just thrilled by the sort of general response to the VO, actually, especially given how we finished the VO and we kind of sent all the actors kind of crappy USB mics, and I just was like, well, I'll fix it in post and do my best to match it, and you know, and it worked out, you know, more or less. I think when it's safe to go back, that's when we should go back, and not a minute before, you know. But I'll be happy to go back to the office for some amount of days a week. I think it's just there is some valuable stuff that you can't quite recreate in this kind of environment, especially creative discussions and that kind of thing.
Pre-production process and planning process, so much of that is the organic part. Like once you hit production, you know, everything is kind of, there's a flow to it. It's on rails. You kind of know what you're supposed to be doing. Whereas in this kind of purgatory between projects, that's when I think the lack of face-to-face communication and just ad hoc in-person conversation is going to maybe hurt the process, but maybe not. Again, maybe we'll just make that much more of an effort to make ourselves available to each other.
How can you miss people you talk to on Zoom all day? Somehow, you still can. It's just one of those things where enough time has passed that I almost forget all the little parts of it. And then I'll see, you know, JP at the Game Awards thing or something like that. And then you'll remember, oh yeah, this is what that was. So yeah, I mean, I miss everybody. I can't wait till there is a time when it's safe to see each other. I remember feeling like
this immense pride in the team because each of them could probably just glance at the general blast radius of the game and find something that was representing a thing they did personally. Because it's a small enough team and, you know, everyone did a piece of it. For some people it's their first game, and for some people it's one of many games they've made. But all of us got to kind of share that together. We were really lucky on our first game, Bastion, that it got received so well. And I think the 7 of us had a bond from working on that game, but the kind of response we got brought us together. At the same time, because this type of response isn't guaranteed, you have to be doing it for reasons that are not to get this type of response. And so we obviously really like what we do and really love working together. And so when things like this happen, it just feels overwhelming and sometimes mysterious. I have like always had a mentor and a leader who was inspirational to me. He basically told me that you have to be really careful about the stories you tell yourself. Almost a temptation of success is to say your process must have been good because the game was good, right? And it's really tempting when things go so well to make that story be whatever you want it to be, right? That it was all you, or that it was all the team, or you know, it was all X, Y, or Z thing. But it really was a lot of things, and a lot of things that even you don't control. You know, we had really good partners. We had really amazing fans. We had like an incredible team. We had the right game at the right time. And so, you know, part of what our job is after the game is done is to really understand what happened. And that takes a long time.
What's next?
If I tell you, it'll just be upsetting. We're doing a patch, Danny. That's what's next. We're opening a patch on the test server. We're going to fix some Hades bugs. That is literally what I'm about to go up and do. I'm going to review the change notes with Greg and Gavin, and we're going to make sure that it's all sensible, and then we're going to put it on a test branch, and then we're going to put it on, you know, the PC and the Switch, and we're going to make a patch.
What type of game would you like to make next?
Oh my God, it doesn't even matter. Because it's honestly, it's like, it's you know, what type of game do we want to make next? That's the actual really salient question, not what kind of game I want to make next. Yeah, we got to figure that out.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to a new MinMax interview. MinMax is a place about games, friends, getting better. My name is Ben Hansen. Thank you for being here. We are very glad you found us. Today's interview is with John Johannes, who's the director and writer for Hi-Fi Rush, the new game from Tango Gameworks and Bethesda and Microsoft at this point. It's a rhythm action game that is too easily summed up as what if Harmonix made a Devil May Cry, because it is so much more than that, and it is so good. I really love this game. So I was very excited to talk to John about its development, the pitch, the shadow drop, everything behind the scenes of Hi-Fi Rush. We also talk about working with Shinji Mikami, who's the head of the studio over there at Tango, obviously the creator of Resident Evil, director of Resident Evil 4. So that's who we're referencing when we talk about Mikami in this interview. This interview is timestamped for your convenience. Like all MinMax interviews, you can jump to a specific topic if you like. And if you like the idea that we timestamp these interviews, we'd appreciate it if you subscribe to MinMax's YouTube channel or help spread the word. You don't see too many long-form developer interviews like this on the internet or from bigger sites because they don't really move the needle numbers-wise, but the beauty of being a small independent games media organization like MinMax is any support whatsoever does move the needle in a huge way for us, so we deeply appreciate it. If you subscribe, or if you're willing to help support this directly, you can go to patreon.com/MinMax with 2 N's. If you jump in on Patreon at that $5 tier, you unlock the bonus podcast feed, so you can have this interview, all of our other interviews, access to exclusive shows like Party Chat, early access to the MinMax Show podcast, the Deepest Dive, our big game clubs. All that stuff is in that bonus podcast feed for your convenience as well if you support us at that $5 tier on Patreon. So we greatly appreciate that support. But without further ado, here's John. John, welcome to MinMax, sir.
Nice to meet you.
Hey,
nice to be
pleasure
here.
to meet you. Yeah, it's an honor to meet you. I feel like this is some unhealthy internet stuff, but I feel an unhealthy relationship towards you already just because I listen to the 8-4 Play podcast, and I feel like the way they talk about it, she's always like, hey, JoJo, look at him directing Evil Within 2. Our boy JoJo is really doing it. So it feels like they're rooting for you, like local boy does good. So it's a weird relationship.
Yeah, I don't know why they call me JoJo. I find that offensive, but I wish they would stop, but they just keep doing it. So
I wasn't sure if that's like what close friends called you, or that's them kind of like trolling
just
you.
Them. So I don't know. I was like, no one calls me that. Can you stop? And they're like, no.
Yeah,
so
I'll keep at it.
Yeah.
John, I'm so excited to have you at this moment in time for 1,000 different reasons. But I finished the game this weekend.
Awesome,
fucking
thanks.
Floored by it. Just floored. And we're in like a weird time, full disclosure, for when we're recording this, where like some reviews have started to trickle out for Hi-Fi Rush, but like the full dump hasn't landed on the internet yet. How are you feeling at this point in time?
The word I've been using so far is overwhelmed. And I'm sure the team has been the same. Even, yeah, like you said, like major reviews are still kind of working their way through it and coming out.
Yeah.
But the sort of immediate fan reaction and response that we've gotten from the game has been just so incredible. Especially since, we've been putting so much work into this and for a long time, and it's like a labor of love almost. And we knew it was weird and we knew it was a little bit of a risk, but we were so confident coming into it. To see that people appreciate kind of all the effort that was put into it is just, like I said, overwhelming. Yeah.
You must have had a sense. I know it was a top secret project and the whole stealth drop just lends even more secrecy to that. But I mean, there must have been like mock reviews and stuff going in, but is it feeling like it's surpassing even your expectations for where this thing was going to land?
It's tricky, right? Because obviously you do things like mock reviews. We had internal testing, and even in internal testing, like people just were loving it. But obviously, like it's so different from anything that Bethesda has done. There was maybe internally a little bit of like, is it because it's different that everyone's really liking it? It's not a shooter, or is it just because it's good? And for us, we're like, we think it's really good. That's why I like it.
Yeah.
So, like I said, we finished the product, and it was almost like the team. It was like a rare case where the team was kind of just so excited about the game. Normally, you're kind of like a little bit nervous, like, we know we can do this, but is it going to be okay or something like that. But we just were, like I said, we were very, very confident in going into it. And we just didn't want it to get like overlooked or something, or unfortunately get caught in some sort of, drama or something, which sometimes happens to games and stuff like that. It's just meant to be a fun experience. So we just wanted people to see it like that and didn't get taken up in anything else. And so far it's been fantastic in that case. Yeah.
Yeah. As I was playing through it, it's like started out, I mean, from the presentation, the developer direct, I was like, okay, this seems really cool. I'm happy this exists. We'll see how it is to actually play. Because I feel like, please take this in the spirit in which it's intended. It felt like one of those games like, this seems like a really cool idea. I've played a lot of games that seem like a cool idea. Let's see if they can stick the landing. And then sitting down to play it, it's like, okay, I just need to play more and more. I was blown away. And then by the end, I'm like, I think this is a Hall of Famer. I think this is ridiculously good. Because I think it has a level of polish that I wasn't expecting. It is buttery smooth throughout the entire thing. And I mean, there's a lot of things we can wade into here, but is that just level of time on the back end to really button everything up? Or how do you account for just, I don't know, just how good it feels overall? And it doesn't have any of those moments, like you said, of the team being like, well, we know this part isn't that great, but we got to get it out the door.
I would say that, we were granted a good amount of time to work on it. And part of it was almost unintentional because of the lockdown and Corona and stuff. So we had to switch from work from home, and that kind of delayed everything a little bit. But it weirdly gave us enough time to spend a lot of time on those details. But I think a core piece of that was of the polish, or kind of how well put together it feels as a package, was that it really did start as like a small project. We started with, it was just myself and a programmer, called Nakamoto-san, and it was just the two of us, and I had this idea, and I kind of wrote it all out, how the system would work, how, like you said, there were lots of games who had like sort of combined rhythm with different elements, but I was like, to me, like they never did it quite correctly or how I wanted it to feel. So I was like, I want it to feel like this. And so we spent a long time sort of iterating on that to get that basic premise there. And then that had no art whatsoever. It was just like the basic idea of like hitting things to the beat and the beat hit. It was a very simple thing like that. And then we sort of layered something on top of it, which was then the art design. And then we just kind of kept like layering things on slowly. And we took everything as a chunk. We never sort of did that thing where we split up. Okay, you're going to do this over here, and you're going to do this over there, and at the end we'll figure out how this is all going to put together. It's like we were always kind of like all focused on what everything was doing. And like as you played the game, you probably saw that there's a lot of content in it, but it's not to the level of a scale of a game where it's like an open world game where you have to have like teams based on like building houses or doing these kind of side missions and things like that. So it's very sort of handcrafted. So everyone was on board with that. And then we also set our technical goals like very early. Like it needed to be like a hard 60 frames per second because of how it syncs to the music.
Yeah.
So no matter what we did, we needed to make sure, even if it pulled us back a little bit visually, we found like a way to sort of overcome that to hit our mark technically, which I think was, again, props to our entire programming team and our art team for sort of optimizing everything like that to get it to that level of polish. But it all came down to just, I think, the amount of energy and like love and care that put into the project from the entire team. Really, I think, made that happen to begin with. Yeah. So what were those core ingredients that you feel like other games that maybe were going for this fusion? There are plenty of good rhythm action games out there, but I feel like this is one that's it feels like it really nailed it in a unique way. So what were the bullet points you're trying to hit? So it was almost like a reverse version of a rhythm game. I think when people think of a rhythm game or anything that's connected to the rhythm, they think of like the button press is the rhythm activation. And I was like, from a game perspective, that is correct. I was like, but from a satisfaction feeling, like if we're thinking about like if you're like fighting or if you watch like a trailer or something or a movie part that synchronizes the music, it's normally like the hit that comes on the beat. So I basically made this like document that I was like, whatever we do, we kind of have to think backwards. It's like, so everything will sync up so that no matter how you play, it'll make it feel like you are landing on the beat, so it feels like you're part of this sort of like music video,
right?
Or you're actually kind of like playing with the soundtrack. So people who aren't good with rhythm games could even play it, and it just sounds good. And there was initial sort of like maybe a little bit kickback or feedback internally where they're like, well, you're not actually kind of like controlling it to the beat. But that came in later when we kind of thought of this like positive game loop where it's like, well, there's a positive aspect to playing on the beat. And some games will like punish you for sort of not playing on the beat.
Right.
But I made sure that it was like a very specific thing. And again, this was kind of contested internally because it wasn't really done before, but it's like, we don't want you like to an attack not to land because you didn't press the beat or something like that. Like if you think of a game, some games, and this is not to downplay those games, but just this is how they do it. Like something, for example, like Crypt of the Necrodancer was something that people brought up as like what people said like rhythm action. But if, for example, if you don't input on the beat, you don't move, or you're penalized, or you don't attack and things like that. And
right.
And if you're not good at that, you just can't play it. And I knew that I wanted to make a game that everyone can feel like they are kind of that sort of rock star or that part of the experience, even if they're not so skilled with the rhythm games.
And I feel like that mentality then leads to better gameplay in the combat as well, because you have those moments like the first time it was explained in the tutorial of like, okay, even if you don't know, you have a tough time finding out where the beat is, if you just attack when they attack, that means that you're on the beat, because the attack won't happen unless Chai is on the beat. So if you just keep that rhythm going, that was a very, I want to call it diabolical, but genius move on your end to be like, okay, now it's not intimidating. Just keep attacking when he attacks and I will be on the beat and I can keep this all daisy chaining.
Yeah, and from like a musical standpoint, you tend to immediately shift to like these complicated things, but we dialed back to basically like the simplest element. And I think for, super hardcore music people, maybe they're like, it's so, and even early in development, we're like, this game's like, it's like, as long as you press to the beat, you're fine. And I was like, yes, but you're dealing with lots of things like enemies attacking you and dodging and using your partners. So there's going to be elements in there that are going to mix it up. And I'm sure there's some musical experts who are like, and our music team was always like, this game's like way too easy. You could just like, and I'm like, for you, yes. That's why we have these like super hard modes for you to play. But a lot of people can't, and they're kind of off-put or scared of playing. Maybe it's an action game or a rhythm game, because they feel like they don't have the technical ability. But we want to make that accessibility there, and open up it to a wider audience.
Yeah. So what was the pitch process like? You're working with one programmer. Is it just, hey, see what you can come up with and then present to the rest of the studio, present to Mikami, and walk me through like the greenlight process for this thing internally?
Well, I pitched it to Mikami-san. Like after we finished The Evil Within 2, it just felt like the right time for a project like this in a weird way. We had just gone through 4. We count the DLCs, for example, that I did as like some projects, like 4 survival horror projects of dark, moody things.
Right.
And we knew we were going to go into Ghostwire Tokyo. That was the next game that was like officially like being developed. And I just saw it as an opportunity to pitch something completely different. I know that as a studio, we didn't want to always be pigeonholed into this sort of, we can only make horror. We can't do anything outside of that. Because, even my boss has a pedigree of making games that are not horror and are well received. And so I had this idea for a long time. I kind of made a pitch document and I showed it, and I was like, this is going to be a very hard sell. I'm not going to lie. Like it's especially for Bethesda, because it's so outside of their range.
Right. And is this pitch, just to be clear, is the pitch one-on-one to Mikami, or are you pitching to like a Bethesda board, or what is this actual pitch look like?
Not at this point.
Okay.
We did have our Bethesda producer there as well, and he was like, yeah, this is a long shot. But it was that the core component of this sort of rhythm action, and I think maybe everyone didn't quite understand exactly what it was, but I think it's the way I presented it. Like I clearly had an idea for where I wanted to go. So they're like, this sounds interesting. It sounds very difficult. Can it be done? It's very hard to just immediately greenlight. Let's try like making a prototype. So that's what we did, is we made a prototype, and that's what I was talking about. It was started with very small teams, just 2 people. We had some assistance when we needed it in terms of, if we needed some animation work to do like the specifications I was asking for, or some some VFX or obviously making a music soundtrack quick so we can tie things to it.
Yeah.
But otherwise, like it was us kind of fooling around. Like I did the UI, I did like the level design, the environment design, and everything. But it was all like Graybox and stuff like that. While the programmer did all the system wide stuff and the player stuff. And we had this core thing, which at this point was just sort of fighting to the beat and the beat hit, basically, and an environment that moves with the beat. Like you'd press a switch and like a music thing would play and the platforms would move and things like that.
Right.
And that alone was like, okay, I think we have something here. And then internally in Bethesda, that kind of prototype was passed around to a few people. It's like, hey, look what Tango's kind of working on.
You'll never believe it. Yeah.
Yeah, and it almost created like this weird sort of internal cult following, or like people were talking about, like, hey, did you see this thing? It's like actually like really, really cool. And so then when we actually went, when we kind of like we proposed it with sort of the art direction we wanted to go with, which is extremely similar to what we wound up with actually. And at that point, it was almost like it virally spread within the company that even when we were pitching it to sort of the leads at Bethesda, they were already aware that it had like a positive reception.
Interesting.
So it was like weirdly enough that we didn't have to, it wasn't a concept that it was like unproven. It was like, we know this is good. We know people like this. What do you think? And I know it's very weird. It's very un-Bethesda, but I think that's what's going to actually be the interesting thing about it, is that it's something that it's unexpected.
Yeah, from the outside, I think what's interesting is I feel like everyone had the takeaway of like, wow, this game wouldn't exist without Game Pass. God bless Microsoft's Game Pass for funding some weird projects. You know, in my mind, I should say specifically, it's like, it's bizarre to see like Pentiment come out at the end of last year. It's like, I can't imagine that game existing in any other environment. And then this game's like, I can't imagine it existing in any other environment except for Game Pass. Yet at the same time, this is all predating Microsoft. I mean, this is 2018.
I think I pitched it in like 2017 because that's when Evil Within 2 ended. But yeah, like I would say if we started that small prototype thing, it was like end of that time or early 2018 or something like that. But yeah, I mean, we didn't have like a specific console in mind even at that point. We were just kind of going for what looked cool. And then obviously then the acquisition happened, and then it sort of like our console was then defined. So I know people were saying it's like, oh, there was like, it's like a PlayStation prototype running somewhere. It's like, no, like it was just running on a PC. It's like,
you're too in the weeds if you're seeing that somewhere. Yeah, so, you gotta go Fred, man.
But yeah, like in some ways, some games can be made in a short amount of time. Like I think Josh Sawyer said that Pentiment was kind of inspired by. Well, I don't think that was made in a short time because they were acquired way earlier than we were.
Right.
I don't know the exact time scale, but he said it was inspired by Game Pass. For us, we saw Game Pass as an opportunity once it was acquired to, wow, this is something that could increase our audience base and really expand everything.
Yeah.
And take what we were doing to like almost like like we said, it was almost like viral internally. So it could theoretically be viral when the access is that easy on Game Pass.
Right. Do you remember what song was in the demo for the pitch? I'd imagine it's something that wasn't actually released in the finished game.
Well, it's funny that the basic song that you were playing is like the background music, like what we consider like a non-licensed song in the game.
Right.
That was just like a kind of made up on the spot type thing, just to kind of get the vibe of like it's a rock type feel.
Okay.
But we actually prototyped the first boss, which was like a gray box version of what actually is the first boss in the game, and we didn't know if we would get the license to it or anything, but we actually did use the same song, the
Nine Inch Nails song. Wow.
And that's only because I mean, you know, we didn't plan on releasing it, obviously, but when that album came out, Nine Inch Nails, The Slip, they released that album with the stems for the instrumentals for all of the songs.
Interesting.
And that came out when I was in college, and I remember Trent Reznor was like, he came out and he was like, hey, use the stems, remix it, use GarageBand. I think GarageBand like was like kind of like the go-to for like just kind of casual like remixing.
Yeah.
He was like, make these cool remixes and just put them out. This is like, do what you want with it. and I wasn't very skilled with that type of stuff. And so I always held on to these stems. I'm like, one day I want to do something with this. and then I'm like, let's show that we can do, because originally the plan was we wanted this licensed music to sort of have these like climax moments, like these boss fights, but we didn't want it to be a big game about licensed music. So it's like, we have this song, it hits our BPM target, the song's great, it fits, let's try doing this. And wrote up this, that was kind of like the second prototype for like how we would use licensed music in the game. And we showed that off. And like, half of us were afraid because of like, if we don't get the license to the song, we're going to have to redo this entire thing.
Totally.
But luckily we were able to actually get the license to that song. And they actually even gave us better versions of those stems to use, which was great.
Did you ever, have you heard anything back from them now? Trent Reznor, now that the game's out, to send you a DM just saying, hey, way to go. Do you think he's aware of this game?
I don't know. I mean, that would be, I didn't directly communicate with him.
Sure.
I'd love to hear what he thinks, but I'd like him to at least know that sort of, it took time, but that sort of initial sort of experiment that he did led to results that maybe took 15 years to do, but led to this to actually happen. So
that's beautiful. I love that.
That's like just like a really cool thing.
Yeah. Okay. I don't mean to. Again, a huge game. So many people worked on it. I hate to just boil it down to, oh, it's this and this. But I mean, it seems like Scott Pilgrim must have been a big inspiration early on, right?
Yeah. I mean, literally our pitch document, it was, there's I think there's a Scott Pilgrim picture and like a Shaun of the Dead picture. Cause like I said, it was kind of influenced by the bar scene of Shaun of the Dead.
Okay.
A little bit when they kind of fight to the music.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is the vibe we want to go for. It has this kind of like quick, snappy dialogue, this sort of kinetic action and cuts and things like that. So the pace is very high, if that's correct. And that was kind of the goal right from the beginning. And so anytime someone joined the team, I was like, watch these movies. And it was just like, it was finished. I was like, and it's funny because, this is pre-Baby Driver. And then once Baby Driver came out, because people were like, hey, it works in that scene, but can it work for the whole thing?
Right.
And then that movie came out and I was like, it could work for a whole thing.
That is that movie.
Yeah. So it's like,
and then
yeah,
and imagine
like,
for the art team, like when Spider-Verse came out, and imagine that's a moment of like, oh, okay, can we implement some of these visual ideas and concepts that they're working with?
Yeah, well, that was also cool. Like we had our art design kind of goal in mind before that movie came out as well.
Mm-hmm.
And this is something that mid-development, like when that was coming out, we all saw the trailers. We're like, oh my God, this looks like crazy and stuff like that. And so we took the team, we went to go see it in the theater. And there's lots of things that we kind of were inspired by. And I think I think one of the big ones was that sort of like cut to like almost like a 2D image or something, like when like a big hit would happen, because they would do that sometimes. They would like cut to like just like a comic book pose. But yeah, some like small touches, we were like, okay, you can do that sort of like animate on twos and things like that. So a lot of like the cutscene animation and things and the movements, we're looking at how, because they did like a nice breakdown about how they were able to make it feel animated with actually full 3D animation, and that helped our animation team kind of get a better feeling of what direction to go and how to even we already were going in that direction, but how to up the quality and how to make it look even better.
Yeah, for sure. And let's just keep running down these inspirations. Rapid fire. Vandelay Industries. Amazing you're able to get that in there. Are you the big Seinfeld fan? Is there somebody else on the team that's a Seinfeld fan? What is this?
There's like a ton of 90s references in the game.
Right.
And so there's a lot to take in there. So
okay, I'm sensing some legal boundaries here. Okay, I must ask: are you a Final Fantasy VII fan? I found myself seeing a couple of little nods in there, and I'm like, I wonder if that's where this is coming. Like the little blue truck, even like 808. I'm like, it's kind of like a Kate Sith situation here. Am I stretching?
That's like the first time I heard that.
Ooh, okay. I see it everywhere I go, so it's no big deal.
There is a very big Xenogears reference.
I have that written down, John. I'm so excited.
Yeah.
So did that come from, I don't want to spoil this moment fully, but did that come from like the practicalities of production of like, we cannot
Yes,
afford to
yeah,
this level.
yeah.
What do we do? Let's do the thing Xenogears did, where they just told you
Yeah,
about this amazing moment that you can't see.
That was literally what happened. We actually reached out to Square Enix, and we were like, "Hey, we want to do this sort of homage to Xenogears." To us, it wasn't like mocking. It was kind of, that's very like, it's almost like a famous part of how like the sort of the transition happens in that game,
right?
And to us, the game is almost, it has a lot of almost meta humor about like the corporate environment, and even the whole R&D stage is like a mocking of development of video games,
right.
in some way.
Yes.
So we kind of like embrace the fact of like, if we're not going to put this in, let's cover it up with like an interesting way, instead of trying to like pretend like be really serious and be like, hide it. It's like, no,
Right.
let's do that. I think there's also a scene where you don't fight a boss, and then one of the characters will, if you talk to them, will actively say like, wow, it really looked like you were going to fight that
Right,
boss. Like,
right.
I just feel really bad for the modeler who spent a lot of time working on that.
But you know what? When you have the tone of that game, it's like, well, everything just makes it more fun. I don't think people feel cheated. But just, okay, to be clear, what did Square say about the Xenogears stuff?
Actually, I mean, I don't want to like, it's not a negative thing by any means, but I think we want to do something. We want to have an homage to Xenogears because we're big fans here, and we showed them that scene, and they were like, and it was like, that's it. Like, it was,
they thought you're gonna have
the
whole thing. Faye was gonna be.
I think they were thinking like we're gonna have these like like maybe like we're gonna like recreate like the gears or something like that.
Right,
I was like,
right.
It's just he's gonna sit in the chair and he's gonna talk about what he's doing like this scene, and
even the lawyers are like, "What are you worried about, dude? Like this is fine."
Yeah, they're like, "Do you want to use the music?" And I was like, "No. It's just like we want to just kind of do that." So I think they were a little confused, but we didn't want them to take it the wrong way, so we were like, "This is not like, this is like we're just huge fans." And a lot of people on the team were fans, so they like went down the smallest details about like the moving of the like the iPod is like the spinning of it and everything like that. And the only thing we couldn't get in was we wanted the text to come in like really slowly when they were speaking.
That's confusing. That's homage gone too far.
It was voiced, so yeah, it was tricky. So we could do that. But
do you have any interest? And I know there's a lot to unpack here already, but so I hate to be like, what's next? But do you have any interest like for DLC of like filling in that missing chapter, or do you think like the joke stands on its own, moving on?
Yeah, I don't know. I think the show stands on its own there.
I agree. You're fine.
I don't. We're still kind of we're processing. Obviously, we just released it, so we're still kind of like processing what's going on. So we're still thinking of things, but nothing to announce yet in that case. Sure. I'd like to think that what we did in the package, like we took in stride. So in a way, it's a complete package.
It is. It totally is.
Yeah.
I was blown away by so many things in this game, and playing through it again, to be fully honest with my journey here, started out and I was like, is this going to get annoying? Is this writing going to drive me nuts? Fully charmed. Tears welling in my eyes by the end, John. Like, you fully got me. And then I was like, who wrote this thing? Pops up, you frickin' wrote it.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. Is this your first time writing for a video game?
No, I wrote the DLCs for Evil Within 1 and 2.
Okay.
I didn't do the Evil Within 2. I did this. I had assistance from a great a script editor called Morten Broomberg. He helped me early on in the process, kind of like, because we had a lot of characters, which was new for me even. So to make sure it didn't get out of hand, he helped us like kind of structure it a little bit better. But then I had to go in and kind of like rewrite it like 80 times, like most games do when you have to go through. And but it was like a super big challenge because there was so much. There's a lot of dialogue, and there's like more dialogue in this game than like all our games combined, I think.
Interesting. Yeah.
And all these like, there's a lot of like hidden conversations, which I think some people haven't even found yet, and small little quirks. But I know humor is like really tricky, and I'm sure there's some people who will say like, oh, it doesn't land, I don't like it, and that's totally fine because some people just, it's not for them.
Yeah.
But we wanted something that was very lighthearted and something that kind of like wore its like heart on its sleeve, but also wasn't. I really wanted to make it so it wasn't grating, and I'm sure there's somebody who's out there who say, well, to me it was like
Sure.
It
They're
was
fine.
Sue's grading, yeah, or something
Whatever.
like that, or they chop too much. I don't like that character, or something like that. And that's totally fine because you know, it might not work for everybody. But just like horror is hit or miss. Some people don't find it scary, some people do. But the main thing I think we focused on was just having interesting characters rather than a story. Not to say that the story is bad, but it wasn't as important as having interesting characters and having them work off each other. So that was kind of like in the initial storytelling thing. It was, we made these characters for like, what are their problems? How do they interact with other characters? Like, how do they play off of each other? Or how do they conflict with each other? Because that's essentially where you get these like these fun conversations, is because they don't agree. But we knew that they wanted to come together to eventually form this like team. So it's like, how can we make that work? But then the jokes, yeah, it's just kind of, that stuff was just like, it came from like, you're making the game, you're literally playing through it, and you're like, it would be cool to put something in here. It'd be cool to put something in here.
Yeah.
Lots of things came in the last moment. Some things were ad-libbed by the fantastic voice actors that we had.
And then imagine like some of the animators put in some of those physical gags as well, because those are the ones that really got me. Like,
I mean, some of this stuff, yeah, it's a lot of kind of almost like Western physical humor in a sense. So, you know, I was kind of like, hey, can you do this? I know. And they're like, why is that funny? I was like, don't worry, it'll work. But also our cutscene director, Jun Watanabe, is like a master in his craft. And he took like a script that had funny elements and then just like turned it up to the max. And so a ton of those visual gags are like just coming out of conversation, or they were in the script, but he just sort of elevated them to the next level.
Right. Just like those little moments got me, like when you're fighting on, I think it's when you're on like the elevator platform thing, and then there's like the security bot's like starting to climb into the ring, and then the guy just goes flying up against the ring, and they like just slowly go back down, and it's so subtle and small, then the scene just moves on. It's an example of like, okay, just those little things I never thought would make me laugh out loud while playing this game, but it works.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I'm glad a lot of these little small touches are appreciated, because, I said, we spend a lot of time on it, and like every corner of every level or every cutscene, every moment had to be sort of like gone over a million times, and the team handcrafted everything like that.
Yeah.
So it was a labor of love, really.
I'm curious about Mikami's first reaction when you were describing the game. Do you remember some impactful thing he said, or his first reaction? Was he looking down, looking in your eyes? Give me the beat by beat. What happened?
You mean like for the pitch?
Yeah, for the pitch. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Well, again, like he's seen it all. You know, if you think he's been a producer for things like Gyakden's Phoenix Wright,
right,
Ace Attorney. You know, so if you think somebody pitching him, okay, you're a lawyer trying to follow cases. I mean, I'm sure that's just as hard of a sell as you know, an action game but sent to the music. But I think action games sent to the music, there's something inherently like naturally there. So it wasn't like some sort of, you know, we use this expression in Japanese. It's like I think it's like running and eating curry or something like that. It's like,
okay,
you don't think about like eating like this like very heavy food and then run a marathon or something like that.
Right,
so you don't want these two things that don't mix. But music and action like are these sort of there's this kinetic energy to both of them. So I think that sort of I just use this word, I was like rhythm action. And even though I kind of wrote like, okay, it's a 3D like roller and all that stuff, I think he just kind of connected with those two words, because he's like, this seems very interesting, but I'm not sure how it'll work out.
Yep. That's
but
the correct
I think
pitch,
there's
yeah.
potential here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like it feels so out of left field. Then you think about it, it's like, well, no, Mikami like produced the original Devil May Cry. Like, it's not. He has so much range in his past. Like, it's very reasonable.
Or God Hand.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
And I think, you know, something like, you know, him, you know, making something like God Hand, which was like almost like a humorous game, like a non very serious game, but also technically like difficult game. I think he understood that the potential in various versions of action games. But I think he saw that this hadn't been done. He also mentioned that this is something that he'd seen been maybe pitched previously, but always had never been able to take fruition. So he knew that it was a very challenging thing to do. But I was like, I have this like very strong idea of how it will work. So that's why he was very, very supportive, but also kind of he wanted to let us kind of do what we thought would work, because he didn't want to sort of let his previous experience sort of influence what would become of the title
Right.
in that sense. Yeah.
How different did it feel to work on this game compared to Evil Within? Like, I remember talking to Bruce Straley and Neil Druckmann when they shifted from Last of Us to Uncharted 4. And it's like, oh boy, what a breath of fresh air to work on Uncharted for Last of Us. And I'm like, it's game development. It's all the same. You know, like, it doesn't feel that different day to day. But did you feel like there was a different mood in the office or in like the corner of the office where you were working on this thing compared to the more dour aspects?
I did. I mean, it did take a while. Like I said, we're working at it. It takes a while to come out of this sort of like hole of working on horror. And that's not to say that we're always in this like dark, moody place working on horror. You know, we make stuff, but you have to look at it in a different lens. But so I specifically wanted the sort of the setting and the premise to be kind of ridiculous and silly and goofy, because I'm like, I want us to think, instead of like thinking of this in a serious way, like how can this make sense in the frame of this game? It's like this premise is ridiculous in general. So let's try to think of like these over the top situations or this crazy stuff that works within the world that anything could kind of happen. Obviously, yeah, okay, we have like some restraint where it has to match the beat and stuff. So there are some limits, but that's sort of ridiculous to it. And at first, everyone was taking it again like very seriously, like most game development. But by the end, like you saw with these like gags and things like that, a lot of the team members were eventually like fell into it and were like, oh, it would be fun if we did this. It'd be fun if we did this. It'd be fun if we did this. And so that's what was so satisfying at the end, is that by the end of it, you know, things don't change in an instant, but by the end of it, we were able to, I think the team really came together and they were just kind of almost like happy just to play through the game, even multiple times. Like you'll see it if you beat the game and you can unlock even, for example, the costumes. You can replay the game and all the cutscenes will change with the costumes, and people would just find ways to make it even like sillier. And then we added extra touches to make sure like some comedic points were added, like a big hint that I don't want to give away exactly where, but like the Cinnamon character has like a bunch of ridiculous costumes, but we knew that you could change the costumes. So there's actually certain cutscenes that have little changes based off if he's in the different costumes.
That's good stuff.
There's things like that. It's just like, you know, like it was like a breath of fresh air in that sense, where we were able to get the team to a point where it wasn't about giving orders anymore.
Right.
It was like a natural cycle of just thinking of like cool ideas at the end.
This all sounds very hip and groovy. How often were you scared during the development of this game? Were you ever scared this thing wasn't going to see the light of day?
Of course. I'm pretty sure every game developer, or at least me personally, I'm always like, unless you see it on the shelf, there's no guarantee. So up until the end, especially with the sort of shadow drop, because we even had team members be like, is it really gonna come out? Like, even though it was done, even though we were like really proud of it, we're like, is it gonna, you know, there's so much fear. But obviously every milestone as we were going into it, we wanted to get the quality as high as possible to show how well we were doing it. And obviously we have some hiccups along the way, but weirdly enough, I would say it was the smoothest I've ever seen game development in that sense, because we never had it where it's like, we got this far and then we hit a brick wall and it's just not moving. We have to start over from the beginning or something like that.
Right.
It was a weird thing where like while we did face some challenges or some things didn't work, we had to scrap some ideas along the way and then kind of retool them. The core vision, like if I was able to show the original like pitch document or the initial like image boards or things like that, it barely changed from that initial concept. So that's why we were feeling very strong. I personally was feeling very strong. I think the whole team was like, you know, will it really, really come together at the end? Like, because again, when you look at the final game with all the polish in it, the way everything syncs up to the music, like cutscenes and everything like that, that takes a long time to put together. And, you know, the final animations and everything smoothly syncing from like 3D to 2D and into battle and everything like that is like a fine tuning element that comes at the very end. And that final like polish period that we went through was so good at like almost confirming that any fear about the quality of this project was basically thrown out the window internally. I think everyone was very, very excited about it. Yeah.
Do you remember any early feedback from like Matt Booty or Phil Spencer, whoever at Microsoft checked it out for the first time, like in the earliest phases of the acquisition?
It's weird enough, I didn't speak to them directly.
Sure.
So if they didn't have feedback, I didn't get it specifically.
That's nice.
I knew that we were kind of, at that point, we knew it was like a little bit of like a secret project. I don't think we decided on a shadow launch yet, but I'm sure they saw it as part of like hey, this is what the games you made. But I don't think they gave us, I didn't get any direct feedback from them. I saw interviews postly where they spoke very highly of it, and that's great to hear that. But I think, but even internally, like there wasn't a lot of direct feedback in that sense, because I think we were hitting our targets in terms of every goal we want to hit. When we did give like a milestone, the reaction was always very, very positive. So it kind of felt like you're not in trouble here. It's just like, just keep going.
Keep going. Yeah. You mentioned you had some big things scrapped. What was like the biggest detour or redirection along the way, even if it ended up being pretty close to the original vision?
There wasn't anything big scrap.
Okay.
So that's the big thing. Like people shouldn't think about it as like some nerfed version of the original vision or something like that. It's very like minor things. Like I think, like for example, we have, I think it's the bosses in the game. There's like 6 bosses like that are in like in terms of departments, and I think we had one that was the HR department boss or something like that. Okay. We realized it was just too many characters, but we actually moved the HR like concept into the sort of 2 HR like detectives that are going in that you kind of run into along the game investigating HR issues.
Right.
Which are a little nod to our previous protagonists in our Evil Within games. And then, we did kind of have a level that led into, I think it's into that sort of, one of the final levels that we had that Xenogears sequence to. And we had that boss fight that kind of became a cutscene that our character Cinnamon like brazenly just like openly tells you what it's supposed to be.
Right.
But we were like otherwise like I said, it's rare to get so much of what you wanted in the final product.
What do you think if after like the second you finish that first pitch, if you saw a finished version of the game magically appear in front of you right then, what do you think would be the biggest surprise for you?
That's what it is. It's like, oh, we did it. That's like,
somehow it all came together.
Yeah, we pulled it off or something like that, because I think every time we made like when you said like were we scared at any point, there's always that fear in your mind, like will we be able to pull it off like to the very end? And like we did it at the milestones, and it's like, okay, we made this one, but what about the next one? It's like, oh my God, what are we going to do? And I was always being as confident as possible because, like I said, I saw that kind of goal line and I was trying to be as clear as possible to the team about it. But I'm sure if you asked every team member early on, they would be like, hey, what did you think this project? Were you like confident going in? They'd be like, oh no, I thought this totally wouldn't work. This would not work at all. He was crazy.
I'm fascinated by this game's development for a lot of different ways and reasons, but like one of them is it's so fascinating playing through the game and having so many characters be pushing and kind of the internal jokes about game development within the game and whatnot. And, it's bizarre to be making a game about Zanzo screaming about how he wants quality and quantity and push.
Yeah.
Like, how do you lead a team when you're trying to make a game that's making fun of, you need a little bit of motivating factors in there, but you can't be fully, you can't become a character within your own game. Is that a tough line to walk as a leader?
That was like, that's when we talk about the positivity. It's like, I was basically like, okay, these stages with, for example, Zanzo, we're going to make fun of us. And there are plenty of times where, like, I think when you land in the department, there's this argument between the head of finance, like Roquefort and Zanzo. And it's like, I don't care about passion. Like, I care about profits and things like this. Right. And someone just turned to me and was like, hey, is this like that conversation you had with Mikami-san like the other day? So we were like literally pull things like from from, we would like obviously exaggerate them a little bit, but we would pull things from like our experience. Like you said, the quality and quantity, it's like something that you shouldn't do, it's like, but he wants it all. And the idea of like the budget thing, taking away his budget, and then he just, then we can't do anything without budget. It's
right.
These great ideas, but it doesn't mean anything without budget, and things like that.
Yeah, there's a nice moment later on where Chai too, I think he's like laying on the couch and he's like, everyone started to look at me like I knew what I was doing. He's like, this feels like a line that the director squeezed in there about his own life and experience here.
Yeah, it's like busted. It's like everyone figured it out. That
do you remember any super wise words of wisdom from Mikami during the development of the game? Everybody wants like that epiphany of like, oh, what insight did he have for this game? How did he help steer it? Was there a big, influence that he had, or was he just a good coach throughout?
He was just really a good coach and like a mentor throughout the process. I think the most important thing was because as you can probably speak to any game developer and they'll tell you the same thing, is that a lot of times you don't know if something's good until like the very end. It's kind of like you need to almost like believe that it's going to be good. So any sort of fear or trepidation that we were having about, or doubts, is when he would step in and remind us. It's just like, just focus on making it good, because that's all that matters at the end, is like making a good game. And so he's like very, very super supportive, especially as we're getting near to launch and we were getting very nervous about like, okay, it's going to shadow drop and what are people going to think about it? And it's like, don't worry, it's good. It's like we made something good. So like I said, it was a very, very positive influence in that sense. Even if it was us kind of going over maybe like if we're maybe even grander than the original vision. I think it was maybe a little bit, it was a smaller experience pitched at first, just like most things that we do kind of grows. But it was hard to say no, because like the quality was so strong there, like the potential was so strong that we didn't want it to go to waste. We said like there may never be another one or something like that. It's like we want to put everything that we have until this. You want to think about every game as being like, if this is the last thing you do, it has to be the best thing you do. So that's why, like we said, we put everything we had into it.
Can you compare the size of the production to Evil Within 2's production?
It's bizarre in it's almost a complete opposite, because we came in Evil Within 2, it's like we came off Evil Within 1 and then just everyone was immediately on Evil Within 2.
Sure.
So it was like started it and then just like went full blast, and that's also difficult in its own right? Because we need to sort of figure out how to like make the game while there's a ton of people trying to figure out how do we keep these people busy.
Yeah.
But luckily with this project, we had this sort of very slow ramp up. So while the main team, or that team at that time, sort of essentially the main team or the main project in production was Ghostwire, we had time to experiment. We had time to polish. We had time to make sure that that core was there. So then we can build on top of it. And I thought that was so important because it's so hard to suddenly